Okay. Really focus. Really, really focus. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. He broke, but it's okay. Five, four, three, two, one. Okay. You recording? Yes, you're recording. Don't freaking break, dude. Don't freaking break. You think I don't know you, but I do know you. Photopic ranking number 2. Nice. Okay, resume battle. Okay, good. Um. Uh-huh. Dude, the heck? You're not recording. Oh, yeah, you are. Never mind, never mind. Good. It's hard to see. It's very hard to see.
Looking for the perfect Christmas gift for your kids? Check out the kids'
break. I'm sorry, guys, because we don't have the lights. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Now you're gonna do like that. You're gonna do like that. Now, why is that important? That's a very good question. That is a very good question. Because you see him as being a powerful person, when he loses power, he is vulnerable. And to be honest, I watched the show a couple of times already, and I didn't even notice that. I didn't think about him being a new, like, how can I say this? Being a new target. Okay, so we did this, we did this, we did this. Okay, we're good. So Abrusi is now worried. The PI's crew is doing their best. Abrusi is trying to convince Belek that he's not there. It looks like I'm in here for the money. These are the guards are gonna be there for $14. I'm not gonna do it. John is telling Michael like, yo, the only way to do this is if he gets Fibonacci. But again, we know the problem, which is what he's gonna tell in this scene. This is the scene. So John says, listen, we don't have PI because I don't have enough cash, and he's being honest, which I admire. Because he could have said, it's hard for somebody powerful to say, I don't have the power anymore. It's very hard. So he says, if you give me Fibonacci, I'll be able to control again. So Michael asked Lincoln for advice. He said, listen, I can give up this one guy to save us, but this guy is innocent. What should I do? Right? And it's nice. It's nice. So then Lincoln... Yeah, Lincoln doesn't know what to do because Michael, he tells Michael, this is weird that you gave up all this information. He said, no, he's a good man. Right? Now, we have a important place. The two officer, Ale and Lenderman, there's a third person coming in. And third person is supposed to be a bit more important than them. It's supposed to be a bit more... yeah, he's part of the system more. So Link, this is super cool. Link, the guard that's trying to fuck the secretary, comes in and he's like, yo, I'm giving you a paper. This is for the last chow. This is for the last meal. You don't want that chow. And Link is like, what's the point? I'm gonna die anyway. It's like, think about it. Which actually will give you a good scene. So CPAT trying to get the guy, and that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. So this guy is the guy in charge, right? He's the one that's part of the crew, and he's replacing Abruzzi. CPAT is trying to get in the crew. Now, the cool thing, the really cool thing is that CPAT actually goes in to defend people, but he wants as part of the pie, and that's normal. See, the whole is useless without Michael, which is actually pretty cool. John and Michael are talking about it, and it's like, yo, I need you to do it. And he calls Falzone, which is kind of important. We got the involvement of Nikki, which is also important. Nikki is the wife of Michael. She's not a wife, she's a stripper, she's a hooker. Okay? But like that. But it's going to be important because she's going to be giving some things out of the... she gives him 2 things out of the jail. Now we got Sarah and Michael with more flirtatious. Sarah talks about how her father wasn't there. Michael feels bad about it. You see, Michael and Sarah's gonna be complex also because Michael is supposed to use Sarah. So if you're trying to do that in the show, all you have to do is really put Michael and Sarah and say, hey, these two are going together, and these two are supposed to be like that. However, if you wanted to do, give me a sec. I'm doing a lot, dude. Okay, that's good. My apologies. Yeah, she's cute. You're both in love, by the way. You didn't ask. I don't think you care, but hey, I'm in love. So with what's going on with Sarah is you have to say, okay, well, why did Michael fall in love? And this is seen like that as important. Like Sarah has a problem with her parents. She's very caring, and her father doesn't care about her. Michael also has sort of daddy issues. So we'll get to relate on that, right? I guess. Next we have. It's very hard to see. Yeah, they're talking about how they're worried about LJ. really worried because he lost his father. He's gonna be losing his father. He lost his mom. Nick is there. We meet the third guy, and the third guy, I don't like him because he's supposed to be intimidating, but he plays this good character, and it's kind of nuts. But there's a pretty good show of power where he fights with L and you take over L's. So, for example, if you were to demonstrate power, if you were to, demonstrate to assert dominance, you would destroy the guy that's already there. So L is one of the cops that's there. Another cops fight him, win that fight. That cop is the strongest. Nick and Veronica, and now they're doing some information, and now it's good. And now LJ is safe, so the situation kind of like moot, which is important because, in a way, what we call it? The only thing is Lincoln. They have 10 more days, but LJ is safe. So getting a couple of days with that. We got Fibonacci and Michael. Michael explained how he found the guy, which was quite simple. He called with the sheriffs around. Now, what he does is he does a really good job at betraying Abruzzi. So he's saying Abruzzi is betraying him. Now, this only makes sense later on. It only makes sense later on. So why that seems so important, I'm going to spoil it for you guys. So what's going on is Michael betray Abruzzi, and Abruzzi is, you better work for me, otherwise I'm going to kill Veronica, which he's not going to do it. Now, the reality is they're planning to betray Falzone because Falzone has brought his kids, he brought somebody else for the PI. Falzone is not to be trusted. So what he does is Michael betrays the mafia. That way, if Abruzzi was to come back and tell the mafia, like, I didn't betray you, Michael did. So you got the power of Michael, that's pretty much it. We got the kind of the scene that's important. We got the vice president talking to Letterman, to Killerman, and it's kind of important because Killerman and her, they have this relationship where they're supposed to be kind of together, but not really. How do I say this? Oh, I'm sorry. If I have to go, I have to go. I'll be right back. back. Sorry about this. So yeah, so like I said, we have a very cool scene where Michael kind of decides to betray Ablusi, but it's all kind of part of the plan. Ablusi Falzone comes to the witness, which is great, because guess what happened? It's a trap. Yeah, so there's a scene between Letterman and him. There's the cup, the new cup. They goes in to see her ex-fiance and see if there's like something out of it. Big thing, which is really cool, really cool. He decided not to have a meal, the last meal, ask for blueberry pancakes. Because it's something that he used to give to his son, LG. Now, this is really cool. He uses the phone of the fiance to be able to track her down and he asked her where she is. And she said, I can't tell you. However, he lived too long. She got spent too long to get into the location. Which is how he finds her. Falcone ends up going into a trap. The prisoner is there. We got the knife coming between Sarah and Michael. Sarah received power from her father every single birthday. Their death she doesn't like them. So just to show that he didn't care enough to send her something that would last. And then what happened is Michael made her a flower to work happy. So that's not nice. The whole story of the plane is insane because it means something to Michael, which is I fucking love. The cool scene between Lincoln and LJ, which is him making blueberry pancake, because the packing of power for Falcone, the other old guy, and CPAT, who was able to see what was going on, and the plan. So he said, I want him. So that's kind of insane, because he's bullying his way in, which is great. We have the truth of the non-president, how weird it is that the amount of cash that was used in the house is the amount of cash she had for fencing. It's kind of insane. And lastly, we got the cops. The third cop school is behind her window. That means they need power. That's pretty much it for today. For now, for at least now. One too many. One of the nice things that we insanely important. I always have to do this, the 11. I always have to do this. Anyway, I love you guys. Sorry about it. I'm trying to go fast, but hey, we did an intro in 3 minutes, that's not bad. Failure. And now what I have to do, I'll be doing the position off. And now I have to do the other. I know this big guy.
That looks like mommy's phone. Okay, that one then. Okay, do you want daddy's controller or your controller?
gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. However, I can't resist, dude. I need to do notifications. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Log off, sleep mode, message on. Web message. Message on. Allow. What do you have to see? Take the douche, what a douche, what a douche. Fucking douche canoe. Fucking douche canoe. Lady Lure. Now look at the ice cream taste. Listen. I'm not gonna well, that's done. Still. Yeah, don't lie. I know. remember. I remember. Don't mind. Good morning, D-Bane. Yeah, I want to do some nature corn. I'm down. Oh, my mom. Birthday mom. Douche canoe. I don't mind. No, I didn't ask you to film, please. No, I didn't ask you. Okay. Professional douche canoe. I don't mind. What is that? I didn't like the update at all. Nature corner. Was that yesterday or today? That was yesterday. That was yesterday. There you go. What did she say? Maybe you do have a point. I know. Oh. Okay. 620. Sheesh. 620 is huge. You're supposed to be 620?
Don't blink, it's your boy Yink. Welcome to the show.
That's a good one.
You guys doing well because I'm having a
Nice. Nice. Hobbes. Good. Yeah. Now, what I need to do, check if it's gonna be raining. Cause I don't know if I'm gonna go out again. Actually, pretty nice the whole day. Good. Okay. I know. I know. 13. Part 13. Bill. I forsake you. Okay. Don't blink, blink. Welcome to the show. This is Moxa having a wonderful day on this magnificent, and I do mean magnificent day of the 20th of August 2025. Today is my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, mom. It's also, we're going to be playing a lot of Elden Ring today. I want to get as far as possible in the DLC. And the first thing we have on today's menu is Bill the Dragon. So I'm actually super excited about it. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Without further ado, let's get into it. I'm excited. Today we're going to be listening to a video. Lady Lore. So follow her. Ladi space Lore. A complete timeline of Zelda, which is 9 hours. We're not going to be streaming for 9 hours. We're going to be streaming for at least 6 to watch the whole thing. So without further ado, let's get it. Build this right here. Now let's not forget that we have to summon Igor. So what I'm gonna do, Lamenter. We'll be training it for. Where is his fingers? I know it's right here, but I'm not sure as to where. The system of DLC is so kaka. Duelists. Create a summon sign for online multiplayer. Supposed to be here. I don't know what it is. Will not be long, people. First of all, I need to look what it looks like. That's the one. Okay. Pouch 1, pouch 2, pouch 3. Pouch 3 is the one. And I know what you look like, so now it's gonna be easier. It has to be somewhere around here. It shouldn't be that hard to seek that far. Shouldn't be the one to know you're none. Shouldn't be that one to say I'm hard. Shouldn't be that one. Shouldn't be this guy. Guys ready? Bill, baby. Bill, look. I want you guys to take a look at the arena. It is so nice. Someone signed for Igor. Please allow me. Wait a second. Maybe if I read it. Because I want to do his quest. He's a cool guy, and I want him to defeat Bill. When facing Bill the Dread, this summoned Drake Warrior gone from his sign. My soul yet lie in the mountain. This is Bill. Look at the scene. Very akin to the Jagusax. Look at this. Bill the Dread. I need to find your freaking summon sign, dude. Found it. Bell. Nice. Okay, I like the design a lot of the bell. However, I gotta be honest and say I kind of prefer Padusak. Look at the health. Look at the health. Look at the health. Look at the enemy. This is so cool. Look at the fight. Look at the fight. Look at the fight. This is so cool. I don't know what to do. It is definitely a cool fight. However, I think I'm gonna be finishing it the first, maybe second try. It's almost crazy because it does seem like almost there's some thunder, maybe some frenzied flame in there. Look at this. Look at this. There's no way. Look at the fight. Look at the fight. That is amazing. That is amazing. I did on purpose not to get spoiled. Now the question is Egon still alive? I don't think he is. Eesh. 1, 2. Nice. Want to trade blow for blows? It didn't work. Didn't work. This is Chaos Incarnate. Thanks for telling me when you attack. Oh my god, look at the health. Last potion, last potion, last potion. I think we're done, guys. I think we're done. There's still a chance, but I mean, it's gonna be very tough. If I can break the poise here, oh my god, look at that health, look at that health. This takes my shield. Egon was still alive. Egon is doing pretty much good damage. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. It's not the greatest, but not the worst. This is such a cool fight. Together something is wrong. Austin, get her. Get it, fam. Love this. Perfect, let's go. Bleed their dream. Guys, this is not that bad of a fight. Besides, I'm gonna be honest, I think it's freaking cool. I think it's freaking cool. One of the better fights that I've seen. And as long as we don't have to be looking for the freaking sign, it's gonna be good. Yeah, the arena, the fight itself, is one of the harder fights of the DLC. What I don't understand is this is supposed to be easier than what's his name? What are we doing, dude? I was rolling, but fine. I need my runes. I need my runes, dude. hide. Let's see how much damage you can do, the two of them. You know the big thing of damage. Wait! Don't attack only Egon, bro. Leave him alone. I feel bad because I don't think he can defend himself a lot. Leave him alone. Is he still alive? He's alive, he's still alive, he's still alive. Because in a perfect world, I would like Egon to be alive when we kill Bell. So if I understand correctly, leave him alone, dude. The body is dead. But the soul is still okay. They got me right here. You gonna tell me that this is not a cool fight, bro? This is insanely cool. Look how small damage I'm doing. And this, if I'm not mistaken, is a broken rune. Look at this, look at this. Look at his leg! Look at his leg. He's missing a leg. Most likely from his fight with Placidusac. Guys, there's nothing I can do to keep. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, it's very hard. Holy. Like, I'm not even joking. If I can finish this fight today, I would be surprised. In my opinion, base game, strongest enemy is Melania. DLC wise, Bale is possibly the hardest. Because Bale is supposed. Okay, so the lore behind Bale is what's gonna make him strong. The lore said that he went toe to toe with the one and only what's his name? The dragon god. It's gonna be tough. Look at my health, look at my health. Need my runes. No. Damn, we lost a lot of runes there. A lot of runes. At the same time, we can now focus on everything else. And we're eating cream first, peanut butter ice cream. Good. Nice. Yeah, we don't really need, because I was needing... Well, technically speaking, the only thing that I need for runes is wait. Look at this. It's gonna be so hard. Dude, are you kidding me? I don't even know if I summon Igor. It actually worked. I can't believe it worked. While I'm trading hits, my Mimic is attacking, which is nice. I need all the health I can get. Bill. Damn. Yeesh. Good. Look at this, the way he's fighting. The fact that he only has 2 ends is insane. Damn, dude. Can't really do much. Mimic. My Mimic hasn't been killed, I think, since the DLC. Maybe once with this Shadow Tree, but that's it. Damn, dude, damn. It could have been crazy because I think that if I summoned the other guy first, it'd have been good. Always making sure that we got this. Mmm. Mm-mm-mm. Mmm. That item is delightful. As long as we got this, we're good. I don't think I have enough. Stop, dude, stop. Look at my health, look at my health. You leave him fucking alone. You hear me? See, with the Placidus like the Dragon God, you can kind of think that he's a good guy. With Dale, you know that he's a bad guy. Look at him. What? That's huge, guys. That's huge. That was a good trade. 7,000 for my health. That was a really good trade. Oh yo yo. I don't know what he is. I do know where you are. Look at this. Look at this. Are you kidding me? This guy is God. Now, the question is, why did he betray? There's a possibility that this is his weak spot. Yeah, we're gonna get this time. Nice. Shadow Bell. But I completely lost his mind. 580,000. And the craziest thing is, we got for our trouble a legendary item. And okay, so we also got a shit ton of experience points. So it's not complaining here. Endurance. I'm gonna level you up till the end. They don't really need anything else. The question is, there's nothing else. Okay. So now, I got two people to talk to. I was kind of hoping that you were there, but you're not. So where's Igor? The Dragon Communion priest is gonna be important. Where's the exit? Where is? I have to talk to Igor, and I have to talk to the. Priest Communion. Now, I forgot what is the next one. Yeah, okay. Now. Okay, this is cool. Thank you guys. Again, I have to restart. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real quick. Just peeing. I can't believe we defeated. What? No way. No freaking way. The guy's gone. Okay. Resume. Resume the battle. Can't believe this. Priestess art. Flowerstone gravel. So now what I need to do is key item. The Dragon Priest is gonna give you the dragon armor. Look at this. Gorge upon this and grant altar communion to absorb Bale's power. First form of communion in the world of his priestess. Wait a second, where's the? It has to be nearby, right? I refuse to believe it's not nearby. Look, this is so cool. But he got his wear, dude. We didn't even give it to the guy. New Baal. Even after being consumed, the chopping art of Baal. I am. The communion of Baal. Continue to resist its subjugation. Never weakening. One day, the fire will consume the very soul, the very body and soul of its communion devourer one day. So they're telling you this is dangerous. Even after being consumed, the charming art of will continue to resist their subjugation. Never weakening. One day, the fire within. Okay, this is the same thing, but this is kind of cool. Now, what I want to see. Ghost fire. What is that? What the heck? So it's possibly not. Just technically speaking, I know exactly what it is. I know what it's supposed to give me. I know what it is. So it's not a surprise. Okay, so now. Okay, perfect. So it's supposed to give you like an armor. Question is, where is this armor? Feel like it's an item. For some reason. I feel like it's an item. There you go. Turn human frame into ancient dragon and house dragon cult citation. Can't use it. Okay, so next, I kind of forgot what to do. We're gonna be starting our Zelda video because your boy, it's not in a rush, but still got things to do. There's something. So the video that we're gonna be watching today is Lore Companion, The Legend of Zelda Series 6. So the Recluse River is the next one. And it's supposed to be here. So why is it not starting? The heck? Chapter 1. Lady Lore, ladies and gentlemen. The Lady of Lore. That's her channel.
It was chaos until three goddesses descended upon this strange place. The goddess of power, the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of courage, Aurora. Together,
I'm super excited. I actually love her channel. She does really good, but I never watched this video because it's 9 hours.
poured her wisdom into the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world. Aurora, with her rich soul, produced all life forms who would uphold the law. In these ancient times, the first race to roam these new lands were the Hylians. Each of the three goddesses gifted this realm a fragment of something greater, unlimited artifacts, each containing an aspect of their goddess's sovereignty. From Din, the Triforce of power. From Nehru, the Triforce of wisdom. And from Aurora,
What the heck?
when all three parts were together.
No!
The heart and wish of the one who wielded upon the land. Should one whose heart is balanced between aspects of power, wisdom, and courage behold the Triforce, and should their intentions
You fucking suck!
but
You fucking.
was not balanced and whose intentions were impure trying to take the Triforce, it would be cast away as its three separate parts, and the land would fall into evil. One would remain within the level.
We lost 2 hours of gameplay.
Whichever aspect they most aligned.
No, dude, that's super stupid.
Looked worthy to hold them as dictated by destiny. The complete Triforce was housed within the sacred.
Guys, I'm so pissed off. We lost 2 hours
And the three goddesses
of videos. God damn it.
broke out the Triforce to another, the goddess Hylia. The inhabitants of this young world would know and love Hylia. She was a symbol of peace and promise of strength. Eventually,
Okay, so now.
seek out the Triforce. A demon king desired the Triforce for himself, and with his many legions of demons, he brought chaos to the land. The people were taken to the skies and shielded from certain demise by their goddess Hylia. She then chose to cast aside her divinity and place her soul into the body of a mortal, where through rebirth, the powers of the goddess would remain. It was through the wisdom of Hylia's reincarnation and the rise of a courageous hero that would eventually end the powerful demon king. He was cast into a weapon called the Master Sword. It was plunged into stone and safely sealed away within a temple. But so began a cycle
No.
Make their wicked wish come true, to reflect their vile heart upon the world. With time, war and conflict did come. Greedy hearts who were tell of a fabled relic called the Triforce, sought it out for their own personal gain. It threw the world into turmoil. Countless lives were uprooted or lost as enemies collided. The world became so volatile that the powerful sage of light named Rauru built a great temple around the resting place of the Master Sword, the Temple of Time. And here, Rauru sealed away the sacred realm, therefore removing the Triforce from reach of any evil beings seeking it out. 3 spiritual stones and a melody, the Song of Time, acted as a key to reach the Master Sword. Only the one chosen by destiny to wield the Master Sword could draw it up and open the door to the sacred realm, where the Triforce was now hidden away. Disaster was averted, and a temporary time of uneasy peace came. The sprawling kingdom of Hyrule was established by the Hylians, and no longer bound to the sky or under threat of war. Other races began to wander many corners of this land. The water-dwelling Zora, the mountain-roaming Goron, and the forest-walking Deku, and many other races would raise countless tales to come. Tribes of the Hylians took form, creating even greater diversity within the kingdom. The childish Kokiri, the all-female Gerudo, and the secretive Sheikah, just to name a few. Though relations between sages were tense, prosperity came to Hyrule. Cities and villages built and interconnected, technology and innovation supplied structure and progress. A royal family was established to reside over the kingdom.
Fuck, we filmed a lot of videos.
Evil forces kept diligent eyes upon
The tower decides to stop filming.
overseen by the royal family, and for generations, matters of the storied Triforce were left to them. It was widely forgotten by most.
You know what? Fuck you.
Passed into stories of times long gone. But the curse of the Demon King was not without fangs. Destiny would call to those worthy of answering. Our tale takes us first to the desert of the Gerudo Valley during a time when civil war reigned over.
Guys, we lost 2 hours. We lost. Let me check it out. 2 hours of content, which is me filming videos. Oh no, I hate you. This is so stupid. We just beat Bell.
The power of the Triforce would call to this one.
Oh
The
no.
Hylian Civil War destroyed so much and killed so many. As the fires of war raged on, a lone Hylian woman fled into the forbidden forests of the Kokiri, the childlike race that called it their home. She was no longer the world, but held in her arms a baby, a boy. She had to see him delivered to safety somehow. The injured woman carried the baby boy deep into the forest and was found by the Kokiri.
Again, we lost the recorder.
The great Deku tree. Sensing that the baby boy was a child of destiny,
I'm gonna have to restart the phone. I don't know.
taken in and raised as a Kokiri. The mother of the boy died shortly after, having succeeded in saving her boy's life.
It's been twice that we keep on losing it.
Making himself to actually be one. But the boy was different. Born with Hylian blood, not Kokiri. When they were old enough, a fairy would come to the child like Kokiri, live beside them as a lifelong companion. But no fairy ever came to the boy. Yes, something was indeed quite different about this one. While Link grew in the relative safety of the Kokiri forest, the civil
Give me a sec, guys.
when the King of Hyrule brought other warring nations to heal under one united banner. Amidst the Hylian people, it was rare to see beings that weren't Hylian. Contact between races and places became limited. Cultures were less vibrant. Resources were a bit more meager. Life became simplified compared to what it had been before the height of the Civil War. The recovery was on the way. The world was mending, albeit slowly. The King of the Gerudos saw in this peaceful instability an opportunity. He knew well of the Triforce. He knew of where the doorway to the sacred realm was hidden away, locked within the Temple of Time. The sage Rauru sealed away the Master Sword and the sacred realm behind 3 keys, 3 spiritual stones, and the Song of Time. Even if he could find those 3 keys, there was still the knowledge.
Fuck. My phone is broken.
But one step at a time, of course. Destiny has a way of working things out, doesn't it? The King of the Gerudos feigned allegiance to the King of Hyrule once the Civil War ended. Ganondorf sought to become closer to the Temple of Time, closer to the seat of power within Hyrule. He journeyed to the land where the 3 sacred stones were believed to be, to seek them out for himself. The great Deku tree within the Kokiri forest refused him, so he cursed the guardian spirit to a slow death. The Gorons of Death Mountain refused him, so he cut off their fruit supply so that they might all starve. The Zora of their namesake.
I'm so sorry, guys.
So their deity, Yamachama, was made ill and enraged. Though the King of Hyrule accepted Ganondorf's fealty, the Princess of Hyrule was not so keen to trust the Gerudo. The very
Why do I have people on Discord?
that gave her a true fear of Ganondorf. Within the dream, a man from the desert came forth and shrouded the kingdom in darkness. But out of it emerged a boy and a fairy, who were the light of salvation. The young princess believed Ganondorf to be that man from the desert, and her attendant Ifa, a Sheikah woman, promised to aid her in undoing whatever Ganondorf's plan might be. For the time being, they would wait and watch. Across the kingdom, deep within the Kokiri
Good.
forest, the boy sleeps, caught deep within nightmare. He sees a girl he is aged being whisked away from the city, a look of terror upon her face, and a man clad in black with vicious grin in pursuit. In the morning,
I am so sorry, guys. We're having a problem with the recorder. We lost 2 hours of gameplay. But first of all, but it doesn't matter because what I missed was us filming.
The world outside was dangerously close to boiling over in their home. Navi finds
That's so sad.
Most of the children of the forest are happy for their friend to finally have a fairy all his own. They cheer him on and give him pointers on how best to work with his new companion, all save the temperamental bully named Fido, who seems to have a lifelong habit of mocking Link for not having a fairy, and that he's been summoned before the Great Decade.
Okay.
This spurs on clear jealousy. Mido even goes so far as to try blocking Link's path to the guardian spirit, who
Okay.
eventually must concede the path to him. He's sure to take
So sorry about this, guys. We're back.
telling him that he'll never accept him. He's not one of them. He doesn't belong. But Mido
Only 4:58.
He couldn't possibly be right. That would be far too cruel. Little fanfare is given to Link upon arrival.
Mm-mm.
He holds the awful truth of his imminent death, and instead asks him to test his courage, to break the curse within the tree. It is
Lady Lore.
this hero in the making does not need to know that his first foray into danger is for a lost cause.
Lady Lore.
Purpose and hope in his heart. Together, the boy and the fairy find their way through the decaying great decking tree.
I have to go here. This is where I need to go.
Called Roma. The parasitic armored arachnid has been feeding off the tree and is the finale of Link's first venture into danger. Killing the massive spider thing is the key to stopping the creatures destroying the inside of the great decking tree, and he is successful
Okay.
in his first trial of courage.
Now what I need to do, I have to check out what is the Traversal page.
Saving him was folly from the start, but keeping the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokori's emerald, away
There you go,
from
found you.
a worthy sacrifice. He warns the boy.
Aha.
The evil man from the desert must never be allowed to have that stone.
So what I'm trying to do,
The great decking tree tells Link the tale of creation, of the three goddesses and their powers, of the creation of this world, and of the Triforce itself.
I guess it's here.
Though it may not all quite make sense yet, the spiritual stone of Kokori and the story of creation are as much as the tree can give Link.
Aha.
The end comes.
Nice.
The guardian of
I'm gonna go.
fades from this world, and the boy who once had no fairy is tasked with leaving the only home that he
How do I have somebody new?
with saving the world. The Kokori must now contend with this world without their guardian or knowledge of what is beyond their borders. But Link cannot save himself in this task. He makes for the forest exit where his dear friend Saria waits. She knows he's different, that he doesn't belong, that he has to go. But she does not send him away with
There you go.
Instead, she bids him farewell as a friend and gives him something that she treasures, her ocarina, so that when he plays it, he'll think of her and remember to come back to the forest to visit. And with this matter concluded, it's time for the young hero to leave this place. that
Okay,
once
perfect. What if I did this?
but is no more. The Sage of Light Rauru is aware that a great evil has stirred in the land, and that the Princess of Hyrule
There you go. Cannot find her.
is her own destiny, and that Link has a key role to play in the events to come.
I'm pissed off about the tower.
Light will track Link's progress and provide insights to help him along the way in this forest.
It sucks.
They define a particular princess within the particular castle to the north, from forest to swelling
And it sucks because
a crowded and bustling city. These are sights and sounds that the young hero has never been exposed to. Street vendors, shops, back alleyways, and though highlands and
I saw it a lot.
just people going about their daily lives, while teaching them to navigate this strange city. A girl named Alan.
Good.
Right down the street. She's the daughter of a farmer named Alan who owns one long ranch out in the countryside.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I have to go down there.
Unsupervised to the city square. Link tracks her dad down at the castle and gets him back on track. It would seem that the rather lazy man isn't the most dependable, and his daughter is left to pick up the slack while he falls out. But Alan is the first friend that Link makes outside of the forest. His first human connection with the outside world.
I need to go down there.
Save might direct him to find is within the courtyards just beyond the castle walls. Spying on
And there has to be a way down there.
this weird garbed boy, this armed.
Okay, this is where you need to go.
Surprise the girl. Just how did he manage to get past the castle guards? But, well, he has a fairy with him. She had a prophetic dream of a figure and a fairy emerging from the forest who defied a dark cloud that covered Hyrule. And the
Do 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 do.
surely he was a figure within her dream. She introduces herself as Zelda and tells Link about
At least how the recording is working.
Three spiritual stones of the Ocarina of Time will unlock the way to the Master Sword, which holds safely closed the pathway to the sacred realm. Safeguards to ensure that evil cannot reach the Triforce. The wise princess encourages the young hero to behold the powerful man of the desert, holding an audience with the king of Hyrule. She fears that this man is the darkness from her dreams.
For sure, if I jump here, I'm dead.
Swearing allegiance to the king of Hyrule, he doubts his sincerity. Zelda told her father of her dream, but he doubted his daughter. He didn't believe that she was dreaming a prophecy. She threaded the end goals of the man Ganondorf. He was surely in Hyrule to find the Triforce. He was certainly there to conquer the sacred realm. He surely intended to rule the world and had to stop him at any cost. Zelda will watch the Gerudo King within the castle. It's up to Link to venture out and locate the other two spiritual stones. They will beat him to the sacred realm,
Good.
take control of the Triforce themselves, and then they will defeat Ganondorf and save Hyrule. They know all the risks, right? Everyone contending with Ganondorf, they know what they're going against.
Phew. I'm gonna try from other places. I need to find a way. There has to be
During
one.
the Hyrule Civil War, many of the roads to neighboring lands are sealed off. No one for things were widely the same. Transit into areas beyond immediate Hyrule would require.
You're telling me that the way forward.
Does seem to find just that, giving Link access to roads that would have otherwise been closed to him had he not come to see Zelda right away. Zelda's attendant Impa of the Sheikah.
Lost.
As Zelda sees fit, even smuggling him out of the city. Though Link is a child, she will treat him with respect and honor the role he is to play. She teaches the boy a lullaby, which she has played for Zelda
Do 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 do.
A song passed on by the
Do
word.
do 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 do. And with the shield, we had a new smiley skin. That was good.
The shield went snuggles like that, back into the field of high gold, and directed towards the village that she grew up in at the foot of that mountain called Kakariko. The mountain will be his next objective. The Goron, none of them there, have a spiritual stone, and it is up to Link to find it and claim it. Kakariko has been doing just fine since the end of the Civil War. The inhabitants live in relative peace, there's a building project underway, and while homes are nicely furnished, it seems a comfortable place to live.
Do
A
do
few odd characters, like the boss and the
do
carpenter,
do do.
stands about yelling at supposed lazy workers. Then there's Naju, the young woman who tends to reject
Sunken Chapel.
quite allergic to them, or damn
The place is called Recluse River.
And while he might look frightening, he exists. He's not some bad guy, and rather gravy endured. Guarding the gate is a run-of-the-mill high school soldier, quite amused at the little hero with a letter from the princess. Probably a silly game between the two. But a command is a demand. He gives Link access to Death Mountain with a bit of advice on proper equipment needed for the mountain, and a request.
YouTube?
He asks Link if he should find himself back in the city, if he'd stop by a particular Happy Mask shop and find a mask of the items. The salesman surely loves
I'm happy about watching this. This is so cool.
understandings to be reached. The map is business to be done. Under salesman, by a particular.
I know that she's putting this because this is a special.
The salesman surely love to make this.
Recluse
There is business to be done. Understandings to be reached.
River.
The mountain itself is a bit wild, but mostly just quiet. It's the
We'll rewatch this because this is awesome.
By the mask of
Lady Lore, baby. Lady Lore.
surely love to make this acquaintance. There is business to be done.
She's referring to. She is referring to whatchamacallit. The Witcher's Mask.
From Boston. Hi, girl. Hi, girl.
You have no idea what these people are capable
Morning hole. They're pushing me all the way there. I did this already. Okay.
Understandings to be reached. The mountain itself is a bit wild, but mostly just quiet. It's the home of the Goron, but there aren't many around, it would seem. The first sign of trouble for the boy is that of a lone Goron sitting beside a sealed-off cavern. The Goron
Nice, it
knows
works.
this place is of importance to his people, but monsters began to appear within. And then a Gerudo, in black armor, sealed off the cavern entirely, but he can find out more just after Mountain in their city. It's not a long walk.
Am I disappointed? Yes, I'm disappointed.
It becomes more apparent how poorly the Goron are doing in their city. Some even blurred out
What I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna close the phone every single day.
their leader. The large Goron is Gerudo, has taken the spiritual stone of fire and locked himself away in his quarters, refusing anyone entrance unless they represent the whole family. The Invitation is quick enough of his mission, but Gerudo is rather taken aback at the boy standing before him. He's expecting something different, and doesn't believe Link to be the true messenger of the royal family, let alone someone who could possibly assist in the crisis.
I know what to do.
It's a stonewall. Gerudo cannot be reasoned with, and is just more enraged than Link there. Roaming the halls of the city, a pathway back to the
43, 37.
making his way through, leads Link back to his old home, the maze of pathways with Melody serving as the guide through. A number of characters call this place home. Of them is a skull kid, standing atop a stump playing an instrument all on his own. But theirs is a story for another day. Sarita is in the forest also playing music. She's beneath a broken pathway.
I love this, the way she does it. She's including other games in the first place.
Sarita teaches Link her own song. Sarita's song will allow the two to speak over great distances whenever he wants to hear a bit of home. She just knows that this place that they're at right now, it will be important to them one day. She's just not sure how, but she can feel it to be true. Unfortunately, Link cannot remain here for long. There's a struggling people in the mountains that need him, and he has to try and reason with Gerudo to give him that spiritual stone. But even upon returning from the forest to the Goron city, Gerudo still cannot be talked into listening. He's so angry, so enraged at the situation, and the king's refusal to send him aid. The king was a brother to him. Why is he ignoring the Gorons?
The problem itself.
He calls the leader. Link plays for him the song of his friend, Sarita's song. He
It sucks because
He dances like a fool for a few moments, just letting go of all of his anger and sadness.
we're missing this sheep, the Shadow Keep.
Down enough that he's able to have a conversation with Link, an irrational one at that. Darunia tells him that if he really wants the Goron's roots, then he'll have to be the hero that he would expect him to be.
What we're gonna be doing today?
He gives him adventures where he gains access to the cavern, a bracelet that will allow him to use bombs to blow out the boulder blocks at the entrance. And then Link needs to handle the thing inside. Make it safe
And if I can do it today, guys, would be so fucking far.
The Dodongo cavern is indeed infested with beasts and dangers. The food source for Goron.
Look at how much she's talking about it. What a cool video. 9 hour long. Lady of Lore. The Lady of Lore. On YouTube. Lore Compendium, The Legend of Zelda series. Impidimp.
And a promise of brotherhood. In fact, all of the Gorons would embrace Link as family if he would just let them. There are other heroic deeds that must be seen to, though, namely obtaining the final of the three spiritual stones.
This is odd because
The race is on.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. This is where we fell. I think Raid Canada, CTV. I used to have CTV for free. Thanks to a
With no clear idea
the antenna.
where to go next, the boy wanders the field of the deep for some time and chances over a ranch at the heart of it.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
There are chickens, cows,
Look at this, 2,000 for 2 crabs.
finds this girl in the tribal castle, Malin. Seems she and her father made it back home in one piece. The girl spends her days working, tending to the horses, and singing her brother's melody under the bright blue sky. It's rather nice to see the green clothed fairy boy again. Malin teaches him her melody, which she calls Itona's song. It has a calming effect on animals, in particular a wild horse that carries the name of the song, Ipona. While at first leery of Link, the horse approaches him once she hears him play that melody. Ipona is quite untrusting of people, with Malin being the only exception. But now, Ipona will know Link as a friend that she can approach. Following the flow of the river back to the fields of Hyrule, leads the young hero to an unwelcoming road.
See this? Just by entering here.
It seems that Link's journey must now take him to the Zora's domain, where he will find the final spiritual stone. The Zora serve the royal
The 200.
guardians over the greatest water source in the kingdom. Zelda's lullaby will grant him passage into their halls. While things seem to be going well here, the gates of something is very wrong. The princess is missing, a girl named Ruta, and her father is a mess over her vanishing, unable to even acknowledge his presence. There's no sign of the princess here, and there certainly weren't any Zora guards on the path into the domain. So where
Boom.
could he possibly be? The Zora domain is directly connected to Lake Hylia, the largest body of water within Hyrule. It's a long shot, but maybe the princess is at the lake. There, Link doesn't find Ruta herself, but he does find a model containing a letter from her. It reads, "Help me, I'm waiting for you inside Lord Jabu Jabu's belly." Still, it's certainly not the strangest communication Link's received thus far. And at least her father will finally know where his daughter disappeared to. Lucky for him, a blossoming hero is here. He bids Link to go to their patron deity, Lord Jabu Jabu, and find his
I feel like this is the way forward though.
First, the Zora deity is illness and aggression. When Link offers it food, a fish, Lord Jabu Jabu opens his mouth and pulls Link into its maw as well. Within are beasts and monsters, electrified obstacles, sealed pathways, and of course, the Zora princess.
Okay, I understand.
Is difficult. Ruto is being rather bullheaded and demanding, insisting that she would never ask anyone for help, and she doesn't need help, but since Link is here, he can have the honor of carrying her around like the princess that she is. Should Link leave her behind or drop her someplace far off, she will openly chastise him for doing so, since he's rather stuck with her for the time being, adding another layer of difficulty and frustration to an already dangerous situation. It would be easier if he wasn't there, if she returned home, but the girl refuses to leave unless they find the spiritual stone of the Zora. She dropped it while feeding Lord Jabu Jabu
The icon.
somewhere within his belly. Well, it's not terribly long that the young hero hasn't carried the damsel. It rather feels like a minor
So-
injury. She's obviously accustomed to being catered to and spoiled. They find the Zora sapphire deep within the deity's gut, and Ruto's disposition rather shifts in seeing the gem. It was her mother's, she reveals, and dropping it into Jabu Jabu was an accident. But now that she has it back, it's welcome to carry her out of this death trap. Except, the princess and the sapphire are ferried away by something that is not the hero of this tale. Something like an octopus. When the platform descends once again, Ruto is not there. Even when Link dispatches the oversized fate, the Zora girl is nowhere to be found. He cannot
Look at how she tells the story, it's so good.
The mission is far from concluded. What lies in the depths of Jabu Jabu is a massive electrified anemone called Baronade. Something that is
That's Mentor Storehouse. We've been here.
While the King Dodongo storms about his arena in haphazard lines, the Baronade swings its appendages about in a manner that's difficult to dodge, making the entire room
Boldry Dolphin. Whoa.
But the hero does prevail.
Good item.
Against all odds, he's defeated three great threats to three wildly different lands. Awaiting him in safety, the Princess Ruto. She was terrified on her own, but with the Baronade defeated and the sapphire in her possession, the girl calms down. Outside Lord Jabu Jabu, Ruto gives to Link the third spiritual stone, slipping
Good.
into the slight caveat that it was meant for the man who would be her husband. I hope that doesn't make for any awkwardness later. With his mission finally complete, Link's only remaining task is to return to Zelda in Hyrule.
Now, hopefully, what I'm gonna get.
Open the door of time with the Master Sword and use the power of the Triforce in the sacred realm to stop Ganondorf. All
No, we didn't get it.
Standing before the gates of the
I'm
city,
kind of
the
hoping
sun
for
sounds upon them. Though this time it is not a dream that held captive the frightened heart of the
good.
This was real. It was happening. The gates descended, and a rider wildly fleeing emerged. It was actually happening. The woman Impa and the girl Zelda in her arms, escaping into the fields of the kingdom. The girl seized the
Slack.
girl, and in a last-ditch attempt to steer the hero's
Slack.
power, froze something inside the boat. And then they're gone. So quickly it happened. But something else happened in that dream, right? Wasn't there more? It's him. The man from the desert clad in black, king of the
Gerudo.
What has he done? What took place while the hero was on his journey? Ganondorf loudly acknowledges his intent to capture the riders of that horse and escape his grasp. He also brazenly commands Link to tell him where they went. And in response, Link draws his sword. And you really blame the Gerudo King for laughing. The kid has fear. There's something special about him, and he's protecting the riders of that horse. Most interesting, no. Perhaps he's worth watching. But it wouldn't do for Ganondorf to follow Link about, would it? He rides off into the fields in the direction Impa may have carried the princess away, leaving Link to ponder over what just happened. His dream. It happened, so what does that mean now? In the moat of the castle, Link finds the item that Zelda threw to him. A mystical treasure of the royal family. The
Boom.
Ocarina of Time. A message was left with
Snakes on 8.
a
Okay.
memory from Zelda. Directions on how to throw
That is
the
so.
door to the Temple of Time. The melody called the Song of Time played on this ocarina, along with
If I put the lantern in the help or not?
There's no time to wait.
Somewhat, right?
But we have to stop Ganondorf now. The young hero decides to cast all other matters aside, to rush to the Temple of Time, and to do what he must to stop
Love Zelda.
all else can wait. Link enters the empty temple, and as he was instructed to do, plays the Song of Time before the ocarina door. He holds all things needed to be
Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do.
The doors open to him. The old tales are true. Within the temple it lies, the blade of evil's spade, the master sword, that so long ago lost away a demon king, and holds fast the seal to the sacred realm. Only the one deemed worthy by destiny may draw it, and gain access to
See?
that place and Triforce to Link. And place his hands upon the fatal sword.
With the shield.
The hero chose
Fire Knight Greaves, Beast Horn. With the shield will recover everything. Ah.
Or rather,
2 hats in 2 minutes.
Ganondorf sniffed out this plot. When he laid eyes on Link, he knew that this kid held the keys to the sacred realm. Link did his work for him. And now the sacred realm was open to the evil king, who was far more powerful than the young hero. Link could never stand a chance against Ganondorf, not as he is now. He's too young to truly rise as the hero of time.
Boom.
Too young to wield the master sword. Too young to be the aspect of courage. Now is not the time. Link is sealed away within the sacred realm. Within the Temple of Light.
Fire Knight Gauntlet.
Evil forces that Ganondorf could never hope
We got the Grieve twice, we got the Gauntlet once.
Hyrule will have to wait for Link to come of age. In the meantime, Ganondorf will rise to dominate. He enters the sacred realm and tries to take the entirety of the Triforce for himself, but he did not prove himself worthy of wielding it. Claiming the whole of the Triforce for oneself requires a balance of power, wisdom, and courage, which Ganondorf does not possess. In response to this violation of the sacred realm, the Triforce splits into its 3 parts.
This is amazing, look.
Ganondorf leaves them to Zelda.
Something on his back. Oh, this is the orange sense, but also it's so complex because to me, what? Didn't expect to be across there. I but in here my arm. Dextro, what is the Dextro? And we have enough for another. So we have another map. We have another map, which is kind of cool. Let's do 53, 15, right? Okay. What is that? Sorry, half trust message. It would seem that the people of the keep have flooded the holy quarter, and it is to where the scout tree bearing access. However, there is no route that leads there from the storehouse. Perhaps another way to reach the holy quarter from somewhere else in this keep. Basically, they're telling you that you're going the wrong way. However, we are going the good way. This is so cool.
The people of Hyrule will suffer as the madness of Ganondorf brings ruin to everything it touches. Survivors of the initial monstrous invasion flee to the corners of the land and to Kakariko village.
Nice.
Impa hides Zelda alone, dresses her as a Sheikah boy, and gives her the new name of Sheik. Impa will train Sheik in combat and stealth, give them the tools and skills they need to survive in this new, terrifying world. This is the new way of things.
Also, what I'm gonna start doing is when I stream, I'm gonna stream When I do videos, I'm gonna be ending the tower, starting a new one. So doing cheap part for day. Oh,
When it comes to matters of destiny, faith does not take sides. Being on the side of goodness does not mean inevitable victory. Rarely will light overcome the darkness. When two children pursued a righteous path to undo an encroaching evil, what truly came in the end was not just failure. They enabled wickedness through their self-assuredness. They opened the path to power wide open to its evil king. Indeed, faith does not take sides. And the consequences for these children's audacity would be most grim, not just for themselves, but
look
for
at
the
this.
entirety of their kingdom. Perhaps better that they had not at all pursued the keys to the sacred realm. Perhaps better that the keys and their keepers had remained in limbo. Perhaps better that the young one named Link had never left the forest.
Look at the way she's talking. It's so interesting.
Those who walk under the sun do not get to choose what destiny's call will be. It may seem cruel, but in truth, it's just neutral. When Link drew up the Master Sword, he was deemed too young to be the hero of time. He could not contend with the power of Ganondorf. The Princess Zelda, who was as much a part of this ploy as the courageous boy, could not contend with the Gerudo King either. The balance was not true. It was not the time for this confrontation to take place. So for 7 years, Link was locked away within the sacred realm in slumber, while Hyrule suffered through the invasion and cruelty of the Gerudo King. Hyrule Castle in the city of
Now, I think this is the way I have to go.
provinces was thrown into upheaval. It's impossible to say just how many were killed. So Hyrule became a land of sorrowful mourning in this new reality. Upon his awakening, the Sage of Light Router explains to Link what has happened and how 7 years of his life have been forfeited. Link's opinion are not asked
Whoa.
for, nor are his feelings on what has happened to him. In one blink of an eye, he was a child, and in the next, a young man. And while everything has changed, nothing has changed for Link. He has a world to save, an evil to combat, and no time to waste. There is still yet hope to contain the corruption that is spread through Hyrule. Awakening 7 sages and bringing them together in the chamber of sages within the sacred realm will seal away the wickedness plaguing Hyrule. But it is up to Link to find them, to awaken them, to fight for and with them. Robin is one of the sages. There are 5 more that Link must find, and then the final one will reveal itself with time. With no other direction to give, Link is expelled from the sacred realm, back into the real world.
Secret Rite Ritual.
But someone is waiting for him. Someone who's been waiting and surviving for 7 long years. A familiar name to us. Under guise to Link as a Sheik of Vale, who we will know as Sheik. Raised and trained by Invo. Sheik will
Think about the Secret Rite of the Divine Gateway.
instructed by legends of the Sheik. Sheik's 2
You can decipher the scroll. Try the secret rite of the Divine Gateway to be found in the Tower Embrowned in Shadows. A Lord will usher in a God's return, and the Lord's soul will require a vessel. Lord's soul. So this is what happened with the Lord's soul. Is what happened to. Okay, this is important because this actually means
Flying cars.
what happened to Mog
The world has become
Radon.
Just a short while ago, he saw Hyrule through the eyes of a child, a land of bright azure skies and lush greenery. But this is a cruel world he now faces in a foreign body. Long gone are the inhabitants of the city, replaced by ghoulish dead. And one must where do they scatter to? Will he find them in his journey? As was demanded of him, Link escapes the urban city into the field of Hyrule. The prophetic dark clouds in the sky fade as he gets farther from the epicenter of his madness. It is truly a wonder to find. The Kakariko village is, for the most part, safe and sound. And there are some snowy beaches here, surviving
Nice,
the
love
village.
this.
They couldn't possibly recognize Link from his boyhood. He was just a brief moment in time to some of these people. They couldn't possibly have even known his name, but they're familiar to him. It's almost like yesterday that he saw these people. Somewhere in the village was the answer to how Link Holder's forest temple. But what that could be is still
Do.
Link learned that a number of refugees fled here and are being housed by the original townsfolk. When Ganondorf took power and the city was overrun, those who lived in Kakariko opened their homes to all who found their way there. They worked together to build new lives and found a sense of normalcy. But a tool that would get him into the forest temple, well, it's not immediately apparent what that could be. Within the graveyard, in the gravekeeper's old shack, Link finds a diary. It seems that
Look at his eyes. It's important.
But he managed to leave a ghostly message behind, beckoning whoever found his diary to enter his grave so that he could give them something. In actuality, that really cool guy Dante longed for a race, or more accurately, a competitor who could just keep up with him. Beneath the graveyard, he leads Link on a chase, requiring that he just keeps up and makes it to the end. The reward for this is a tool called the hookshot. It will allow Link to hold himself to anywhere that the hook will stick. So this must be what she meant. It's time to depart from Kakariko, but before heading for the forest, Link can't help but spot Lon Lon Ranch off in the distance. How have Malon and Talon fared in the past 7 years? How is that ranch doing? The answer, sadly, is not good. After Ganondorf came to power, the farmhand named Ingo petitioned to have the farm turned over to him. The owner of Talon was lazy and lacked the ambition to bring Lon Lon into its full potential.
Ooh, let's go.
He saw the ranch signed over to Ingo, who then proceeded to kick Talon out and force the girl Malon into backbreaking work. If she disobeyed orders, Ingo abused the horses to punish her. The now young woman stands
Let me see.
at night singing the same song from 7 years ago.
Take a little letter.
There's no time to dally about for now.
Should wipe to clean up the page.
For now, though, it's off to the forest.
This is somebody else.
And awakens a sage.
Now, Freya. Don't let it rile you up. I'm a lord. I have to be careful, otherwise I'm gonna kill the guy who I'm supposed to talk about. David Calculus. Where is he? Shit. Ugh. La, 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 la. I should probably charge the other phone too. Good. Okay, back.
Somehow know her. Mido decides to trust him and steps aside, allowing Rick to freely access the sacred forest meadows. And then that old courtyard beneath the broken steps of the temple. 7 years ago, Saria said that she knew this place would be of importance to them, though she didn't quite know how. The memory of it is bitterly fresh to the hero. Few remember it. No one recognizes him. It's a cruelty that has been inflicted upon them. She is there to console and steady him, to aid Link as best he can.
We know exactly how to go there.
So that he may freely return to this spot if the need arises. After their brief reunion, she leaves Link with a reassurance that they will see each other again. An unknown evil resides in the world, but the path to it is kept by 4 posts that scatter to the corners of the temple. Dungeon delving is far more difficult now, making his challenge struggle against evil an almost a simple thing. When finally the way beneath the temple is open, it's after a great deal of hardship. And what lies below is an apparition, a phantom of Ganondorf that bends reality by fleeing into a series of paintings and duplicates falsities of itself, making it difficult to focus down the problem.
9,000.
If that wasn't enough of a challenge, then Phantom Ganon presents a game. Lightning baseball. Don't miss. It hurts. It's no small feat. But Link destroys the evil presence within the temple. This first triumph is overshadowed by an even greater threat. Ganondorf himself, he knows that Link is active, that he's cleared out the forest temple, and that they will one day soon come to conflict with one another. And this doesn't really seem to concern Ganondorf. He rather finds it amusing, banishing the defeated Phantom to a place between worlds and letting Link awaken the Forest Sage. It's a great
I'm using a lot of potions.
cordial and supportive. He's left with the parting vow that Saria will always be his friend. And that's it. It will take time.
Look at this, look at this.
Return to the forest in the form of a Deku sprout. It will grow into a great tree, and one day it will act as the new protector of Kokiri in place of a long-deceased great Deku tree. It is able to tell Link the truth of how he came to be in the forest, the war that his mother fled from, her wild flight into the forest to save him when he was a baby, that he is of Hylian blood. It is perhaps the most insight that anyone has provided the young man thus far, the most time a being has given to helping him quantify what has been taking place in his life. But it changes nothing about his mission. The Kokiri forest has been returned to normal, but not for Link. There are 4 more sages to find and awaken. Investigate and move on. If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or
So we set to retreat.
check
40 minutes add.
with no clear direction forward and out of a strange sense of longing for what was lost, Link returns to the Temple of Time. Quite unexpectedly, Sheik is there, waiting for him. Perhaps already aware of the hero's internal struggle. Should his longing for years long past become too great, or should the need arise, Link may plunge the Master Sword back into the Stone of Time and return to his proper timeline 7 years in the past. And to make the process easier, Sheik teaches Link a song that will whisk him back to the Temple of Time.
Good. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
Back out in the field of Hyrule, Navi draws her partner's attention towards Death Mountain. There's a giant red cloud over it. It's worth investigating. It's time to return to the home of the Gorons.
Whoa, let's go.
Starvation, and now the halls of the Goron city are just barren. There's a little alive. The young Goron gives the Link a special heat-resistant tunic to help him in this endeavor. He will need it to survive the extreme temperatures of the mountain. A secret passage to Vindirulia's old chamber will get him into the Death Mountain crater, where, as I watch
We know that there's a reader there, but I don't know where he is.
one of friendship and brotherhood, built out of trust and gratitude so long ago. The sort of friendship that doesn't simply fade away after a few years. To aid Link in the struggle to come, she teaches him the Bolero of Fire, so that he may come and go from the temple as needed. With his role and his task completed, Sheik must once again depart, though this time, Link tries to take a step towards him. However, this will not be allowed. Two cannot share words. There's work to be done. Darunia himself is not far into the temple. He sees
Nice.
the door to where Volvagia is still locked away, though
Boom.
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 Darunia recognizes Link on the spot. Even after all these years, he knows that face. And sorrowful as it may be, there will be no heartwarming reunion for the two. Darunia is going into the dragon's chamber in a final attempt to stop the beast, and he asks Link to venture into the temple to find and save the imprisoned Gorons that he could not save. He is their last hope for survival, and then Darunia is gone. There truly are many souls to be saved here, some in plain sight, others well hidden away. Each one expresses utmost gratitude to Link upon salvation, and provide what insight they can to help him on his way through the sprawling temple. Darunia makes mention of a weapon that he did not possess, a great hammer from legend
Oof.
that was once upon a time used to slay the dragon. He didn't have time to search it out before facing Volvagia, but Link does find it hiding in the mountain and takes it along. Should Darunia
Good.
manage to stop the dragon, the hammer will be necessary to stop it. Oh, Darunia, what became of him? How did he fare against Volvagia? After freeing the many Gorons here and making his way to the chamber of the
Slack.
dragon, Link gets the answer. Darunia is nowhere to be seen, and Volvagia rampages on. The mighty Goron leader failed, and now falls to Link to end this threat. It's a practice
Volvagia.
as the dragon kicks to the air and then thrashes through the platform to rear its ugly head in violence. But Darunia bought time for Link to come to this fully equipped and prepared for it. The hammer is a visceral counter against Volvagia. The rampage and threat of the dragon is ended. Never again will it bring
It's
terror
Jumbo.
to the inhabitants or threaten Hyrule. To mark the finality of it, Death Mountain erupts and the sky is clear. Things are starting to look a bit more familiar now. Darunia does not have long to spend with his old friend and brother, as he's now awakened.
So now,
He's proud of the man that Link has become, and like Saria before him, he lends his power to the coming fight. Link now possesses the Fire Medallion, and once again, it's time to go.
I feel like this is where I need to go. I feel like this is where I need to go. It's gonna be quite important on our journey. Oh, 9:30. Level up. We're gonna be leveling up endurance.
Hello. I'm afraid I'm busy. Curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Last time.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly.
So this is insane because we know this is his voice. You can recognize a voice.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Now this is a problem because I know that I need to talk to him. I don't remember his name. So what I'm gonna do and batch knowledge. Elden Ring. Serum batch, okay. Move Sarah House, first floor. First floor. Break Michaela Charms here. Okay, so we need the M-Bash. Perfect. Nice, this is good. So this our match, we're gonna be able to do some quests. Plus, we get a new save point, so we'll be able to restart at the very same point. Because I was like, Sir Ambash, we know him, but I didn't find him for the first time. Should be super nice.
Running, and the two share a talk about the field. Noticing that Link is quite the natural, Ingo challenges him to a race with a modest wager. It's only 50 rupees, nothing to sneeze at, but not a huge amount of currency. Ingo may have expected it to be an easy extra 50 in his pocket, but Link is royally with him in round 1. And rather than
we know that we have to go through the main gates. The main gate possibly this.
Ups the stakes. Another race, and this time if Link wins, he can keep the horse. And my, guess what happens? Link and Epona once again destroy Ingo in the race. Sounds like Link just rescued himself a horse. And sure, Ingo will honor the bet, but he lost the bet. The two will never be allowed to leave the ranch. It takes some checking of the fences and the accidental enragement of a group of chickens to provide some extra motivation, but the duo managed to make their escape
Good.
the walls of Long Long Ranch.
No, Dad, this is insane. However, I want to support Lady Lore, so.
Epona is now free, and Link has a companion to help him cover the landscape of the kingdom. It comes just in time, too, as Epona will help Link jump the barriers, keeping people out of Lake Hylia. She had mentioned having to travel beneath the waters to reach one of the sages. Lake Hylia is a noble body of water,
So I do have to do the.
What he finds here is the lake is drying out, and the shortcut to Zora's domain is frozen. Frozen solid. What happened here? No further progress can be made, though it was strikingly insightful as to something with the Zora people being amiss. It's time to take another journey back to a familiar place from long ago. Initially, upon traveling up the river, things didn't seem terribly troubled. It's all business as usual. At least when we get closer to the waterfall entrance of the Zora domain, and snow starts to fall. Uh-oh. A terrible confirmation comes when the path forward is open. The Zora's domain is frozen solid. There's no movement within, only the sounds of ice echo through the halls. Even the king is in an ice block.
This is odd because we did it already. We did all of this already.
The patron deity is long gone. All that's there now is the cavern. Exploring inside, Link comes across unnatural blue fire that can melt certain ice deposits, and a pair of boots-minded heavy iron that can sink him to the bottom of deep water. And, well, look at who it is again.
Where's the main gate?
To give insight on what is taking place. All the Zora are frozen solid within the domain. The only one who made it out was Princess Ruto, thanks to Sheik. And as soon as she was able, she took off in the water temple, apparently within Lake Hylia. There he will find the source of the Zora's troubles, so it's up to him to deal with it. She will teach him the Serenade of Water, so that he might more easily travel to Lake Hylia. With this task complete, and to Link's obvious protest, Sheik once again vanishes. Before leaving, he takes a bottle of that blue flame with him. If memory serves, then the Zora King was encased in a thin sheet of ice. It's worth seeing if he can be melted out. And wouldn't you know, it worked, and the king is dead. To celebrate this non-death,
We enter the Shadow Keep. But the door was locked, but it wasn't.
And with a focused mission in mind, it's time for Link to sink into the depths of the water tunnel. This place is feared, confusing, flooded with danger, and difficult to traverse. The trial seemingly one of patience. She was not mistaken about Princess Ruto's location, and she too recognizes Link on the spot. Her fiance. Ooh, blood. Oof. And she's a bit salty over Link not being.
Now this is insane. You know why? Because we did not have a boss here. It's a pretty cool boss. Golden Hippopotamus, why is this a cool boss? Because you can find another version of him who gives you fragments. If I remember correctly, this guy's gonna give you fragments. Look at my house. We were far from every single boss we did. For example, we did the Dale, which was a lot harder. We did Greyas, which was a lot harder. We did the Butchers and Knight, which was harder. This is not complex at all. I picked up the Crucible Torn Shadow Fragment. I got 2 Shadow Fragment, which is great. Now we're supposed to have the NPC. Do. Alfred doesn't show up. He doesn't show up. Fuck.
Around for the last 7 years, thankfully. Now is not the time for this. She explains some of the functionality of the temple's water pump system and beckons Link to follow her up to a control point for the water level. But she strangely vanishes.
Shouting is utterly. I have not been abandoned. It's for the son of Queen America. Every one ever been in her own flesh and blood. She did though. For good reason. I got killed so often here.
It is a mindless rushing amoeba called Morpha. It is what has been draining the lake and causing havoc of his worst domain. While it looks like
Good.
it's not an easy target to hit, the brain-like core of Morpha is a weak point and must be pulled out of its water shell to truly damage it. It does manage to capture Link during the battle, choking him out, throwing him about the room. It's a wonder that it doesn't break every bone.
So is that good? This will lead us to a lot.
Managed to come out the victor in this fight. Link almost didn't make it through this one battle. The dangers of these places, they're becoming greater. Water will return to the lake though. And while not immediate, Zora's domain can now begin to thaw. And Princess Ruto
Near the Earth Tree.
within the Chamber of Sylphs to have a brief moment. Regardless of Link's opinion, Ruto continues to claim him as her future husband. A childhood assumption she refuses to
Good.
follow, though she can acknowledge that perhaps love is not something that she should be offering right now. Instead, she gets the hero of the Water Valiant. And when the time is right, Ruto will join the fight against Ganondorf.
Golden vow, Libby. Golden vow.
She is breathing a sigh of relief. Things are going back to normal, and it is such a welcome sight. So too is the sight of Link returning from the Chamber.
Golden
No
vow.
songs to teach or guiding words to give. It's just a brief moment of calm and duty sharing, but it can only last for a moment. There's work to be done, and distance must be kept between the two. Secrets cannot be shared.
Do do do. Do do do. There's a lot of ads.
You're not ready.
It's a lot of work, so it should be ads.
Navi advises Link to look for someone who might know more about the other sages, but Sheik just departed, and there aren't a lot of people in the kingdom that could provide that sort of insight. Perhaps Sheik went back to the Temple of Time. Would Sheik visit Belmont Ranch? Could he have gone into the city? The first stop will be Kakariko Village. If not to find Ashika, then to just see how things are going. And once the gates were in sight, so too were the fires.
Good.
The village was going up like tinder, and not a soul was in sight, save one, standing before the well. Sheik. Did he do this? Or was he just standing there? Link's approach is met with a command to get back, because while it's not immediately apparent, something is coming out of that well. The naked eye can't just see what it is. It picks up Sheik and tosses him around in the air like he's a rag doll, depositing him squarely on his head nearby. Something more tangible crawls its way up the houses and hills of the village, racing like it's trying to gain speed, and then it rushes Link, and the world goes black.
Golden vow. So it's possibly using it will give you the cell.
All the flames about the village with Link comes to. Sheik is nearly beside him, making sure that he regains consciousness fully. As soon as the hero is up, Sheik wastes no time in telling him precisely what's taking place. Gone is his poetic and vague manner of speech. He's very to the point, almost frantic in the explanation. A great evil sealed within the well has broken loose, and the Sheikah woman Impa has gone to rebuild the seal. He outright tells Link that Impa is a sage, she is in dire danger, she will need assistance, and all he can do to aid Link is teach him a melody which will whisk him away to the temple entrance, the Nocturne of Shadow. She will take care of the village. The rest is up to him. Something here is not quite right. He's able to enter the temple, yes, but this does not seem holy or spiritual site of any sort. In ages past, the Sheikah brought enemies of the royal family here to be tortured. Remnants of those
Look at the Lord, this is so cool.
There are false walls, massive gaps.
Lord
The warning is
bestowal.
the shadow will deal only to the one with the Eye of Truth, handed down in Kakariko Village. But Eye of Truth, that's certainly a new one. Navi says that perhaps the bottom of the well would be a good place to search. It's where the evil escaped from. It's in the village. They've never been there before. It's an excellent place to start. But there's just one problem. The way in has been completely collapsed and sealed. This is a predicament, to say the least. But it does stand to reason that in the past, the passage was still open. What if Link searched beneath the well as a kid? The well was full of water, though. Didn't one of the elder refugees within the village mention that a house once stood where the well is now? Something about a fellow who lived there that couldn't see the truth. What sort of weird stuff was going on in that house? Kakariko Village isn't nearly as wholesome as originally thought. But focus. How to handle the water in the well.
Nice.
Before going back to the Temple of Time, Link decides to take a look around the well, see the ancient light control mechanism for it. And while he was planning like that, there is someone in a nearby windmill having a connection. Something about 7 years ago.
Bestowal.
Made a song that messed up the windmill, but Link didn't mess up the windmill 7 years ago. What's the dog about? The enraged man teaches Link to solve storms. The melody played here 7 years in the past, and it's something within the building. Sure would be a shame if an Ocarina kid showed up and played it, wouldn't it? But still, did Link? Is he about to do something to the windmill? How does the flow of
Ailment.
What's the difference between a Benin and a calzone? Well, there's only one way to find out. And this is as good an idea as any, so it's time to return
There you go, found it. Freeze, boys. Whoa, let's go. That's good. This is not. I need to talk to Needle Knight. Later. Shush. 22:46. Yeah, so the phone will on its own shut down, and when it shut down, what it does is it'll like restarts, right? Force resets. And while I have it force resets, then everything on the phone will kind of leave. So I'm gonna take a chance and talk to her. I fulfilled the consent to have Sir Mithan. There's only one place he will go. He doesn't show up when I need him to show up. Okay, so Seer and Switch. Okay, it's gonna be fun in a small camp just outside of Bittlerat. More. Move to the Shadow Keep, which is sort of house, first floor. Okay. Shadow Earth of the Earthtree map. North of the storehouse. Okay. We're looking for the wrong place. Bone House Freya. Storehouse, fourth floor. We need to go to the storehouse, first floor.
What is contained within the Shadow Temple can never be allowed to escape. They're undead, rotting, violent things. The false walls and twisting corridors were probably once quite effective at keeping victims in and curious minds out. But the depths of the temple are not accessible without something to help Link get over a massive gap. Another safety measure of the temple, no doubt. He finds a most interesting set of boots under guard of another dead hand. They'll allow
25.
making previously impassable gaps passable. The mechanisms used against prisoners here were torturous. It is obstacle after obstacle to ensure that those
Nice.
Shiga interrogation and torment did not make it out of their lives.
So this is the storehouse. You go to the first floor.
Bongo Bongo beats its drum and fades between shadow and the light. Momentary hovering will keep it from throwing Link into the air, and the Eye of Truth will make his body visible once he's able to stop its bleeding hand. The question is
Nice.
where this thing came from, how it was created, what purpose did it serve, how did the Sheikah capture it, are all talking points that will never have an answer that tease the brain into possibility. The destruction of the Phantom Shadow Beast is the freedom of the Sage Keeper. With it finally done,
Which means we've never been here.
Esther's home, and she can ascend to fulfill her own destiny. Tifa's life has been dedicated to the royal family, to raising Zelda, and then training Sheik. Such a pivotal, important woman who's dedicated her entire being to walking in the shadows so that others might save her life. She promised
The voice here, the sound effects.
and that she will explain everything to him when that time comes. The role the sages must play in the battle to come is crystal clear. But until then, she will lend him whatever strength that she can, and gives him the Shadow Medallion. One more sage must be awoken. The final untouched corner of the kingdom is all that remains. The home of the Gerudo. The birthplace of the Anadori.
We've never been there.
Now we get to create our character. We want to be female, we can have a boy, hopefully a chibi girl. Let's use the cute high pony and the side.
Ash of Walls.
Adorable. Okay, this one's a winner so far. We'll have a look at the other hairstyles. It's curly. We just go full fantasy and just opt for like pink hair. Ooh, this is nice. This is kind of like
Nice.
This is kind of how I do one.
Boom.
Now we've got the different classes.
Good, good.
We've got the bars. We've got blue.
Busy, bro.
The all-female tribe of Desert Dwelling fighters have a well-established base of operations and are exceedingly dangerous. They're not welcome to outsiders, especially men. The old Carpenter group preferred the village
So many shamans. Asher Grace, that's good. FT Crackpot. It feels like a room for those guys. Nice. My apologies. No, hold on, Shadowkeep is possibly the biggest dungeon in here, right? Possibly the Stormvale, the castle, the Lanedale. Weird.
Casual introduction, and she's better enough Ganondorf for the omnibus fiend that he is. She is the leader of the Gerudo in his absence, but that doesn't mean she respects him. In fact, she has quite a bit of disdain towards the Gerudo king. Rounding out their conversation, Nibiru asks Link if he would do her a solid cheeky favor and crawl through that little hole in the wall in order to fetch a treasure for her on the other side. Silver Gauntlet's been around the river to lift extremely heavy things. The only issue is that Ganondorf lets his minions and monsters use the temple as a hangout, so it's not going to be a cakewalk to find said treasure. But if he does as she says, then she'll be able to get the deeper parts of the temple and steal away any more loot she can find, and foil the plans of Ganondorf's lackeys. Nibiru has sent Link into a death trap. There's just no place to nonchalantly send someone, let alone somebody so young. If he was anything less than
I'm sorry, dude.
if he searches too, she would be sending him too. There's an iron knuckle here, and those things hit hard. But the young hero of time manages to best this wing of the temple, climb to the top, and find that prize, the silver gauntlets. But the cries of Nibiru cut through the night. Someone has the young woman in their grasp. She cannot free herself. From this height, we can barely make out what is taking place. Two old women are circling about their prey as she fights to free herself from a portal beneath her, but she cannot do it. And in her final scream, she orders Link to flee. The two old witches depart, leaving Link in peace. Nibiru is just gone. Nothing more can be done for her, at least not now. Still in possession of the silver gauntlets, the young Link races back to the Temple of Time and throws himself into the future. He must investigate the entirety of the Spirit Temple now, and perhaps uncover what happened to the woman Nibiru. Climbing the Spirit Temple via a different path is just as dangerous for Link as an adult as it was when he was a child. The temple seems to have been completely untouched through the passing years. In newly accessible areas, he finds a new powerful jewel, a mirror shield that will allow him to reflect light in certain attacks.
Okay.
Precisely what he'll need to open several paths before him. After a seeming eternity of trial-like combat, Link finally gets an answer as to what happened to Nibiru and just what is inside the Iron Knuckles. The two witches, Kome and Kotake, sit on to Link one of them, a hulking frame of shining armor, expecting the brute to make quick work of them. But it's a long fight of timed attacks and distance offense. When the armor is slowly destroyed and the Iron Knuckle defeated, what's revealed to be inside is Nibiru. And she has no idea what's been going on. The two witches are not afraid of Link, nor are they willing to let this Link go. Nibiru is not leaving here. Those two hacks are certainly the head figures in each place. They're directly associated with Ganondorf himself, and they've taken the woman captive. They gotta be stopped, and they gotta be stopped. The twin sisters are opposing aspects of matter, fire and frost. Joining the power of one against the other opens them up to visceral melee attack when timed properly. But rather they concede defeat, or for one, watch the other fall. When things become too much to handle separately, the sisters join together to form one body and a hard-to-predict attack pattern. But the same general rule still applies. Turn the power of one against the body, which requires patience and timing to grab enough of one sister's attack to trigger
We've been through here.
punishment. They are nasty pieces of work. I will be single with their departure. It does help eventually. The witches are sound asleep, and they harp at one another incessantly as the realization of their death starts to settle in. Good riddance. Isn't it funny how fate works?
The heck is that?
Truly was part of a greater plan. Nibiru is the final sage of the awakening.
The heck is that?
She's a bit surprised. She spent so long and in service to Ganondorf. The destiny such things don't matter. Nibiru will aid Link and Hyrule in the fight to come, and lends him her power.
She's a cutie.
Rauru has taken time to uncontemplation. There is no matter of the final sage presenting himself
doo.
Must seek out. They're waiting for him. It's time to return to the Temple of Time.
This is the way forward. Shadow Keep.
7 years.
Do 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 do. Damn, dude. Doom. Doom. Doom.
All went wisdom, finally able to come out of hiding, leaving behind the guise of sheep forever, is the Princess Zelda. The final sage in the aspect of wisdom, Link's faithful guide this whole time, and now it's time to escape. She never could have dreamed that what happened 7 years ago could have happened. The Master Sword locking Link away, Ganon invading the Sacred Realm, the Triforce splitting the world falling to evil. Link left the castle. It was just a matter of survival. In trying to stop Ganondorf using the Triforce, they really just opened the door to it wide open. But now was the time to set Link free. The final thing was the arrow of light that could cause great harm to the vile King Ganondorf. The sages are ready. Link is ready, and so is
Ganondorf.
He's known that Link has been running around saving Hyrule all this time. He was well aware of it back before the temple, and he let him roam about to lure Zelda out of hiding. Now, isn't it just the grandest of love that all 3 aspects of the Triforce are out in the open? He doesn't need to take Link. He can stop the sages and claim the Triforce of wisdom for himself. He has Zelda, and with 2 pieces of the Triforce, he would be truly unstoppable. Dealing with the aspect of courage.
There you go.
So the princess is going
And needs to move forward.
fortress, and if Link wants to stay the princess like a good little hero, he has no invitation to slip by. No, that's exactly what Link will do. Hyrule Castle is long gone, replaced by a floating citadel that serves as Ganondorf's home. And of course, he would cast a challenge to Link to enter and climb it, but forget to set out the welcoming bridge. The sages can see this obstacle, creating a bridge of light that Ganondorf cannot snuff out. And within, they will continue to serve a higher purpose.
Look at the dragon painting.
Powering a barrier that blocks the way forward. 6 in total. It will give the even sages to pull their weight. Once Link reaches the seal, they need to bring it down. After every single one is taken out, then the ascent can begin. Higher and higher he goes, climbing the tower to reach the great evil at the top.
I think this is the way forward, though. There has to be something else in this.
Forcing Link to fight the entire way up until the horde begins. Begins to echo down the halls. All other noise from foe and combat ceases. It's a run straight up to where Ganondorf waits. And he shows himself to be quite the eccentric, the showman. Fully unconcerned. He too has been waiting 7 years for this. For all his searching for the other 2 pieces of the Triforce, how fortuitous that they would fall right into his lap. And in Ganondorf's mind, all he has to do now is take them. Zelda and None are both removed from the fight. It will be a one-on-one between courage and power, neither of which are pushovers. The arena itself rumbled away as the 2 titans teams. Ganondorf is a showman in the fight, bringing bravado and flair to his outrageous task, and he hits with a sharp blade. He genuinely is powerful, deserving of the Triforce piece that he possesses. He wields it with no apprehension and is extremely aggressive in his onslaught. The back and forth between the 2 goes on and on. Neither willing to concede an inch to the other. It's far from easy, but it's certainly fair. Both use everything at their disposal to get the upper hand.
Feel like if I go,
But even after the marathon of a fight that just took place, it is not the end. The top of the tower falls away, and Zelda is free from her prison, making the assumption that their foe is defeated. Even being so bold as to begin speech about the weakness of it. Ganondorf may seem down, but there's more in store for the hero. The first thing being the collapse of the tower. Oh, run, little champions. Flee the keep or go down with it. Link and Zelda have very little time to make it out of their hiding task. The infrastructure of the fortress is failing. Passages are
by the way, this is the end of Ocarina of Time.
attack as they go. And it would work for Zelda's ability to force doors open, and Link would be trapped. But together the 2 do manage to make it.
Hopefully, the next one is Majora's Mask.
A happy moment, sure. They survived, they won. But there's something in the rubble that stirs. Perhaps things are not as they seem. Tell me, do you suppose the one who built the Triforce of Power could be stunned by a castle collapsing on him? He isn't. And he's enraged, but he's certainly not dead. He's not the aspect of power for no reason. Using the strength that is rightfully his, Ganondorf changes into something greater than his current form.
Okay, let me check out something.
Simply called attempt to make some
Of course, I had to talk to the girl.
It's not the long
Shoot it, yes. Do, 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 do. So looking for Oberich.
Zelda as she spies Ganondorf from that window, but this time he's able to tell Zelda of what's to come. This king of the Gerudo will be arrested and sentenced to death, but that is a tale for another day. But the hero,
That's a princess.
without his purpose, is left to wander, to roam. After the Master Sword was returned to where it belonged, not
Majora's Mask.
He could never be helped. He could not go home, not back to the Fairy Forest. He was of Hylian blood, he didn't belong. Yet the life of a Hylian was foreign to him. He didn't fit into society. He was so lonely. Always. So lonely.
Lady Loreley.
But now, the quietness of the world was deafening. He just didn't belong here. He needed a mission, a purpose of some sort, anything to fill that void in his heart. The only thing that had never forsaken him, it was Navi. And she wouldn't have just willingly left him back at the temple, so he would search for her.
Majora's Mask is the next one.
His friend, perhaps save her, bring her back to his side, and maybe he wouldn't be so devastated alone.
Dum, dum, dum. Dum, 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 dum. Doo-doo-dum.
And a new, suffering world would scream to him its pain.
Majora's Mask. Shadow Militiaman. She did the Ocarina of Time in an hour and a half. This is 9 hours. Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time are about the same size.
Once upon a time, the world not devoid of life and purpose, a singular creature of medicine power.
And then she had the manga.
So, these lands now were utterly infested. He rode unchallenged and alone. He was not but it was not his fate to forever be this way. One day, he caught a strange scent on the wind, an odor from something not of this world. In the distance, the outline of a human appeared, a lone man, cloaked and carrying a large pack. And the creature wondered to himself just how long it had been since he had seen a human. The strange human sat before the creature and asked if he could rest here a while. The beast claimed to know the man's true intentions. This human intended to steal his armor, just like all the other humans that came before him. Legend said that the beast's armor could grant power. It was a stupid legend, but the man, the traveler, he said that he didn't know of this legend, and he asked the beast to tell him its story. No suspicious of the traveler, the beast obliged. The legend of his armor was one created by the humans themselves, and so great was their greed for the armor and its powers that seeming mountains of humans attacked or bothered the creature, and he devoured every fast one, becoming known as the Man-Eater. The traveler, still yet unfrightened by this Man-Eater, commented that it was indeed a frightening tale, and it explained why there were no humans about. The Man-Eater proclaimed that he would grant the wishes of this traveler, but the man said that he had no wishes, none at all. That was not his motivation for being here. So the Man-Eater inquired as to the armor the man wore. Was he here to slay the beast instead? To which the traveler said no. He had heard of a monster here, yes, but he was not here to kill it. He was compelled to come here by some unknown force, to see this world frozen in time and to find a Man-Eater. The traveler asked the creature how long he had been here. How long had he been alone? The Man-Eater roared that he was fierce and evil, but the traveler gently placed his hand upon the Man-Eater's face and simply said, there isn't anyone left to eat. This gave the Man-Eater pause. If he was alone, if there was no more purpose for him, then why was he bound to this land? Why was he still here? He never really stopped to think about it. He pondered why, over and over and over, and then confessed that he was tired of being alone. He wanted to rest. The power of the Man-Eater and the desires of all that he had consumed welled up, and from it, hope was born. The Man-Eater was the one who made a wish.
Good.
He wished for time and rhythm. The traveler took out his drum from his pack, and began to play a song for the Man-Eater, which would move time. For 3 days, the Man-Eater joyously danced around to the sound of the traveler's music, and on the morning of the 4th, the beast fell dead. As his body faded, so too did this world. All that remained was the Man-Eater's armor. The traveler broke it apart and created something new from it, a mask which would seal away the terrible power of the Man-Eater.
This is not canon though.
And he cast the mask away, if you believe this old legend, that is. But that mask did not sleep forever. It fell into the hand of an ancient shrine that used it in foul and unspeakable rituals. They cast curses and hexes, fulfilled dark desires that
Visually.
the deity within. It was called Majora, and so consuming was its power that the ancients themselves feared it. They sealed the mask away in darkness, hoping that it would forever remain hidden from the world. The shrine faded away, lost to the unknown for the blood-stained history, and Majora's mask became mythos that only a few remembered. The Skull Kid, a lonely little soul. Once he wasn't so alone. He walked the lost woods of Hyrule, met a boy with a fairy who taught him a song, then found his way here to the land called Termina. There he had 4 giants that he called his friends, but one day they suddenly left. He called to them, asked them to stay, asked them where they were going, but so quickly they departed. He felt abandoned, unloved, betrayed. That sorrow festered into something new with time, a deep resentment to accompany his loneliness. On a dark, stormy day, he huddled inside a log and shivered in the cold. But to his surprise, 2 fairies came along and made his acquaintance. Tattle and Pale they were called, sister and brother. Together, the 3 were quite mischievous, but they were happy in each other's company. Finally, the
When they're studying.
But then things went too far one day, when they came across a lone traveler in the woods. He was a slim, unassuming man, whose defining feature, an unnerving smile that never left his face. And upon his back he carried dozens of masks, and one in particular caught the eye of the Skull Kid. It was brightly colored in the shape of a heart, with wide eyes that could pierce the soul. He felt compelled to take it, so the Skull Kid attacked the salesman, knocking him unconscious and taking the mask for himself. And then Majora took the Skull Kid. He crept into him, heart and soul, and used him. The pain, loneliness, the resentment that was within him was like tinder that the foul spirit.
Good, of good, of good.
Upsetting the balance at Termina, raining ill-willed havoc upon his residents. All the while, the 2 fairies Tattle and Tail stayed at the Skull Kid's side. They were complicit in the mayhem being wrought, participating in the cruelty. In a short span of time,
Good.
things went beyond Tal's antics. People were made to suffer greatly. Entire communities were upheaved or ruined. The corners of Termina were thrown into utmost chaos. And when creeping about in the wilds of the forest, they spotted him, a boy clad in green with his head downturned, and the 3 didn't hesitate.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it? Basically, this finance app solves your business headache, tracking invoices, always
It's quite tough because we're looking for everything.
payments and checks, all in one place. Go to Base 44 and write your prompt, what your app should do, how it should look, and the problems it should solve. Base starts generating your app.
Oh, Hero. Though he was a child, he lived years far beyond this. All his life, he believed himself to be a Kokiri, and that was torn from him. He had to leave his home, everything he'd ever known, to save a kingdom that wasn't his own. After journeying through time itself to what felt like the end of the world, he found himself back where he belonged, yet he didn't. Where was he supposed to go after all of that? No one really knew the journey that he had taken, how deeply he had suffered, the future that he had lived, the terrors he faced now. Some may have been thankful for his deeds that improved their lives, but could any of them give him meaning? He gave them everything, what possibly could make him whole now? He wandered his native land for some time, trying to find a place that he belonged, but it never appeared. In search of his friend Navi, Link, the hero of time, entered the forest and just roamed, endlessly and alone, searching for Navi, hoping that she would return to him. Where else did he have to go? What other purpose did he have? Oh, Link, to be so young and live through such peril and suffering, with no one to help carry the burden that memory can so ruthlessly smother him.
Oof.
His pain was apparent, but mattered not to the
Good.
people around him in the woods. Tattle and Tail spotted him first, immediately reporting him back to the Master Skull Kid. Such an easy target, this green-clad.
I could be getting full health.
Tail charged the young and untrained Epona, causing her to rear back and throw Link from the saddle, knocking him out cold, exactly according to their plan. Who cares what happens to the horse's rider? The Skull Kid praised the sibling fairies for their work and approaches the unmoving boy with the
Thanks.
intention of taking anything valuable that he might have, and he finds a precious keepsake from journeys past, the Ocarina of Time. But Link doesn't stay down for too long, and he doesn't politely ask the Skull Kid to return his property. He actually stares down the thief for a moment, and then he lunges. Taking this as his cue to leave, the Skull Kid steals Epona as well, spurring the terrified horse deeper into the forest with
Boom.
Link barely hanging on at their side.
Then look at the sword.
The Skull Kid kicks it from the vine, leaving Link to chase them down on foot. There are a few obstacles this way. He thinks that Epona shouldn't have been able to make it over, yet the thieves and the horse are nowhere to be seen. In his haste to reach the ones who have wronged and stolen precious things from him, Link falls into a tree.
good?
A seemingly endless pit that just goes down, down. The young hero lands on a deck of flowers, with everything still intact.
Do-do-do.
Where was he now? As though waiting for him, a highly agitated yet calm Skull Kid greets Link with a snide comment about his horse not listening to a word he was told, so he got rid of it, and he launched Link's shock at such a terrible statement. The outrage of the great black boy is another point of amusement, as if he stood a chance against the Skull Kid. This boy in green. The Skull Kid met him once before, in the Lost Woods of Hyrule. They taught him a song, but he doesn't recognize it now. Perhaps it's been too long, perhaps he's too far gone in the throng of Majora. He cruelly plays upon him one more supposed trick. He strips of Link his humanity and his form. He creeps into Link's brain and
Ember?
terrorizes him. In the dark abyss, he's crowded, shoved, chased, and run down by a frightening Deku. The mighty hero of time is altered, turned into a tiny Deku scrub. How funny. The Skull Kid laughs and mocks him, tells Link that he can just stay here forever looking like that. While hysterically laughing, the Skull Kid floats away while the Deku boy gives chase.
Nope.
Tattle hops the halt Link, repeatedly snapping him, successfully stopping his progress, but oh no, the Skull Kid doesn't wait for her. The Exeggutor is
My apologies.
Tattle got behind alongside their victim. She wastes no time, however, in latching onto Link and solution of his problem, rather shamelessly. She informs him that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him. Therefore, he's obligated to see her return to her brother's side. She will accompany him until he does this. So, the door open, Link. The hero is not so vindictive that he will reject the fairy's demands for assistance, so he does help her and gets her out of the area she otherwise would have been trapped in. With the Skull Kid and Tail nowhere to be seen, Tattle again latches onto Link with a flimsy apology for a plethora of wrongs he's been subjected to in just the last hour of his life. And if that wasn't enough, then Tattle claims that she might know where the Skull Kid is going. And if Link wants
I have to go to the bathroom.
then best take her along. Deal? Deal. The two will be partners until they catch up with the Skull Kid. Learning to manage his new body is a trial, but he's not really weak as a Deku Scrub, just different. In this form, Link can use special Deku flowers to shoot high into the air, he can bounce across water for a short time, he can blow projectiles to defend himself, and curl back to cut down foe. En route through the strange underground, the body of another Deku stands petrified, a sorrowful look upon his face. All light-
The dueling shield, another trusting shield,
History, but something tragic.
which is great.
Now is not the time to ponder this, though. There are other matters to see to. Continuing through the tunnel unexpectedly leads the Deku Boy back to signs of civilization. A water wheel is turning, mechanisms are whirling, but what purpose does it all serve? But through the mechanical claim comes a terrible interruption. You've been through a terrible fate, haven't you? Tattle hides from the man. Not long ago, she'd been part of the trio that attacked him in the woods. But this salesman isn't here for the fairy. He's here for the hero. He introduces himself, the happy master owner, who travels far and wide in search of masks. And very recently, an important mask was stolen from him by the inn. How
Okay.
they made each other's acquaintance in this unfortunate time, seems they're both in need of some aid. The salesman promises that if this scrub can get back the Ocarina the Skull Kid stole,
Should be okay.
he'll help him turn back to normal, and in return, Link will bring him the mask that was stolen. The imp has both of these things. Surely it won't be a difficult task for one such as he. The salesman says that he'll be departing these lands in 3 days. After all, he's a very busy fellow, and he'd love to have that mask back when he goes.
You lied. Okay, good.
72 hours remain. Link is in some place called Clock Town, but he's never heard of a settlement this far into the forest, and there are faces here that are not recognizable. Strange that a place like this could exist in Hyrule, and he never heard of it.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
She goes to the Great Fairy in town. She watches over everything, and if anyone knows what the Skull Kid is up to, it's her. Rather than try to find leads and make acquaintances, Link heads straight for the north part of town, to the residence of the Great Fairy, but finds
I cannot resist anymore, guys. I have to go.
The shopkeeper Nadal has been hanging out with the Rustic for quite some time. So the fragments of the Great Fairy remaining here in the pool ask them to find a way to return a Night Fairy from the clock town. That will remedy the situation by making it whole again. In the search downtown, we come across several familiar faces like the mailman, the crazed man from the Mill Rico, Andrea the cricket keeper,
Yeah, you-
the daughters of Primal City, but none of them recognize him. And they're all doing different jobs, living different lives here. They're not the same people, yet they're so similar. It's all so strange. We find the Great Fairy eventually, and return to the Dungeon, now return to her proper form. The Great Fairy admits that she felt the soldiers to help her, though she was free with taken. To think and make it, she gives them the ability to use magic. Though she does not know where the soldiers is, she directs them towards the man who lives in the observatory just outside town. What brings you to East Texas? Somebody just moved in from Boston. Hi, girl. Hi, new girl.
You have no idea what these people are capable of.
Police ass. I was just here that night.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color themes. You can get any combos you want. Golden bright, minimalist, and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator, I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that land. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love, head to Wix.
I gotta be honest. Having both is the best. Having both the healing of the health and the healing of the mana is the best. Yeah. Good. Good. Nice. Good. Sorry about that, guys. 52-45. You know? And now what sucks? I have no clue to go. Fish. See? Nice.
in. He's welcome to look around and socialize, but there are no rooms or beds left to rent, with the carnival just around the corner. He listens to an elderly woman as she reads the story about the carnival, talks with the frustrated dancers upstairs, finds a milk bar that only adults are allowed to be in, and then chances in the mayor's about. In his office, there's a tense argument taking place between city guards and the carnival committee.
So you see, they're telling me that this is the one.
Issued an order for citizens of the city to flee. Public servants and committee members are legally bound to remain, and it's a death sentence. The move is sure to crash soon, which wait, what? Easy crash. But the
I am freaking out. I have been looking for you, dude. I have been looking for you for so long. There you were. I just tarnish.
Sometime after unburdening my soul to you, I had hoped to make a fresh start, but there was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind. So, here I am, quite unable to move on.
Okay.
After Lord Moak's slain and his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Mikola. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight. After failing him in every regard and losing sight of my vows, I'd do anything to make amends in whatever meager way I can.
I didn't know just the way.
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are unknown. Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true red mage, hardly troubled by the plot, but no one is without their shortcomings. She has a hard road ahead. It does make one think. Perhaps our concerns are but two sides of the same coin. Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the land of shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. Beggars belief, but I'm afraid Tender Mikola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better.
This is such a shame.
You have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end. I am a warrior, but I've aged. I cannot afford to act hastily. Curse it all. I know my limits. I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly of it all.
This is so intense. Because he's telling you all of this, which is absolutely great. However, you just told him that Mikola was betrayed him. So in his mind, Mikola, which was supposed to be the guy behind everything, is not a good person. And now he possibly will act as vengeance. So basically that's what we're talking about. Moog was supposed to be the guy who used Mikola, but it was Mikola that used Moog and charmed him. So then Mikola will be using the body of Moog to sacrifice and give himself the Consort Radahn. I had a chance. Seer. Because I'm going to try to talk to him again. See what happened.
Nonsense. Does the captain really believe that this will fall? Citizens who did flee cause an unnecessary panic, and the real threat is the moon. It puts outside of the city walls. The two parties go at one another, arguing in circles, and this last mayor swing through things refusing to take a stand for anything.
And we'll do Freya.
Link spends the rest of his day and night roaming the city, checking out shops, checking in with performers.
And then Freya
But on the
quests.
third day, the inhabitants of the town, they're being odd.
So the Graves speak Freya after defeating the Breaking Kind of Charm.
The guards have their hands over their chests, staring at the sky, and they beg Link to go find his parents so that they can escape. The town's a bit more empty. Everything is tense. The man with the card ultimately had said something about that.
Oh.
But that just can't be true, right? The strange day fades into a suffocating night. Public servants were not given the order to leave. Children still wander about, but new vendors remain, and the ground is starting to shake. The closer it draws to midnight, the more potent the fear becomes as a roar.
I am so lucky. I am so lucky. Because if she didn't tell him what decision she took, she would be against you. Because yes, I know from the spoiler, and it's kind of like a big spoiler, but at the same time, until you know what it does, until you know what it does for reals, it doesn't really bother you. Even if I do know, it's how can I say that? Like, there's a huge spoiler. But the truth is, I kind of understand why she's doing it. So, not Mikela, somebody else.
But stopping this is impossible. Finding a moment of peace amidst the chaos. He retrieves the ocarina and he remembers back to before he left Hyrule.
Good.
Zelda he was going to be departing, at least for a time.
We live in strange times. The housing bubble burst, and the rise of inequality. Health is a very big deal. Taxes are a front-rank issue. Blue-collar jobs, two groups have been left behind. But it's a complicated story. Instead of saying, it's a complicated world, I don't get it, say, all right, let me try to figure this out. Let me make sense of this.
You know, private comics.
Requires stepping.
And though sad, she didn't try to stop him or to change his mind. She promises to never forget the days they spent together, and she gives him the ocarina and the Song of Time, with the vow that should he ever need help, he need only remember that melody. Link departed from Hyrule Castle with a prayer from the princess that his journey be a safe one, and a hope that one day they would meet again. In a desperate attempt to stop encouraging destruction, Link plays the Song of Time, beseeching the guidance of time for aid in this final.
No.
And something
We know it's nearby, but
begins to reverse. Memories of 3 days prior play out, the struggle with the Skull Kid, falling through that endless tree, being turned into a Deku Scrub, alive with town, finally stopping at the dawn of that fateful day, 3 days before doom. Lockdown has reverted back to when Link originally arrived. Link and Tyler remember what happened atop that tower, but no one seems bothered by anything. And the moon
and he's still there. So nobody attack us.
Could you please give this to
To Freya.
Thanks to you, she too will have the answer she requires. Freya possesses a youth I no longer have. This knowledge will surely stoke the flames of valor within her. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle in her affairs, but this is the only way I can help. Perhaps I should. This is the only way I can help.
So basically, he's insecure because he's old. But by going in and helping her, it's gonna give her the knowledge that she needs to go further and further and further and further and further, and then be able to achieve what he can't, and that is to avenge. See, this is so cool because he's not trying to avenge anybody but Mog. He's not trying to help us. He's not trying to fix the situation. He's trying to stop. He's trying to avenge Mog, and I kind of appreciate that. So now we're gonna give her a letter to Freya. But before we're gonna give the letter to Freya, I want to check it out. Let me read something. Read something. The paper fall over so that the content cannot be read. Be written in the answer to her query. Which the page is carefully folded to keep prying eyes from opening it. Damn it. Damn you, I want to spy. Parch, pass on the letter of Freya.
On Earth could it?
Oh.
Yes, of course. I see. As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul met an honourable end. But kindly Mikola wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jaren, but war has always suited General Radahn best. And certainly far more than any honourable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Now I finally cast off my misgivings. Give my regards to Honourable Ansbach. Tell him, if we should meet in battle, to face your bow would be fine enough, but to face your blade would be an honour.
Golden Lion Shield.
Brave warrior. Perhaps next time we too will meet on the battlefield.
So cool, but I prefer Aberich. So now what I have to do, she gave me something, so I check it out. Should be here. We know that it's one of them. But it could also be a shield. There you go. A word officially Valorous member of Radahn Personal Guard on occasion of its formation. Nice. Now we can move forward.
It's absolutely clear now that this is not Hyrule. Link does not know these people, and even if he could leave this land and return to Hyrule, he cannot just do that. These people are going to die if he doesn't do something. This is a new mission. It's a new purpose, a new calling. When he lost in Hyrule, he was down here in this place called Termina. Now, that weird Happy Mask salesman, he had said that if Link could retrieve the precious object stolen from him, that he would help him turn back to Gaul. And Link did get his ocarina. The salesman had also asked him to get back the mask that was stolen from him, but one step at a time. The first stop is that salesman inside the one pack, and as soon as he sees the ocarina, he jumps to conclusions. Link has succeeded, got back what was taken from both of them. But hold on a second, wait a minute.
Good.
Does the Happy Mask salesman remember? Does he remember talking to Link? Remember their deal? Because everyone else forgot. Everything reset, but the salesman did. Is he truly not from Termina then? Yet Tal remembers their previous cycle too. Just what is this man that he could be immune to the reset and casually possess something like Majora's Mask? One has to wonder what's beneath the mask of the Happy Mask salesman. To honor his end of the bargain, he teaches Link a haunting melody, the Song of Healing. This melody allowing Link to remove it freely. Termina is a land of broken hopes and sorrow. This melody will be of great use in the future. The salesman gives Link the Deku Mask to honor this day. Whenever the hero wears it, it will change him into his Deku form. Now, it's time for Link to honor his end of the bargain.
Good.
The mask, Majora's Mask.
Good.
Because he
Good. I'm lucky I should have died here.
Notice that Majora's Mask has not been recovered. Drives the unnervingly grinning man into a full meltdown of panic. He completely breaks his composure and wails that something terrible will happen if it's not returned.
This is insane because this is how easy it was.
He tells him a bit about the mask's origins. The salesman knows that this mask is cursed, a terrible relic of an ancient tribe of bloodstained history. Power is bestowed upon whoever wears it, a magic so indomitable that it could bring about the end of the world. Ancient beings were so frightened by it that it was sealed away in shadow. In time, the tribe of legend that used the mask faded away, and the true extent of the mask's power was left unknown, that is, until now. The salesman confesses that he went to great lengths to obtain this mask, but does not confess as to how precisely he did it. When he had his hands on it, he could sense doom within it, like a dark omen, and he begs of Link to get it back before something truly horrible happens. And of course, the hero agrees. The salesman knew that he would. With this agreement struck, Link treks out into the world of Termina to unveil the evil brought to these lands by the Happy Mask salesman. It's time to get that mask back.
She did. Majora's Mask, she did Twilight Princess.
Or where to start?
And she did all the way till Tear of Kingdom.
I built this daily habit tracker that helps users. Tattle is beginning to understand what's overtaken her once companion, that mask. It's the source of all this trouble. Her brother Tail had told them to bring the four here: swamp, mountain, ocean, and canyon. The location will be easy enough to find, but what Tail meant by the four who were there is a bit of a mystery, one which there is only one way to solve, which is to go there and investigate. First stop is the swamp, moving south east, and this time Link has a sword and a shield to protect himself, meaning the guards won't stop him. Hogtown lies at the heart of this strange land, with each direction leading to a new territory. They trek out through the southern gate, and not far beyond the safety of the city, the two will come across part of the Skull Kid and Talon's past. She and her brother had drawn this back when they first met the Skull Kid, before things became dark, before the mask. They found him shivering in the cold during a storm. He told them he was alone, that his friends had left him, and the three of them decided that they would stay.
Damn.
In wartime, they were happy. They spent their days
That's
playing
400.
into innocent enough mischief, exploring the forests. But that happy time ended when they attacked the Happy Mask salesman in the woods and stole Jorah's mask. It's a confession to how they came to possess the mask. They had no right to take it, and it has caused so much trouble. The progression of it all, Skull Kid's descent into what he's become, it still doesn't make sense to Talon. They leave the memory there, and they move on to the swamp. At first glance, nothing is clearly off within the swamp, save an odd peak in the distance that's oozing something purple. There's a boat and photography tour available that's interesting enough, and a potion shop with another familiar face from Link's past, one of the twin sorceresses from the Gerudo Desert. She doesn't start playing ice magic at Link when he walks in the door. This actually looks like a legit shop. The American shopkeeper tells Link that her sister went into the woods out to find mushrooms and she never came back. She asks Link to go track her down. Kind of strange to be talking to one of the twin sorceresses. Stranger to see her working in a shop, but better than the alternative of rampaging.
Now we have to do 600.
The sister is deep in the woods behind the house, laying on the ground, calling out for help with two monkeys at her side. They dash off at its approach, and the old woman says that something attacked her from behind while she was picking mushrooms. But it wasn't the monkeys, no, they were protecting her. It was the Skull Kid. A healing potion will get her back on her feet. A little bit of medicine is just what she needed. It gets the old gal back on her broom and back to work. And those monkeys that were at her side in the woods, they greet Link at its exit, telling him that one of their brothers trekked into the swamp to find a temple that poison was slowly come from. But their brother was captured by the Deku in the nearby palace, and they're terribly concerned for his safety. Well, if that missing monkey brother knows something about a poisoned temple, then they need to go find him ASAP. Closer to the Deku Palace, there is indeed something fetid flowing into the water, and the palace is locked down. No strangers allowed in, only Deku. Thankfully, that's not an issue for Link. Within the royal chambers, something ghastly is about to take place. The missing monkey is tied up and about to be tortured. The king's daughter has gone missing, and the blame for her vanishing is being placed upon that monkey. His torment is going to be a public affair for all Deku to witness, but the monkey himself has a very different story to tell. He claims that he did nothing to the princess, and that if they don't act quickly, the princess is going to fall victim to a monster. Finding a way into the monkey's holding pen forces Link a more private conversation with him. He doesn't have long to talk, but he tells Link that he went to Woodfall Temple above the waterfall in the swamp to check out the source of the poison flowing into the waters, as did the Deku princess, and he saw her get captured by the monsters that were now inhabiting the temple. If someone doesn't go up there and help her, then she'll never make it out alive. It's up to Link now to save her and cleanse this swamp, and to aid him, the monkey will teach him the melody to open up the temple. It's a song that only the Deku royal family knows, making it apparent the monkey is a friend of the princess. But the bald-headed king of the Deku refuses to listen to reason, and the torturous punishment of the monkey will begin soon. Link had best hurry to that temple. The Deku princess isn't the only one depending on him now. The path to the temple is impassable to all save those who can use Deku powers, meaning outsiders are effectively kept out. But there are more helpers to be found, even here. A familiar face from a faraway land is nearby, though of course it's not the same being as from past times. The great owl Link once knew as the sage Rauru,
Good.
or Gabora, sits atop a statue holding its semblance. The owl will offer this strange new hero some help. Using these statues will allow Link to quickly move across areas that he's already been to. Not bad, but there's little more that he offers, at least for now. No words of prophecy or story, just simple aid in his journey, and then he's off.
Need 600.
The temple can't be encroached upon. The entrance lies beneath the pools of its courtyard, and only the song of the Deku royal family can open the way forward. The guardian of this temple is missing, allowing it to be infested with creatures that do not belong. The stench of decay permeates the temple. It's dark, gloomy, full of monsters, just like a monkey born. He has to use a balance of his human and Deku form to make it through the many dark halls and chambers. Locate and utilize a bow and arrow in the guts of the temple to open up paths, and it's a rather lonely affair for the two. This is hostile territory to anyone who's not a Deku. Link doesn't have a lot of equipment or vitality to work with, and there are creatures here that he's never encountered before. It takes hours of fighting and searching before he finally makes it to the doors of what has been blighting the swamp. Adolwa, a terrible deity of Woodfall, the evil spirit who has sealed away the guardian of this temple, captor of the Deku princess, and the source of all the chaos and He wields a great sword and a shield, and great sword dances about the arena, leaving Link to frantically stop him from afar while also trying to close the gap between them. He is a word giver and truly something to be feared. His swordplay is brutal and aggressive. He uses insects within the temple to further impede the boy's attacks, but Link is still the hero of time, and eventually he bests Adolwa. A mask is left behind in Adolwa's lake, a vessel containing its foul spirit, now safely locked away. But it seems that it wasn't only the monkey and the princess that were relying on Link to slay Adolwa. Also free is one of the giants that protects this land, one of the Skull Kid's old friends. It stays far away from Link in this strange place between realms, and it speaks in a way that Link does not understand. But the giant is able to teach the boy a melody. It too is a haunting song, the Ode to Order. Though it's not yet apparent how, this song will serve a greater purpose later. Talon is able to make out a few words from the giant before it departs. Call us, it says. And with that, their meeting ends. They want you afraid. Fear makes it easier to control.
Nice.
It's time to wake up.
Easy peasy.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world. But now, time to celebrate. The waters of the swamp run clear. That'll piece it together with the four which your brother spoke of. That guardian must be one of them, which means there are three more that they must find around Termina. The importance of this mission has been fully set upon Talon, and she genuinely apologizes for the troubles that she's helped cause. She kind of misses her landing at the end by insisting that Link doesn't hold it against her, but it's progress, at least. Their next stop should be the mountains. But first, the Deku Princess is free. She's sweet as pie to Link, and after he tells her what's been happening to her friend the monkey, she asks him to whisk her back to her home. She just knew that her father was going to act the fool after she went missing. They had to save that monkey. Lincoln carries her away from the temple and sees her safely return to her home. She is able to stop the torment of her friend, the monkey, and set the record straight on what took place. But so much time has already passed. It's well into the second day already, and there are still yet 3 directions to explore. So Link decides to return to Compound to check out on things. They've done so much work. Maybe things have improved in town since the last time they were there. When they ride in, they find that, well, things seem almost exactly the same. People see the moon in the sky, but they've done nothing different. Link enters his bomber gang code in the bouncer, checks out the observatory, obtains the bomber's notebook. He checks out the stockpot inn, but it's like these people aren't even aware that the moon is going to fall. The carnival committee's leader is in the town square yelling about cowards in his disgust. In the end, his workers fled the town, leaving him here alone to see the opening of the clock tower. During the final night, when the clock strikes 12, the clock tower drops open and once again reveals the pathway up to the center. The hero and Tattle make their way up, and once again confront the Skull Kid, the masked Majora. It plays out precisely the same as it did last time, even with the additions to Link's arsenal. None of it makes a dent in the Skull Kid, but this time, Link plays the Oath of the song that the Guardian taught him. Link and Tattle haven't freed the other Guardians, but this is all they have. Maybe it will make a difference. From the swamp, one Guardian answers the call. The Guardian runs to the clock tower, raises its arms, and tries to hold back the moon. There's no answer from the mountain, the ocean, the canyon. The Swamp Guardian tries alone to stop the apocalypse, but it's not enough, and the countdown begins. They fail. Link must rewind time, return to the first day. But with the swamp cleansed, the Guardian freed, the Deku people made safe, perhaps things will be better this time around. The waters will surely be safe, the monkey will not be tortured, the princess will be with her father, the temple will be cleared. But that's not what happens. Link rewinds time, and all of it is undone. The mask of Anova is still his, but the temple is corrupted. The Deku princess is gone, the monkey will be tortured, the king enraged and frightened. The waters of the swamp are once again ridden with poison. Every good thing that Link has done has been reversed, undone. But he cannot go back to the swamp to save them. There's just not enough time. How can he do that and go to the mountain as well? He must harden his heart, not think about the torture of the monkey, not think about the fear of the Deku princess. They have to find the next Guardian.
Look at how good she is. She is good.
Tattle recommends that they next travel to the north, to the snow-capped mountains. It's dangerous to be sure, but it's also scenic. It's a lovely route that far exceeds the wonders of Death Mountain back in Hyrule. Boy, it sure is snowy though. Who could possibly call this place home? About halfway up the mountain is a tiny village, serenely covered in snow. There's a cute little bridge over a stream, a picturesque cabin, and there's a Goron in the snow. Why is a Goron on a snowy mountain? Oh, no. This mountain clearly is not in the state that it's meant to be. The cabin here is actually a blacksmith shop, but their hearth is completely frozen over. The Goron is starving, but there's nothing here that clarifies why this mountain is covered in snow. So, Hirelink must climb to find his answers. Most water sources are completely frozen solid, and the road up to the mountain is plagued by wild animals that attack on sight. But Link's fears are confirmed eventually when he reaches another village, the home of Gorons. These are not people that live in cold climates, at least not in his experience. So why would their home be nestled here, of all places? Well, this snowfall is a very recent development. In the Goron city, the only place accessible to him right now is the shrine, where a baby is crying non-stop. At first, it's a tragic sound, but whoever is weeping is proving themselves to be a non-stop source of sorrowful bellowing. The little creature responsible for the grating noise is the son of the village leader, the Goron elder, who has gone missing. The child is cold and crying for his father, who is nowhere to be found. The elder went into the snow to investigate what's happening at the temple atop the mountain, and he never returned. But Link didn't encounter an elder on his way up here, and there's only one path up the mountain to the village. The elder was nowhere to be seen, like he just vanished off the face of the earth.
Freya is there.
Link comes across the owl again. He offered him help once before, and he does so here as well. The owl says that across this chasm near the Goron village is an item that will allow Link to see what the naked eye cannot. The great owl aids Link once again by leading him across that chasm, acting as a guide on where it's safe for him to traverse. Several leaps of faith later, Link finds himself at a shrine, and within is the lens of truth. Once used to uncover the secrets of the dead place, now it will help prevent the death of this founder. It aids Link in seeing what was once invisible to the naked eye. It can help him traverse the chasm back to the Goron village.
Nice.
Don't own expensive jewelry? Don't insure it. Own an army of vintage action figures? Insure them all for exactly what they're worth. That means you only pay for the coverage you want. Hey, get your policy. 5 minutes, and square one. Not seeing it.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here. See it here, and see it here. So you stand out. Even when they're way back here.
That was amazing.
Signs and banners at Vistaprint.ca.
I would have missed that.
The ghostly figure looms in the Goron village, its belly poured up in vicious mood. He can't quite believe that Link can actually see him. As a test of this, the ghost asks Link to follow him. He leads him way back down the mountain to that lovely little village with the blacksmith shop, and then goes up the face of the cliff covered in hidden ladder segments. And atop it is a monument to a fallen Goron hero. This ghost is Darmani III, and this is his gravesite. He knows that he's dead. He's under no illusion. His final act in life was traveling to Snowhead, the apex and symbol of the mountain, where a demon was now residing. He just knew that Snowhead was the source of all this snow, and that if he could defeat it, that he could save the Goron homeland. But he didn't survive the journey. The great owl has told Darmani that the one who could use magic would find him soon. He had to have met Link, so he begs of the boy to heal his sorrows, to bring him peace, to let him rest. And of course, the gentle hero plays for him the song of healing, meant just for beings like Darmani. The soft notes of the melody soothe his soul and bring him a peaceful, lingering moment surrounded by his people. Perhaps a time long past, but it Romani is able to pass on now, knowing that the fate of his people rests in the hands of someone who can do what he could not. He leaves with a hero a map that will allow Link to take his form when born. It will aid him in the mission to come. That bright child, though, it still troubles Link. So, before departing for Snowhead, he returns to the Goron village once more to try talking to the toddler in Goron form. It seems that the little guy recognizes him as Darmani, and for a moment his tears stop. He asks where his father is. He just wants his father, and then once again his sobbing resumes. Well, the elder didn't make it far, in fact. A short ways down the mountain, the cold overtook him, encasing him in ice. This is not a mission that he's up for, but the security of his people demanded that he take
Damn, dude.
somehow. Seeing Darmani is a surprise, one that takes him a moment to overcome. The news of his leaving son stops his disbelief. How long has he been gone? What's been taking place at the Goron village in his absence? The elder no longer cares who or what this Goron before him is. He can't abandon his mission, but his heart won't let him ignore the cries of his child. So he teaches Link part of a lullaby that he would play for the child to calm his heart, though he can only remember the first part of it. It's the best he can do, the rest is up to Link. Once more returning to the crying child,
The Goron lullaby.
it sparks his interest. He knows what Link is trying to play, and he can teach him the rest of the Goron lullaby. This sweet melody will put to rest any Goron who hears the tune. Accompanying this lesson are memories from the child, of his father playing the song for him when the sky had grown dark and it was time to rest his eyes. Playing this here now, all the sheltering Gorons in the shrine draw up and fall into a slumber. At least for now, the wailing of the child has ended, and it's time to get up to Snowhead. The route to the top of the mountain is arduous, with monsters cluttering the road and snow rolling down the slopes. It's only traversable by a Goron that can leap the gaps, effectively keeping outsiders away from the temple. Something is blocking the final stretch towards Snowhead, though. A strong gust of wind keeps Link from progressing, but it's as though it's coming from nowhere. After some awkwardness and frustration, Tuttle tells Link that something is in the blizzard, and who would have thought? The lens of truth reveals a massive Goron sitting atop Snowhead, causing all the turbulence. The Goron's lullaby calms the raging spirit, putting it to sleep, and sending it careening into the abyss below. Whoops. Well, at least now the way to Snowhead is open. While at first the high and confounding design of the temple is daunting, there's a strange order to it, making it a test of patience to climb. An odd assortment of villains call this place home, ensuring that the ascent is far from uneventful, and here Link obtains a valuable addition to his bow, an arrow-tipped flame. But the true goal lies high above all else here, locked behind a great door. Beyond it is the source of what troubles the mountain and its inhabitants.
Oh, delicious.
Ice is a mechanical beast. It's harmless in its current form, and untouchable, which means Link has to break it free and force the fight to take place against this construct called guilt. It holds the inhabitants of the mountain and the next giant captive. Around and around it goes, rampaging through its halls, forcing Link to take cover or give chase across this dizzying arena. But Guilt is not blind to his intentions, and launches long-range attacks against the hero with shocking accuracy. Within the land of Termina, this is a battle that rages on deep into the third day. Link and Guilt chase one another and fight it out. After a long, exhaustive conflict, finally, Link takes Guilt down. With the destruction of this monster, the blizzards plaguing the mountains cease, and the snow begins to melt away, and the second great giant is freed from its bonds. Though it cannot act against the Skull Kid now, weapons are not, it now lights stopping the madness enveloping this land. The giant is giving Tell Paddle that they are guardians, protected guards of this land, and that is all it tells them before departing and returning Link to Termina. Time is running out for this cycle. There's a brief time that Link can finalize mountain before it all has to begin done. But at least for a short time, the elder of the Gorons has made it back home.
That's 100. 700. Ooh. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. And what have you done, dude?
To a corner of the land that he had not yet explored. It was once blocked off by a massive rock, but now it's open. It takes him to a place called Romani Ranch, a truly lovely place. And who would have thought? Nora is here, safe and sound, being housed in a pen attached to the main house. Thank goodness she's all right. The Skull Kid didn't actually harm her, but there's no way to get her out. And the first person that Link meets is a girl about his age, a familiar face, but of course someone completely different. Her name is Romani, and she's acting unusual. Something is very, very wrong with this girl. In the barn, her older sister Frenia worries and frets over her little sister's age and behavior.
Seven.
She knows about their precious cows, but there are no cows here to be found. Something horrible happened, but neither of the sisters can put to words exactly what. They're both traumatized. This ranch will need to be investigated when time allows, but there's just not time right now. It's too late. Time is nearly out. He knows what will happen when he plays the Song of Time. He knows there's no way to avoid it. It's time to undo all that has been done, to reverse time and start all over again. Though hearts have been mended and sorrows alleviated, in the end it won't matter. If he stays here, then Termina will be destroyed by the Moonfall, and every bit of good that he has done, he's about to undo it. But what's the point in even questioning it? Because he has no choice. He must harden his heart to it. Just don't think about it. Just do what needs to be done. But the eyes of that girl, they haunt him. The Song of Time returns Link and Tattle to the dawn of the first day.
Look at this.
That poor girl. Link can't let it go. What happened to her? What took the light from her eyes? There's a land to save. Termina is sickly and dying. Time is running out once again.
Very nice word. We had it.
He's supposed to be the hero of Termina, right? And he has to deal with the salesman. Get the mask back and not save some girl on the ranch. What does smiling man say about that girl? Tick-tock, tick-tock, but no, some things cannot be allowed. He can't harden his heart to this. Make the signs that he must go back to that ranch. As a Goron, he gained the ability to use massive powder cake.
Schlag.
This is the first layer now. First up will be Romani Ranch. And here, in the late morning of the first day, things are far more peaceful and welcoming than before. The girl Romani, she runs around carefree with her little bow and arrow and cheerfully greets Link, who she nicknames Grasshopper.
good.
This is an unexpected twist, and kind of unbelievable too. The young warrior girl proclaims that she must protect the cows against the invaders, but she needs an assistant. So Romani recruits Link, and after proving that he is handy with a bow and an arrow, she teaches Link a song so that the two can practice craft together. Hero and horse are united. The world is a bit brighter now. Then Romani tells Link to come back that night at 2 a.m. to help her fight the invaders and to protect the cows. This has been an interesting.
Man, did I fuck up?
Link will absolutely come back here to aid.
No, we're good.
So then, however, Link and Epona roam the fields and turn them together. On the ranch, they meet a strange man in a cuckoo shack named Grog, who seems viciously depressed. He knows the moon is going to fall. His only regret in life is that he never got to see his baby cuckoos grow up. As the sun sets over Romani Ranch, the two sisters head inside for their supper and to settle in for the night. Young Romani will be sneaking out in a few hours, but it gives him time to scope out a spot to perch on. The girl had said that they would be defending the barn, but it's hard to get a good visual of the field and the barn. What did she mean by all of that anyways? Who is going to be coming for the barn? Undead morons? Zombie Deku? The boy has a few hours to mull over all the possibilities. Maybe she meant bandits. Or a pack of raving mad cuckoos. The cuckoos would actually be scarier than the bandits. Right at 2 a.m., the girl sneaks out of the main house and runs for the barn.
Nice.
It's showtime. And at 2:30 a.m., lights enter the fields from the sky. Aliens or ghosts? Alien ghosts are coming straight for the barn. No doubt they want some of that sweet, sweet Chateau Romani milk. And we could blame them. There are a few joys breathing and lips on milk. These are the they that Romani knew would be coming from the cattle. And for all the rest of the night, Link runs about the house rooftop and around the barn to shoot the invaders, with the trusty ranch dog there to help keep track of them. Around and around they go, with waves never ceasing in their approach. When one goes down, another pops up to take its place. Safety will come with the sunrise if you can just hold out against them. Romani is in the barn protecting the cattle, but if even one gets through, then it's game over. The girl is not a trained combatant. He has to keep them all in the building. After hours of shooting and chasing, finally, the sunrise vanquishes the invaders. He actually did it. Romani ran to safety, so now for the girl or the cows, thank goodness. Romani rewards Link with a bottle of their signature milk, along with directions on how precisely one drinks milk, and then she quickly hurries back inside before her big sister wakes up. With the road out of the ranch open and nothing else from the property, Premia can deliver a shipment of the milk to Lockdown. She will be heading out after her work is done at about 6 o'clock that night, and she invites Link to join her on the wagon ride, if he would like. He doesn't really need transport around, but it sounds like a pleasant experience, and maybe he can help her out, you know, if something should come up. So sure, why not?
I knew I was gonna die here, but it's okay. See, we're still getting a lot. Oh, yes. After we do 700, which is a lot, but still, it's doable, you know? To be honest, I don't think we've ever had to get back that much.
Right on. This cycle is dedicated
Whew, it's okay.
And at 6 p.m. sharp, Premia is waiting outside the barn with a loaded up wagon, ready to start the journey to Lockdown. To help Link find some peace with everything that he's experienced thus far. It's just a simple wagon ride into town, and he's there to just be company and an extra set of hands should Premia need help. Epona will stay with Romani to help guard the property.
Very cool. There we go, too.
During the trip, Premia opens up to Link a bit about the death of their father, the difficulties running the ranch. She has a lot of responsibilities to attend to running that place, and she's trying to raise her sister. Vandalism has been taking place. Romani has been learning to use weapons and goes on about ghosts. The moon has her deeply concerned. Her friend Anju is supposed to be getting married the next day, but will the moon fall? There's a plethora of things to worry over right now. And to top it all, the road into town has been gated shut. The path is blocked, and it should not be. Someone did this intentionally. Premia tells him to get his bow ready. They're going to be through into foul country. Gates continue to force them along a path that Premia does not like. It has them both on edge. They're going around the property of the Gorman brothers, and if Premia's concerns speak to anything, it's that this is not a safe place to be. Two masked men wielding pitchforks attack the wagon and give chase. It is blatant who these men are, the Gorman brothers. I mean, they have signs
Nice.
for their property and along the solitary road. Why even bother trying to conceal their faces? Premia has been victim to acts of vandalism at the ranch, and these are the two responsible. They ride strange mules, attacking the wagons to attack the product in the back, intent on breaking every bottle they can reach. But they weren't expecting Premia to have a bodyguard. As they draw in, Link unloads arrows into them to push them
Bodyguard,
back.
a 5 years old bodyguard.
Chase. Relentless and delicious in their
Doubtful.
action. But their pursuit breaks once Premia gets them beyond the Gorman property. What terrible.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base 44? This finance app solves your business headaches, tracking invoices, managing clients, keeping payments in check, all in one place. Go to Base 44 and write your
Terrible, cruel, awful, gross men. Premia is beyond gracious to Link for his help. She sings to him praises and thanks, then gets him from Romani's mask, a very special item that will get entrance to the milk farm. Those masks are only given out in extremely limited quantities, and it's an acknowledgement from Premia that Link is a mature young adult. This is the end of his adventures with the Romani Ranch sisters, but he won't forget their kindness. He has some time left before he must reset.
Nice.
So he takes a trip into Blacktown to check out that bar. Latte is very fancy indeed, and not a lot of people are in it. But there is a Zora here. His name is Toto, and he's the manager of the Indiegogo's, except he's not here for happy reasons. Latte was going to be a performance venue for the band to perform at, but it was canceled. He wished he could do a sound check, but there are too many spots on the stage that he's building, not enough Link to fill them. Since there's not much happiness to be found in the bar, who would have thought that bars could be depressing places, Link decides to take off early, leaving adults to their drinking. His time is starting to run short, and he has accomplished what he set out to do. But before departing this cycle, he drops by the laundry pool as the sweet siren call of a phonograph rings out. They said he was much watched Shu Lao when he practiced in his room. They got mad. Now he's sad. He just thinks about the past and keeps long ago, this strange man was in an animal troop. Why could a man join? That's because a man is an animal too. The animals in the troop were all great, but there was one thing he didn't like about it. Why was the dog the leader? Was there something wrong with him? The dog was an amazing leader. He led us down the troop, no matter the animal. That's why he stole it. The dog's mask. He wanted it because it was the leader's mask, but he no longer needed it, so he gets it back. And see, this mask is meant to lead tiny animals. It will help them mature quickly into adults in an instant. And hey, that guy Grog back at Romani Ranch, didn't he want to see his baby critters grow up before the moon fell? It's kind of morbid, but maybe Link can help do one more good thing this cycle. Make Grog happy. It's the morning of day 3 by the time Link gets back. Plenty of time to test this theory out. He dons the Bremen mask, starts playing the tune, and marches around the Cuckoo. One by one, each of the kids follows him around, and when he's gathered them all up, he starts to mature into full-grown Cuckoos. This was Grog's only wish, and Link made it come true. He's perfectly satisfied now, and gives to Link the bunny hood. It will help him run super quick whenever he has it on. Well, it's time for Link to call it quits for this cycle. It's getting easier to accept that everything will be done. He knows that he can't save everyone. He has to let it go. But seeing all the happiness he created this cycle, it restores some faith in what he's doing. He knows that the goal is stopping the move. But maybe, just maybe, everything else will fall into place if he can do it.
I love the way she does it.
Start your heart hero.
She's so interesting.
A new cycle begins, and it kicks off with a mistake. Link must go to the ocean to the west, but sometimes directions are hard. He goes east instead. He jumps at new barriers, but there's no clear way forward. The only thing this little clearing is a conspicuous rock circle. The left of truth reveals a lone, sad soldier named Shiro, who is so uninteresting that no one has ever stopped to talk to him before. He's been here for years, he says, waving his arms, asking for help. Link gives the poor guy a potion that will get him back on his feet, and to repay his kindness, Shiro gives to Link his mask, the stone mask, which will make him just as boring and uninteresting as Shiro. With his help restored and his mask cast aside, Shiro jumps to his feet and begins his journey in learning to stand up.
Nice.
Link
Boom.
clearly wasn't meant to come this way, so he backtracks back to the fields of Termina and goes the proper direction towards the ocean. This is his first time at the seaside. It's deep, wide water as far as the eye can see. It seems pretty peaceful. Some boats and sunbathing spots are still set up. Nothing is apparently wrong
Good.
with poisonous waters, snowstorms, mice with bombs on their tails. While he's not quite familiar with the birds here, a group of them are flopped around something in the water, quite like vultures circling a dying creature. And they're above something that's bobbing in the water. That's concerning. Swimming out into the open waters, Link finds himself hauling Azora out.
Ouch. Ouch.
This creature is so
Ouch.
He was stranded out in the water, weakly calling for help, but getting him to the beach isn't going to save his life. He's far beyond that point. It's a marvel that he can even walk when he's back on land. He doesn't make it very far before collapsing. This Zora is named Mikau, and he has only a few minutes of life left to explain his plight to Link, and he will do so in song. Mikau is a guitarist for a band called the Indigogos. Their vocalist Lulu laid some eggs, but she lost her voice afterwards. And then Mikau sings that the pirates stole Lulu's eggs, so instead he went to their fortress to get them back, only to be grievously wounded and tossed out, left for dead. His final request is for Lulu's eggs to be saved, for his soul to be healed. It's all he can get out before once again collapsing. There's no getting up this time. As was done for that night, Link plays for Mikau the Song of Healing, to soothe his restless soul, so that he might pass on and leave his regrets behind. In Mikau's lingering moments before death, he sees Lulu. She's looking at him, recognizes him, the sadness gone from her eyes, and then the rest of the Indigogos appear, ready to start a melody. Lulu takes Mikau's hand, and together they go to meet the band. This is where Mikau will stay, and in his wake will be left a mask, which will contain the spirit of a legendary Zora guitarist. This will allow Link to take on the visage of Mikau, and all the abilities of the Zora. He can now gracefully glide through water, just as Mikau did in life.
Such a beautiful way of putting things. Another one. God.
The home of the Zora is not far away, just on the other side of the cove. And just like the ocean outside, the water isn't poisoned or frozen or boiling or gone. Things here seem alright. It's just folks going about their day. The stage being prepared in the middle of the hall for the Indigogos. Link is recognized as Mikau, which gives him direct access to the band members, namely the leader of the band, Evan. The ocean is changing. It feels abnormal, possibly because there's trouble brewing at the Great Bay Temple. Descendants of the Zora protector of the temple are fated to meet them in trouble when this happens, namely Lulu. Upon seeing Link as Mikau, Evan asks him if he got the eggs back, and that he hasn't is distressing. Lulu has taken to standing outside, staring at the ocean, not attempting any communication anymore. Evan believes that if they can get her eggs back, her sadness will fade and her voice will return. He's kept her situation a secret, but the Indigogos are supposed to be performing at Rocktown. The carnival is in just a few days.
Boom.
He won't be able to cover up the situation forever, and believes that Mikau has the blood of a Zoran hero. He is the only one who can fix this. Link chases off a creepy stalker from Lulu's private room, and inside he finds her diary, which he reads with no hesitation, as though that her bag outside wasn't bad enough.
Good.
In her diary, Link discovers that Lulu took her eggs to the Marine Research Lab at the behest of Evan after her voice faded away, just to have them checked out. It was after that trip that the pirates broke into her room and stole her eggs under the cover of night. Telling Mikau about the theft made her feel better, but he was the one person that she didn't want to tell. She was embarrassed and sad. She tried to keep the secret. If Lulu knew what had become of Mikau, her heart would break all over again and again.
Slack.
Lulu herself is standing outside the Zora Hall, all alone, staring out at nothing. She looks to him with recognition and a moment of hope, but seeing he's empty-handed, she loses the light in her eyes again. Like she's trying to tell him something, but she just can't. After learning all of this, it feels like a heavy gloom is sitting over the ocean now. A stark contrast to the happy mood of Romani Ranch. Lulu's diary made mention of a marine research lab taking care of the eggs before they were stolen. So Link decides to drop in under the guise of Mikau to sniff out any more potential leads before taking off for a pirate fortress. And the elderly researcher is in fact expecting Mikau and the eggs, and that he doesn't have them yet is irritating to the old man. So this is where they need to be delivered. He will take care of them, and he's expecting 7 in total. Good to know. Up the coastline is that fortress. It's a massive complex and is well guarded by an all-female clan reminiscent of the Garuda from Hyrule. If they spot Link, he'll be violently ejected. But to add complexity to the situation, there are traps to avoid all around the fortress. But it seems that fate has been on Link's side. That mask that he got from the wounded soldier, Shiro, it makes Link so plain, so uninteresting, that he's practically invisible while wearing it. And with the stone mask on, Link doesn't have to creep around the corridors dodging patrols. He just walks right past the guards. But even with the aid of the mask, this place is hard to make heads or tails of. There's not an egg in sight. But confusions are eased and more complications yet arise when Link comes across a heated moment between the leader of the pirates and one of her lieutenants. 3 of the 7 eggs were lost at sea when they were attacked by a massive sea serpent. Oh, good. Okay. They originally took the eggs because the Skull Kid had told them that they were the key to getting into the temple, which is obfuscated by a dragon-shaped cloud. If they can get all 7 together, then they'll be able to get into the temple and they'll find hidden treasure within. Of course, that's not true, but they believe the Skull Kid, and they'll do anything to get that supposed treasure, even steal every mother's babies. Unfortunately, for the pirates, that is, they're not the best.
Feels like this is higher up.
Especially since there's an egg in that room that they're guarding and some sort of treasure. Oh golly darn! Link shot down the nest, and oh no,
Again?
he was bleeding. Anyways, the treasure in that room will come in handy. It's a hook shot.
I have to charge the laptop. Where are my rules, guys? Ah, no.
The prospect of deep sea diving is a bit terrifying, so for now, Link will spend some time here in the fortress just taking his time to clear it out, not because he
Chill, I don't think
it's just time consuming. One by
Try to go on to the other level, you never know. Yeah, we have to get back to 700. That was way too much. The good news is I didn't do this, so it could be there.
3 more, which were lost at sea after a massive sea snake attack. Oh, good. This is going to be awesome. Oh, good. Apparently, there is a sea snake nest at Pinnacle Rock.
And what I would like also.
It's not terribly hard to find. Link saves a golden sea horse from a nearby fisherman, giving him a personal guide to the murky waters of the ocean.
Ah, there you go.
But eventually, he
Perfect.
has to confront it. And
Nice.
deep into the night, when Link finds it, a deep, dark hole in the ocean floor.
We'll try to start killing the
Has to be checked for an egg, starting from the top all the way down to the bottom. Each snake that Link
whatchamacallit, the giants?
with a flashing head and a low mouth. This is a get in and get out as quickly as possible kind of a situation. But the final
I think we only did one.
all 7 eggs are now safely under the care of a lab researcher. Wonderful news that can finally be delivered to Lulu. But to their surprise, they all begin to hatch. Little baby Zoras begin to flutter around the tank. These guys are all lined up to perform the notes of a song that Link can learn. It will be called a New Wave Bossa Nova, a song meant to restore their mother's voice. The researcher urges Link to go find Lulu. Play this song for her. It's meant for her. In the form of Mikau, he rushes to Lulu and plays for her the song her children created. And sure enough, something about it draws her voice out again. Lulu sings freely and joyously, accompanied by Mikau on guitar.
300.
Another voice will make a nearby sea creature, a great turtle that acts as a sort of keeper to the Great Bay Temple. Though the turtle has slumbered for many years, he's still aware of the goings-on of the ocean, and he knows Lulu by name. The return of her voice acted as a signal.
This could be a death.
Atop the back of the Great Turtle, the hero of time now has access and transit to the Great Bay.
I'm gonna talk to the other guy.
This facility is almost a factory, but what purpose it serves isn't really known. Maybe this place helps keep the oceans clean. To reach his goal, Link has to solve a complex system of water flow pipes, which creates a puzzling network that runs to the temple. Turning on certain mechanisms and controlling the direction of the water flow gradually opens up new areas. Here, a once guardian of the temple, Ward, rampages against Link, protecting a treasure that he needs to proceed, the Ice Arrow. From the morning of the second day, deep into the night, the hero struggles against
Now what we need.
and planning, and this place truly is a test of the Hylian spirit to overcome. Finally, the hero reaches a chamber leading down into the heart of the temple in the layer of wet now clay. It's called Fjord, has disturbed the waters of the sea and holds captive the third
Borg.
line of Link's seas. This fight is a balance of finding his
I love Majora's Mask. My favorite Zelda game.
Can't be hit from a distance and stunned, but Link must enter the waters to continue his attack. But should Fjord recover before the sea is full, it will try to consume him. Through the dark hours of the night, the two fight it out in the depths of the temple. Fjord even takes the hero down to the
22,000, 20,000. Ads, okay. Am I the only person with no
Customers like Jack, craving some Oasis Mark
YouTube Prime? The gauntlets. I know I have another one from them, but I think it's the helmet, I'm not sure.
These creatures seem passive, unacting, unwilling to communicate fully. She screams to the giant that if they don't do something, then something terrible will happen. The only response she receives, though, is help our friend. Tattle assumes this to mean they must free the final guardian, but what if instead that is a way to help Skull King? Guardian to make more requests. She issues one in return. She asks for a guarantee of cooperation, but the Giant doesn't respond to it. They are sent back to the Great Bay. Now that the ocean has been restored, it's time for Mr. Turtle to get back to sleep, to watch over the ocean for his deep slumber. He's going to listen to Lulu's lovely singing a bit longer, and then back to bed again. There is yet one land that has not been explored. Time is running out for this cycle. For a short time, he
Kinda.
to see Lulu back in her rightful place with the Indiegogo's, the full power of her voice restored. The Great Bay has calm, things are returning to normal. Like the Great Turtle outside, Link spares some time to just relax and enjoy the Zora's home. Walk the beaches of the bay, explore the hillsides, caves, and the former big houses into the But, well, this is the hard part. Undoing all of it. Return Lulu to her heartbreak. Bring Mikhail back to live out what remains of his life. Let the Great Bay become murky and polluted again. It's how things must be. The monkey in the swamp will face torture. The Goron will suffer a freezing, creeping death on the mountain. Romani Ranch will be attacked at night. Lulu will again spend her days staring out at the sea, unspeaking. He can't save them all. He can't help them all. But out of desperation, Link goes to coffee house at midnight on the final night. Three of the Guardians are free, so maybe that's enough to stop them there. Link and Talon confront the Soul again, make the play out much the same as before. He plays the Oath of Order and calls the three giants from the corners of Termina. The swamp, mountain, and ocean respond to the song. The three of them lift their hands to try holding back the
Whoa, let's go. Choose from a
He
song.
has no choice. It's time to go back to the dawn of the first day. Don't think about anything else, at least not right now.
7. The deadly corrupted king.
Ikana was once a bitter and violent place. Once. No, it still is. Ikana is a harrowing, dead place that has been visible and promising danger for some time. Ikana Kingdom was a bloody history of the campfire speculations and the belief of children. Going north, the place into a graveyard, where the graveyard keeper roams and tends the grounds where the Ikana royal family now rests. But at night, the dead come out to roam. It's frightening, even to him. Dampé never goes out at night. Never. A massive bone creature rests here, a long-dead captain called Skull Kita, who came to rest peacefully in death due to his failings in battle long ago. But if Link can awaken and chase down Kita, engage him in combat and defeat him, then Skull Kita will tell him of his woes, and that he has long awaited an order to rest, an order that he wishes he could give to his men as well. With Link besting him, Kita passes this request on to Link, and asks permission to finally rest, a request that Link is of course all happy to grant. Kita graciously gives him his captain's hat. This will allow Link to communicate with the dead soldiers of the Ikana Kingdom, to issue them the order to cease their wandering and to rest. Night has fallen over the graveyard, Dampé has taken shelter indoors, and there are undead Ikana lying about the field. But while wearing that mask, none of them bother him. They call him captain, and they give him respect. He orders a gang of them to open a grave site that they're marching around. After all, if the captain commands it, then they will obey. A small gauntlet lies beneath that grave, leading Link to a brightly colored stage guarded by a fearsome iron knuckle. They're just as lethal here as he remembers them in Hyrule, but why is an iron knuckle here, guarding a stage? That seems unnecessary, if not outright overkill. Upon its defeat, the curtains of the stage pull back, revealing the stage is another foe. But this one doesn't act with hostility. Rather, he politely introduces himself. This one is named Flat, the brother of Sharp. They both once served the Ikana royal family as composers, at least in life. Flat claims that Sharp's soul gives
Weird, they didn't show us. They didn't. Didn't about the new sword.
He's angry with him, yes, but he's quite worried over Sharp as well. Flat gives to Link the Song of Storms, a melody that can take the 1,000 years and years and the thundering power of his anger. This will cleanse the black, cursed soul of his brother. Do this for him. It is his only request before departing. The Foe Collector that Link freed from dark times within Hyrule acts as a gatekeeper to the heart of the valley, demanding that Link show them proof that he can at least see the spirits of the now haunted land, which Link doesn't actually have. The Foe Collector tells him that he must obtain a map containing wandering spirits, which can be found near the branch. But Link spent like 2 days running around the branch. There were no weird or haunted masks there. Unless they need the Gorman brothers? Those two dolts that chased Euphemia's cart through the backcountry. Link rides back to that road up to the ranch, and at dawn of the second day, he goes to see the two weirdos. They start insulting Link and his horses to the season sign. They have some pretty rich insults for two men that can barely dress themselves. They challenge him to a race and promise that they'll give him something nice if he wins. Unwilling to let them yeehaw their way through wandering towards his horse, Link agrees.
Yeah, nobody talks shit about Epona.
At Lon Lon Ranch back in Hyrule, except now there are two of them, and the racetrack is a bit of a judge round. Perhaps that's intentional on the Gorman brothers' part, or for upkeep. What is clear, though, is that Link wins them. And staying true to their wager, the Elder Gorman brother rewards Link with the Gyro's mask, something that was worn by ninja spirits.
Damn.
What did the Gorman brother...
Damn.
Are you kidding?
What's about not dying here?
Okay, Google. Call Square One.
Square one? How can I help?
It's been... one of those days. If it's been one of those days...
You didn't see the pleasure in that animal's face when he caved in off his skull. We did! No!
I am Bobby Munson. I've ridden with these brothers for most of my life.
You were an informant. That's what you were.
Get something like this. Returning to Ikana, the Foe Collector is gleeful that Link has the mask. They tell him that it was the mask of a ninja man later who once spied on the hilltop castle with a bloodstained history. And if he wears it, maybe he'll be able to draw out the spirits who still wandered here. Further into Ikana territory, in the heart of the canyon, there's more life to be found. First is a shady, fancy character that never stops smiling. He's chosen a strange place to call home. He doesn't care that the ghosts and undead are rising. He likes it here because there aren't any other people nearby, except the father-daughter duo who are farther up the hillside. And oh boy, does he like Link's sword. In fact, he would like to borrow it. As if I was born yesterday, Handsome Man. You know what we know about men that never stop smiling? Don't trust them, as far as you can drop kick them. Tana warns Link that she senses a thirst for blood nearby. It's a powerful presence, but it's not visible. Donning the Garrow's mask brings a fetid spirit out of hiding. One of the Ikana's ancient foes, an assassin. They greet Link, believing him to be a superior, but quickly take up arms against him when the treachery is sniffed out. The Garrow once bathed these hills in blood. Not even death could halt their hatred for the Ikana. But the Garrow are not without honor. In fact, when invested by Link, they will admit their faults and offer a bit of advice and history before they burn their own body away to leave no trace of themselves behind. There's a music box house in the abandoned village atop the butte, and there's no sound coming from it, which would seem to be the whole purpose behind a music box, right?
1, 2,
There's a water wheel attached to it, but no water flowing.
3.
And it's surrounded by gyptos just endlessly circling the house. It stands to reason that the water wheel needs to be running to support the music box. But actually standing back and taking in this entire scene, why is this house here in this dead land? Who would ever want to call this place home? There's danger around every corner. Link follows the dry riverbed into a nearby cavern to search for clues and any obstructions that would be blocking fresh water flow. His snooping brings Link face to face with a...
I'll talk to him again. First message.
I should have expected as much from Freya. Some things simply never occur to her. Paralyzing fear. That's Freya through and through. That's Freya through.
Okay. Freaking useless. Freaking useless.
The ghastly fiend called Sharp, yes.
At least we told her a message.
Who invites Link to join the ranks of the dead with a composition of his own making. Hopefully Black knew what he was talking about, because Sharp's melody will quickly kill Link should the Song of Storms fail. In a moment of faith, the hero plays for Sharp the Song of Storms. It sends the Poe nose-diving. He cannot believe what he's hearing. It momentarily banishes him from Link's presence, and water once again pours forth from the cavern. This causes the water mill on the house to resume its churning, and the music box built onto the top of the home begins to blare its tune. The music box acted as a defense against the undead in the area. The Gibdos that were hounding its exterior are driven away as soon as it returns. Now freed from his curse, Sharp returns and acknowledges what he's done. He says that he'd done it because he so desperately wished to revive the Ikana royal family. He would drain the life of everything in this canyon to bring them back, and he'd taken over this canyon and stopped the flow of water because the Masked One had deceived him. But now he sees how terribly wrong he was. His curse is undone, and the lies of the Masked One have been revealed. Sharp asks of Link to find the temple of this land, and to sever the root of evil that torments those who remain. To reach the temple, Link must first find the king within Ikana Castle, who also suffers a curse in death, who awaits the coming of the one who will break it. Sharp may now leave this place, to find his brother and his peace, now that his final request has been made. A child was in that house. She's completely on her own. She quietly creeps out of the house into the dead land and stares at the newly flowing water. The Gibdo that were stalking the home are gone. She can leave it again. Link tries to run up to the girl to chat, but she bolts back into her home and locks the door as soon as she spots him. She's jumpy, still frightened, so he gives the house some space and watches the girl come back out and walk up a nearby hill towards a massive water well. Rather than stalk her around, Link takes the opportunity to sneak into the house that she just left to see what the deal is with this place. And it seems empty. There's no way a little girl could be in Ikana Canyon alone. Something here is certainly not right. Downstairs, Link takes a look around and notices a door is moving on a closet. It's worth investigating. Something is in there. Inside is a man half transformed into a Gibdo. That little girl had this thing locked up, but who is it? What is it? It starts walking towards Link with its arms outstretched. The title asks Link if he can instead heal its heart. Playing the song of healing reveals that this man, he truly was in the thrall of something sinister. The little girl ran back to the house when she heard her father's roars, and the two are reunited. He had no idea what he was doing, what happened to him, but it doesn't matter. The father and daughter completely ignore Link. The hero takes the mask that was cast away from the man after the Song of Healing, a Gibdo mask that will allow him to speak to the roots. But now is not the time to question them or investigate what happened. Link and Paddle leave the parent and child time to recover from their shock. Instead, it's time to go see what's at the bottom of that water well.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Subscribe when you want, and watch it take shape.
At the bottom of the deep dark well, there are Gibdo all over the place. Wearing the mask, Link is able to speak to each one, and each one will make a demand for something before it will move. It forces Link to go out and collect enough number of odds and ends around Termina to make his way through this fresh hellscape of a labyrinth. It takes him hours of travel and combat to satisfy every Gibdo blocking his path, but the reward for this is certainly worth the effort. He finds the mirror shield at the end of the watery well. It opens up a secret passage that connects the water well to another previously unreachable place, the courtyard of Ikana Castle. Sharp had said that the king was awaiting one who could bring him mercy, and that doing The castle is infested with the dead, and after countless years abandoned and hollow, it's decayed into rubble and rot. This was once a splendorous place, an empire to be feared, now occupied by corpses and memories of violence. The Garrow that Link brings out of hiding give him hints on how to proceed through the castle, and how to face the Great King once he reaches his throne room. It would serve Link well to listen to their wise words. Egos du Ukana died with his kingdom, yet he still sits upon his throne. His guardians never left his side, not even in death. Link should expect a brawl. Expect them to do whatever it takes to kill him in that throne room. Egos
Good.
is led an empire that nearly toppled this land.
82.
Probably be the most dangerous thing in this canyon. It's fate's fortune that the Garrow and Ikana destroyed one another, and Link is not here to choose sides or find ancient wars for dead kings. If any oppose him, he will fight them. He enters the ancient throne room, ready to face down one of the deadliest beings in all of Termina. Egos du Ukana does not move against Link. He doesn't need to. It's below him. His guardians begin this fight by shrouding the room in darkness and racing towards the void. The Garrow had warned him to not allow them their shade, so he burns away the decrepit curtains blocking out the light and finds the weakness of these ancient beings. Sunlight. They cannot stand to be in it. It harms them like nothing else. The two guardians ruthlessly strike out at the hero from the shadows, refusing to draw in too close, and instead forcing him to dance about them in combat. His goal is to lure them towards the light so that he can reflect it upon them with his shield. And it's no quick affair. The two are hard to land hits on and will come to each other's aid should Link get the upper hand. But when finally they each fall and Link burns away their corpses, Egos du Ukana draws his sword and shield and begins the fight anew against the exhausted hero. He's a powerful threat and can detach his head from his body, forcing Link to deal with him on two fronts. The ancient king nearly succeeds in cutting the boy down, ending his life, but by a hair's breadth, Link manages to bring Egos du Ukana down, casting away the evil curse that clouded his mind. With his vision,
I'm not trying to get this one.
in the moments before he finally leaves this world, Egos du Ukana reflects upon his old life and the fall of his kingdom. There was so much hatred, so much chaos and bloodshed. But after somebody thrust open the gates of the stone tower, their need for violence sprang forth again, and the canyon fell into the sad state that it is now. It is thanks to Link that the spell binding them is broken. To return the light to this land, Egos tells Link that he must seal the doors of the stone tower, defeat whatever is inside, and lock that place away once again.
For Hondos.
While hundreds of his own soldiers could not conquer that place, perhaps the lone warrior before him does stand a chance. To help him, Egos teaches Link the Elegy of Emptiness, a terrible song that will grant him a soldier who has no heart. Should Link need another to stand in his place, he may use this melody to create multiple copies of each of his forms. 4 empty soldiers in total. He will need his ability to reach the final temple. Egos du Ukana passes from this plane, his final request being for Link to shine the light of justice upon his kingdom.
Not a problem.
The final day, and so much has been accomplished, but the memories of Ikana can't best left in the past, so to speak. That girl and her father in the music box, they can be helped once again on his passage through. But that water well, the derelict castle, the undead and skeletal soldiers, the Garrow, they're all things perhaps best forgotten. There is yet one more obstacle that he must face. He's seen it far off time again, that massive stone tower. Even knowing precisely where to go and being fully equipped for the climb, it takes like almost all of the time just to reach the entrance of the stone tower temple.
Nice.
It's no wonder an army couldn't topple this place. Just having to worry about his own height is hard enough. Imagine trying to get 100 or more.
Along the way,
It's just boring that we have to do so much grinding, you know? This is what I have to do, so that's what I have to do. And that's okay. I don't mind it. Resume. See, I'm already okay with the Lost. Okay.
The Giant's Mask. And why is this beast guarding it? Why is there a mask here? When Link tries to put it on, it doesn't do anything. It's useless. But it is a strange thing to find. But the end is finally near. It's taken nearly a day and a half to reach the massive locked door containing whatever curses this land. Throwing it open reveals that a fall is required. A plunge into something unseeable. When Link takes that leap, he lands someplace impossible, as though he's in a completely new land, taken far away from the stone country, placed into the middle of an endless desert, where the ground shakes.
Fuck.
Great twin insects called the Twin Mold are here. Massive creatures that seem impossible to even approach.
Grinding.
It is far too big to cross on foot, and they move at such speed that Link can barely get a clean shot on them.
What we just need
Giant's Mask. He can put it on here.
150, so that's one.
Under guard. A method to handle the Twin Mold. Now large enough to face them head on, the challenge has become learning to control his oversized body and land hits on the tail or head of each worm. But their constant movement and shielding of their weak points still makes it an extreme.
See, it's kind of hard to do.
And to add further complication to the process, the mask drains Link's magic. He can't use it forever. And after a long grueling game of chase and slash,
And we do have a problem in the fact that
and it's not impossible to do. He could absolutely kill the Twin Mold with just his bow and arrow, but the accuracy that would require would be phenomenal, and he does not have the speed
Flack.
with massive field in this form. He's able to bolt for magic pots and arrows, take his giant form back, and push on with the battle. One of the twin mold goes down, but the other is still healthy. It lunges at him through the ground, flies through the air, blocks his attacks with his carapace, and destroys his sources of magic and arrows as it flies about. Just before night of the second day, with only half a heart remaining, he succeeds. Link has felled the twin mold. The final of the 4 is finally destroyed, leaving behind a mask that once imprisoned.
You also got this.
With this task finally completed, it's time to greet the last of the giants. This one too urges Link and Hal to call a combat. They've experienced enough to know precisely what this means. When the time comes, at midnight on the final night, the melody taught to Link by the first of the giants they saved must be played. That song, Ode to Order. It served no purpose other than this. When it's time, Link and Hal must have faith in that melody and in the actions of the 4 together.
I'm pretty sure it's a fragmented skill tree.
For now, it's time for them to go back to the Econa Canyon, back to where they belong.
There's no trophy for the DLC, so I don't mind.
It's not such a bad place called the Evil Banished. When Link gets back to Fogtown, it's deep into the night of the second day. He could choose to continue on to greet the final day and begin his confrontation with the Skull Kid atop the clock tower, but there are a few areas that he would like to see to first. Masks that he's heard of, but he hasn't found yet. So once more, Link wants to go back to the first day. It's bright and early. 6 a.m. Time to get busy. But something draws Link's eye. It's a kid wearing a mask coming out of a water pool area. He's seen that kid before.
Good.
Someone just ran away from him. He is not sure.
Good.
What is his deal? Well, anyways, Link takes some time to play a game with Postman, say hello to Anju in the Song Pod Inn, and then rolls over to the mayor's office to see what's going on there. And there's she's kind of a new face. She's having a conversation with Toto, the manager for the Indogos. Madame Aroma politely greets Link and asks if he's the expert person finder that she hired, or rather, she assumes that he is. Her son, Cafe, has been missing for a month now. She has no idea where he went. He simply vanished without a trace. Madame Aroma gives Link a mask that will give him the authority to investigate Cafe's disappearance. And that mask, oh my, that hair is familiar. Link saw someone that looked like this just this morning. It was that kid at the water polo across town. Link stares at
Good.
the and he finds his journal. It says, a wedding ceremony is soon. It might be early, but I finished my wedding mask. I wonder if Andrew made it. He tends to do things at the last minute, so probably not. There's a gathering of the fellows of the Milk Bar tonight. I plan to show off my wedding mask and talk about my sweetheart as best I can. Oh, that's sweet. A wedding ceremony with Andrew. Wait, Cafe the kid. What the hell, Andrew? Okay, well, hold on. Maybe Link was wrong. The kid wasn't Cafe. Asking the receptionist about the whole affair confirms that Cafe and Andrew are engaged. It's public knowledge, so maybe Andrew is the first person that you should see about this. Cafe seems so in love with her in his diary. He wouldn't just vanish and not tell her, right? Seeing somebody wear this mask is a shock to Andrew, but she quickly rebounds from it and carries on without a word on the topic. So, she won't be a lead. Who else can Link talk about this? Maybe the mayor? Maybe the captain of the guard? None of the entertainers upstairs have anything of interest to say.
Slack.
Well, this is a dead end. But, when we reach the inn, the postman arrives, carrying mail for Andrew, and her reaction is quite loud, enough so that it catches Link's attention. Andrew tries to ask the postman where he got this letter from, what mailbox, who sent it, but like a strange professional, he doesn't track. That's not information that he can disclose, not even her. Once again, approaching her with Cafe's mask, Andrew begs Link for assistance in the matter. She asks him to come back to the inn later that night for a private meeting in the kitchen, and there she can explain more. Well, this cycle just got a lot more interesting. So he has the rest of the day to listen to stories from Andrew's grandmother, and after night falls and the inn locks up for the night, he sneaks back in through an unlocked door on the second floor. And sure enough, just before midnight, Andrew creeps into the kitchen for their meeting. The letter she received was from Cafe himself, and she would like for Link to act as an intermediary between them. She doesn't know where he went or if he's in trouble, but she's afraid of what's happened. She has her own letter to send to Cafe, but she's afraid of doing it. So
the whole thing for a she mask.
She'll be able to meet Cafe. Link agrees to take this burden from her and to find out what has happened to her fiance. The first step will be to
However, you get the wedding, so
he drops off that letter and
pretty huge.
on the second day. So he's not really sure what he's waiting for.
It's a really nice shirt.
Maybe the mailman left the letter. That makes sense. How long is that going to take, though? When is he supposed to come back? Well, that kid came from the laundry pool, and there was a door in the laundry pool that he could never get to, so he decides to go to the laundry pool and just wait behind a tree for the rest of the day. It is deep into the afternoon by the time the postman arrives. He rings the bell, and the purple-haired kid runs up to greet him. The two have a brief exchange before the kid bolts back into his hideaway. This time, though, he leaves the door unlocked. It's time to go see what's going on in there. And this kid, he says that the letter Andrew wrote said that Link could be trusted, so he's going to tell him the secret. He's Cafe. All 3 feet of him.
Nice.
It's really, really complicated. Complicated, but not problematic. The school kid did this to Cafe not long before his wedding. He tried to get help from the Great Fairy in North Clocktown, but on his way there, somebody ambushed him and stole his wedding mask. A grinning, prancing man. Cafe is good friends with the pawn shop owner in town, and he knows that stolen items tend to wind up there. So with his friend's permission, he's been held up here, watching out for anybody that would come through with his wedding mask. And Link has met him in Econa Canyon. He really wanted to borrow Link's wedding reserves. It's certainly possible, if not likely, that he is the culprit, that he targeted Cafe because he was a kid and couldn't fight back. Cafe will remain here, watching for the weird man to walk into the pawn shop. Link will go give Andrew a pendant. It will serve as a promise to her, one that she'll understand. It's a promise that Cafe will return soon, that he has not abandoned her, certainly Andrew will not go with them. He or she will stay until Cafe reappears. Early the next day, Link decides to go talk to Cafe to get him the good news. Tell him what Andrew said. But when he arrives, the door is locked. Cafe doesn't answer. So maybe this is just the end of this particular mission? They failed? Time to give up, perhaps? Andrew doesn't say anything about Cafe reappearing, so did he just really vanish on her right before their wedding? That would be terrible. Later on in the afternoon, Link comes back one more time just to see, and to his surprise, the door opens, but it isn't Cafe that's inside. It's the pawn shop owner. This guy always seemed as shady as the forest, and he's been fairly unpleasant to deal with. I mean, the guy does business with thieves, but he was also a good friend of Cafe.
Look at this, look at this.
He gives Link one of his own masks, the Keaton mask, just because he seems nice. He likes the kid, and that's all the reason that he needs. So maybe the pawn shop owner isn't such a bad guy deep down. He also asked Link to deliver some express mail to Cafe's mother, probably to tell her about what's happened to him. But where did Cafe himself go? What did happen to him? The shop owner tells Link that a thief went into his shop the other night to pawn something, and Cafe had a full-on rage-fueled episode. He took off after the thief, probably back to his shelter. The thief is named Seiken, and his hideout is indeed in Akana, so it was that guy. But happy prancing, let me borrow your sword.
So Ratch is done.
Decided to go handle this himself. Oh no, Cafe, what are you getting yourself into? Madame Aroma is nowhere to be seen, and the day is drawing to a close. The final day. There's not much time left. Link decides to make a run for the canyon, to where he knows the thief Seiken hangs out. Maybe he can find a solution to all of this there. Running up the river leads the hero to a sealed-off lair.
There's nobody there?
As Seiken's hideout. Not very discreet, but Seiken also doesn't seem like the brightest bulb either. Good news. Cafe isn't around yet, so Link has managed to beat him here. Link decides to hide behind some nearby rubble to wait for any activity, because somebody has to appear here eventually. He'll wait as long as he possibly can for that to happen.
Fuck it.
After night falls, it's Cafe who appears. Thank goodness. The two meet up behind the rubble to discuss his plan. They're going to wait for Seiken to return, let the thief open the locked doors, and then rush
Of course, Inky.
It's one worth waiting out. And 1 hour later, Cafe is again proven right about the thief. He arrives right as expected and opens the door to his hideout, leaving it wide open. And Cafe doesn't miss a beat. His precious mask is sitting above a conveyor belt in the middle of a warehouse. Who knows what else Seiken has stored away here? And Cafe, almost immediately sets up the hideout security system, locking down the doors, turning on the defenses within each room, and starting the conveyor belt with his valuable mask atop it. If they can't reach the end of the belt before the mask, it will be dumped out of reach. They're on a time limit now to solve each of the puzzles in the rooms. They have to work together, with one opening the door for the other. Link takes the combat-heavy side, while Cafe takes the puzzle-oriented gauntlet. Each of them have to make it through all of the rooms and stand above a deactivation switch.
Nice, it was.
If one of them fails, they both fail. But together they manage to make it through. Each of them reach their switch and stop the conveyor belt from dumping Cafe's letting mask. Time is
Okay.
running out. It's just past midnight. If they both run, they can make it back to Clocktown just before the end.
No.
Link is able to soar back, quickly landing back in Clocktown. He gives him just enough time.
Yeah, guys.
Deliver that special letter.
When you go to the same place and you get the kind of like a Fuck it.
She looks every bit like a heartbroken mother. Delivering Cafe's letter to her is a comfort she desperately needed. It's far too late to escape what's to come, but at least
Fuck it.
Link knows that her son was alive and trying to get back home. And next is Andrew. Link goes to where she's waiting, and he says,
We are good.
with
Ah.
Cafe doesn't. Asleep in the ball. It's not even stuff. They were supposed to be wed, but this wasn't her room. Setting aside her tears, Andrew greets and accepts Cafe. Even if he's not the same, she's gentle with her words. She knows his sin from their childhood. So long ago, they agreed to marry each other on the eve of the carnival. There's no way that can happen now, but they decided to exchange masks.
You know it's sent.
And today, just reunite them. This regretful tale is at its end, at least for Andrew and Cafe. Their lives will they cannot take refuge. Instead, they decided they would stay here a little bit longer and read whatever the morning. And it's too late for them to go to confront Majora. The clock is ticking. He won't make it there in time. Andrew and Cafe had but a few heavy-hearted moments together. It's time to rewind time and undo it all. This is it. This is the final cycle. Midnight on the final day, he will climb the clock tower and he will confront the Skullhead, confront Majora, and this madness.
Dash 24.
They're all awake now. The guardians of this land stand ready to heed Link's
Well,
call.
542.
What they'll do upon arrival is a complete unknown.
Can finally chart again.
Maybe they can unmake the curse of the mask. Perhaps Link need not struggle more against this threat. He's back at the
Finally.
plenty of time to dread once again climbing that clock tower. In
Links.
his bomber's notebook, there are gaps in schedules.
It's Links.
And the fields of term that he certainly missed, but the anxiety of facing the
You say no. At least Freya's not there anymore.
almost impossible. He goes to see Andrew at the stockpot inn, but he can't bring himself to stay
No,
there.
I'm pretty sure there's something else. Or
Players upstairs are going about their business.
possibly much later on.
To see the mayor's wife and that their carnival appearances were all going to be canceled. So maybe he could just jump ahead some time with the story. Andrew's grandmother is always going to read him a tale, but being
Nice.
Instead, he'll just fast forward time to himself. That night, Link stands outside the stockpot inn and just stares out for a few. What is he doing? This is an actual waste of time. Jumping ahead when he could at least make the effort to see what's going on around town. See if he can help anybody. Maybe if he finds something to focus on, the anxiety at night will ease up. It's the usual, the same old around town. The main square is quiet, vendors are closing down. There's not a lot to see or do. Sure, there are a few interesting interactions here and there, but for the most part, things are just peaceful and ordinary. Time passes from early evening into late night, and just past midnight, Link walks into the northern section of town, where something distressing is happening. A familiar
Okay.
man in face walked past a very elderly woman carrying a small bag on her back. Seiken, that thieving snake. And true as nature, Seiken grabs the bag off of her back, pushes her down, and begins to run away with it. Out of reflex,
Not sure what to do.
she's alright, but doing so, Seiken gets away. The whole thing happened so fast, and the guard didn't move to stop him. She says that she was packing bomb bags for her store, but it's long gone to her now. That's really unfortunate. Seiken is actually the absolute worst, and Link completely failed to intervene on her behalf.
Okay, so I'm guessing this is the one. 'Cause I'll be honest, I don't remember how to do this. We never even did it. Black Ops 7.
So for the rest of the night, he takes to riding through the fields of Terminus, searching out anything that he might have missed in his prior journeys. But here too, things are relatively quiet. At the dawn of the second day, he finds himself back to the swamp. The poisoned water is back, monsters are all around, everything rolled back to how it used to be. But with only one full day left to really explore, there's a time pressure to seek out immediate problems. It's the final night. By the time he's returned the clock down, completely unsuccessful in his endeavor to find a purpose this cycle beyond his Skull Kid confrontation, awake in 2.5 days. There are a few hours left. Maybe he can convince somebody to flee. This might be the final cycle. He doesn't know what will happen atop that tower. So he stops to see the
Good.
Link has noticed him around town on the final day. He chose not to flee. Maybe he can convince him. Oh no. When Link enters the postman's house, he finds him on the floor having a complete mental breakdown. He says that he wants to flee, but he wasn't given the order. And tomorrow
Look at this. It's gonna push me.
on his bed, he even left himself a note. To myself, you have been doing a great job delivering the mail. I have a request for my hard-working self. All of the townsfolk have taken refuge. I want to flee too. Even if it's not written in the schedule, I want to flee. Please. From me. He so badly wanted to escape, but when the time came, he couldn't do it. And Link can't convince him to go. The captain of the guard had tried to convince the mayor to allow public servants to flee. but
Good.
he didn't. And it's people like the postman who are going to suffer for that choice. But one has to wonder, did the mayor himself flee? The postman just stays on the floor, enveloped in his own panic. It's all the more reason that Link cannot fail. Midnight is approaching.
Good.
Ascending
That we
the
did.
leads to a very familiar spot. Atop the tower, same as before, sits the Skull Kid, and the exquisitely harrowing moon moves low in the sky. And same as before, the Skull Kid taunts that even if the four were to come right now, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Well, it's time to challenge that confidence. The Skull Kid begins to call the moon, the command for its final descent to begin, but this time, Link takes no action against him and instead just plays the oath to order. The rumble ceases. The Skull Kid ends his call to the moon and he just stops, like he's confused, looking around for something that he wasn't expecting. Whatever is happening in his mind, it forces him to crash and scream against what's approaching. From the four corners of Termina, the giant step forth and catch the moon in the sky. They exist to protect this land, and up until now they have been ineffective against the curses of Majora, held captive and made inconsequential until now. The four are able to stop the descent of the moon just before it.
Okay, that's pretty much it.
As dawn begins to break, the magnet mirror completely stops, held in place by the guardians.
This is so shitty because
The sun is beginning to shine and Termina is in flames. Furthermore, the Skull Kid is uncontrolled. Petal and Gale are riding reunited. Petal, concerned for her little brother, has been consuming her the entire journey. Finally having him back safely is her goal with hope. When she turns her
It's
attention to
nuts.
the underdogs of Skull Kid, it's to berate him for what's happened.
10 out of 10?
To try to understand the Skull Kid, to not be so hard on him. Tattle has some quite harsh words to describe how she feels about the Skull Kid now, but less one for
18.
him. Who is really in charge here? Majora Rising.
Majora's Mask.
It was a fun game, a fun distraction, but things just became far more interesting. Majora ascends into the moon, and it's terrifying. Its crash course resumes, and it looks like the four guardians cannot actually stop it. In abject fear,
Apologies.
time to flee to go back to the first day. There was no planning for this, but they have to go with it.
Boom.
They cannot back down from it now, and this sits poorly with Tattle. She doesn't want to leave her brother. She doesn't want to go up to that moon. She even tells him that
I'll try again to reach the other level. Because there has to be some ways to do it.
For never intervening, for letting things go as far as they did. But to keep her little brother safe, Tattle changes her mind and demands that she will go, actually. No backing down now, right? Together, the two run into the pathway, leading up into the moon. It's lovely. A huge, lush field of grass surrounded by a forest. And in the middle of the field rests a massive tree. There are butterflies all around it and children playing beneath it. Children who wear the masks of the Falsphere that trap the guardians of Termina.
Boom.
And another who wears the mask of Majora. Will you play with me? You're a boring kid. A game? What? Why would he play a game with someone wearing the mask of Majora? Each of the four children running around the tree ask Link if he will hand over his masks to them. Masks that they didn't earn. Most of these were gifts from the people of Termina, and they just want him to give them away to make them happy? Give them to presumably evil beings? No, absolutely not. Who knows what they'll do with them? Some of these masks have real and true power within them, and Link has played enough games. He's not giving Majora or these children.
No, you should have, because you gave the first ID
He cannot
mask.
give these new children his masks.
about to get dangerous with new technologies daily, that's really where AlphaSense comes in. There's a lot of noise out there, and AlphaSense gives me this.
There has to be a reason more than just that.
You only have weak masks. So, you'll play? Yes? Well, shall we go? Majora's arena is psychedelic and unusual. 4 walls hold the masks that seal away the guardians of Termina, and Majora itself sits upon a seat of importance. It is the eye drop of the room, a sun-like throne, and when Link draws in, Majora engages. For all its manipulation and cruelty to others, Majora itself is unlike any combatant Link has ever faced. Were Link not the hero of time and once holder of the Triforce of Courage, his presence would see him cut down in a matter of moments. Even as a seasoned fighter, Majora is immediately difficult for Link to handle. It twirls around the room in loops and makes it hard to shoot and difficult to dodge, forcing Link to learn a timing in which Majora may be vulnerable with its weak sides exposed. But that opening is extremely brief, and being out of position is an opportunity lost to inflict pain on Majora, and each arrow loosed is one that he will not have later. Once this realization is made, the hero slows his attack to calculate each shot, and he uses his masks to save resources.
I don't know where to go.
And time his actions. It's a long sequence of dodging and outplaying until Majora changes the rules. Phase 1 is over. Now the 4 enter the fight. Majora's chaotic twirling continues, and now each of the masks that once rested on the walls float about as well, firing off their own attacks atop what was already taking place. But how is he supposed to handle 5 enemies at once, especially ones that float around the arena that he cannot make sword contact with? Each shot counts, even after getting a life-saving bundle of arrows, but the silver lining is that with each of the 4 that Link does manage to take down, the encounter becomes just a little bit easier. One by one, he takes them down until he's back for one-on-one combat with Majora, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It fires powerful beams of fire at the boy, but he remembers this. Long ago, yes, also in the future, when he was an adult back in Hyrule, the twin sorceresses within the Spirit Temple fired beams at him just like this, and he was able to use it against them. So here,
There's a secret wall.
took his mirror shield and sent the attack back at Majora. This has already been a long and drawn-out affair.
Okay, good.
Low, he's running out of wind.
There's a secret wall. How am I supposed to know that?
This phase seems to be easier to handle. The masks aren't wildly swinging around the room anymore. After a direct strike to its center, Majora lights on fire and doesn't put it out. Just starts floating around the room and then stops in front of Link. Majora's mask isn't done, not by a long shot, and the worst has yet to come. This is
Party
Majora's
rooms.
arena. It's changed into something with legs. It screams at the top of its lungs. It
There's a lot of them.
runs around the arena. It spins and dances, walks backwards. It's hard to keep up with, and it taunts Link with a creepy stare from its new eye. The way it moves, it's alarming. Ganondorf was cruel and violent, but he was predictable in his rage. He made sense. Majora, though, is unreasoning, and its ominous movements are perplexing and distressing. Link has to chase it around the arena to line up his shot and then book it into melee range to deliver as many hits as he possibly can before the creature once again rises and resumes its crude dancing. If only that screaming would stop. Every time Link takes a hit, it seems to maniacally laugh, or that it could be wailing or howling. It's hard to tell the difference. He's lost count at how many hits he's landed, but after another eternity with this thing, Majora's attacks stop, and as before, it does not fall. How is this thing still going? How is it still
Boom.
Majora changes the rules once again, and it's 4. Majora's Wrath. It's more humanoid, but still screams an ungodly sound. But this thing is far more lethal than anything that came before. Its arms lash out as weapons, both close and long range, and it strikes the hero. One hit. One hit. One hit. And
There you go.
has been defeated. Did you really think it would be that easy? Here's what you and the masked salesman don't seem to understand. The pain and terror of Termina makes me happy. I'll be waiting. Far from a fairy tale, isn't it? Were you expecting the hero to waltz in and win? And the young man tasted to destroy Majora. He left behind some within Termina who needed him. He sought to be the hero sooner rather than later. But there are powers that exceed even Majora. Old fables tell of a traveler who put down the terrible man-eater.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
If Majora
What a good way to tell the lore.
but finding them-
So she failed,
desires traits of
so she had a reason to go back and get the mask
It
ID.
might not be a happy ending. He mustn't allow belief to think. There are people who still need him. Fill up the bomber's notebook. Play the games of the Moon Children. Give them gifts and happiness too. And then face the great evil.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. The coffin.
Back to the dawn of the first day. Seems the unknowable goddess of time once again intervened on Link's behalf.
Do, 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 do.
Not him. Doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, well, he's clearly missed something, so pen and paper time. What is missing in this bomber's notebook? First obvious thing is that elderly woman that Sig had attacked and stole from. And if possible, maybe the postman. This is the final cycle, and Link wants to
Look at this, look at this.
He can help out Andrew.
Such a cool cutscene.
He might not be able to see them united, but he can at least get them close enough for that sorrowful ending. So he gets his stops for the case of Andrew Cafe going, and then prepares for eating that old woman. That will be the night of the first day. Easy enough. But you know, if he's helping the postman, Andrew Cafe, the old woman, why not the Romani sisters too? He knows their schedules. He has plenty of time. Up to it. No time to lament over a loss. Link runs to the ranch, talks to Madame Aroma, talks to Andrew. He does it all with time to spare. He will have to be quick that night, though. Right after helping the old woman, he'll have to rush to Romani to help them out. Once everything is set up, he gets back to Mark
1644.
to hide out of sight and sneak it, so that he can get the jumper. Just a few steps away, though, is a curious character, one that Link has never encountered up until now. Wearing the Keaton mask that Cafe once wore, Link draws out an actual Keaton, who was hiding in nearby grass. This is an exercise, and he has some trivia for Link. Let's see how you do. Answer me
And this one is leading us to a
words that Tingle created. Tingle, abracadabra. Cuckoo, Tingle, Rama. Kalu, Lemon.
leads us to a simple dungeon.
Of course, Kalu, Lemon.
I don't think we did the dungeon before.
Romani, the girl at the ranch, used in practice. A slingshot? A bow. She doesn't use one.
It's actually pretty
The
cool.
answer is a bow. She's killed many men with it. Next question. What instrument does the Scroll
Because
Kid
you can
play?
see.
A tin whistle. What's the best thing about home insurance for Screw 1?
La la la
You
la
get to
la
make
la.
yours the only unbundled home insurance in Canada. Unbundled means only paying for the coverage you want. And nothing else.
Kinda nuts because they're all defeated.
Don't pay to insure it?
Oh, shut the hell up, dude.
At home business coverage? A flute. Or an ocarina?
It's a flute.
The answer is a flute. In another timeline, the Skull Kid was the hero of time and he had the ocarina, but not this time. Question number 4. How many members are in the Zora Band, the Indigo Girls?
5.
4, 5, or maybe 6. The answer is 5.
Yeah.
I'm trying to count Toto as one of the members. Here we go, last question, and it's a tough one.
Then I remember this is crazy.
The girl of the ranch used during practice. 1, 2, or she doesn't use balloons, she uses men. The answer is 1. How did you do? Not a fun way to pass the time, no? Nice calm way to feel Hylian again after the whole Majora incident. Well, after nightfall, Link gets into position, and look at who it is. Not doing anything suspicious, not at all. This guy is about to get a royal thrashing. Link waits until midnight, keeping an eye on Sagan from a distance. But it's not until that old lady appears that he pounces again. But this time, Link is ready and waiting. He doesn't try to reason with him, rather
We're trying to fuck him up.
He takes out his sword and takes a big old swing at Sagan. The thief drops his goods, and he takes off. Once again, the guard does absolutely nothing. Saving the old lady and her merchandise gets Link a great reward, the Blast Mask. Another good deed done, and another mask collected. Time to get back to Romani. He only has about an hour until the invasion begins. He quickly rushes, talks to Anju, gets her letter, and then he flies to Romani Ranch and just barely makes it there in time. Link again saves the sisters, saves the ranch, brings a big, bright smile to their faces, and that evening he'll come back to help Chromia on her wagon ride. Now, what else did he miss along the way that he could do really quick? There was a weird house in the swamp near the Deku Palace. That's another good lead. He can go see what was going on there. He flies back out to the swamp, and within that creepy, webby house, Link finds a man in a state of transformation.
Good.
Now changing into a Skulltula. He begs Link to kill all the golden Skulltulas in his house and break the curse that he's under. And the reward for doing this is the Mask of Truth,
Ouch.
another familiar item from a faraway place. Now, what else? What else? The India reminds him.
Mosquito bites.
What felt like an eternity ago, after he had rescued the Deku Princess from Adola, they mentioned that the butler had prepared something for him. But did he actually ever go find the butler? 300% to the right of the
Nope.
But, well, going there's a bit of a problem. The water is poisonous and there's some octopus thing in the way. So the water needs to be not poisoned. He messed it up. He was supposed to come here after cleansing the temple and he didn't.
We have Cheetos, crunchy Cheetos jalapeno.
This is a lesson to be learned about diligence. So he has to go kill Adola.
Oopsies.
Fair enough. The hero remembers enough about the temple that he could probably clear it again with some time to spare, and he already has an owl statue activated that will get into the entrance really quick. So he rushes back to the Fennec courtyard, brings the temple back up to the surface, and he heads back in for round 2. But an unexpected turn of events. The guardian of this temple is still free, and has enough control over this place even now that they can take Link straight to Adola. He doesn't have to reclear the temple. He doesn't even have to set foot beyond the foyer to reach the boss room. Link faces down Adola now with all of his upgrades, his tools, and his gadgets. His first time here, it was rough. He had little to work with and very low vitality.
Shit, we're gonna switch. Didn't talk about that.
More than a minute in the ring with Link. The hero absolutely destroys Adola in this round. He gathers up the Deku Princess again, but Chronia's wagon's about to leave. She will just have to hang out in that bottle for like, a couple hours. Link rushes back to Romani, guides Chromia back to town, and then he hurries back to the Deku Palace to release the hopefully not suffocating princess. It feels good to be productive. Link sees her safely return home, rescues that poor Mr. Monkey, saves the Deku people from the blight of Adola. And there's a thought stirring in Link's head with this. Something he needs to think about, but before he gets sidetracked, he needs to go see.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish him.
Around the side of the palace, through clear waters, Link finds that dapper butler waiting for him in a most unusual place. He tells the hero that the Deku have prepared a gift for him, and that all he must do is follow the butler's route. Though this is a challenge in and of itself, it's more of a wild chase through a gauntlet of death traps than an escort to a prize. This extremely long route is full of opportunities for Link to die or fail, but because Link this chase sequence isn't nearly as awful as it could have originally been. Link keeps pace with the butler and succeeds in reaching the end of his gauntlet at his side. The butler congratulates Link and apologizes for this difficult task. Link reminds him of his son somehow, who left home. He vanished, and the butler doesn't know where he went. There was that shrub that Link bypassed when he first got to the tree and arrived at Terminal. Was that the butler's son? The Goron mask held the soul of Dormani. The Zora mask held Miko. He never stopped to think about who was in the Deku mask. Could that be who it was? The butler gives to Link the Mask of Sense, another good deed complete, but this one feels a little bit different. There's a sadness to it. There's nothing more defeat of Adolwa and helping all of those people, it sparked an idea. As Link goes about his side quests helping people out, he decides that he's going to take it one step further. Time is slowed. He still has a bold-haired meaning. Why not have a bit of a boss rush? Save the Goro, the Zora, beat Curse the Canyon. If the Guardian will allow him to jump straight to the end, then maybe he really can save everyone. Link flies just knowing to test this theory.
20.
He doesn't have time to unfreeze the Elder or soothe the spirit of Darmani, but he already knows the song that he needs to lull that massive Goron spirit to sleep. It lets him beeline back to the temple, and sure enough, a portal has been ready to take him straight to Goat. It is another long fight, not made easier by equipment or tools, but Link takes the beast down and stops the snowstorm for the mountain well before midnight. This is working. He continues his days clearing side quests, helping those he can, and then he flies out to the Great Bay. He can't take time to get Lulu's eggs back, but if he can purify the waters of the Great Bay, make it safe again, then the Zora themselves should be able to handle that task. So he plays for Lulu the song that her children taught him, awaiting the great turtle nearby to get back out to the
You know what's insane?
Bay. This place was a huge headache, but Link doesn't have to do a thing. The Guardian whisks him away to the lair of the inedible cure. And this time around, he takes the monstrosity down in one go. No problem. The Zora people are going to be okay. Lulu is going to be okay. Her voice is already coming back to her. Her children will be rescued. But Link can't stay to celebrate. He flies to the final of the four, the Stone Tower Temple. This canyon was once a horror show, but this time here, it feels like a victory lap. After he books the temple and he makes it inside, he plummets into that vortex knowing exactly what to do about the wind mold. This is the
Holy
last
shit,
time he
dude.
gets a giant's mask, so he just has fun with it. This encounter is far less harrowing this time through. Link becomes Godzilla-sized and stomps
Yeah,
around the
my
world,
apologies.
taking massive swings. It's almost disappointing when the mud is through.
I need to break his poise, but I can't. Try that again.
He has to shrink
I'll wait until I'm done with the DLC to just kill them.
The third day hasn't even dawned yet.
You died in one shot.
Sagan never went to the pawn shop, so Cafe never leaves town to go chase him down. He'd already seen through their stories before, but it still feels sad not being able to finish it out. So the postman, Madame Aroma, and Jim Cafe are all depending on him to truly succeed in saving Termina to find happy teachers. It's not the finality that he hoped for, but he got them far enough along that he
Do,
won't
do,
be
do,
dull upon his
do,
hands.
do,
Okay,
do.
the postman will be able to return to work, a family will be brought back together, a wedding will certainly take place. It's Cafe's first. And he can apologize that to Andrew. He's got a bit of free time, so Link goes for a ride in the field again, and here's a strange music coming from an ice over mushroom sort of thing. There's an almost naked, absolute sex god of a man dancing under the moonlight. He died some time ago, but his only regret was not passing on his dance moves. Link meant his heart about the song of feeling, and the now untroubled spirit gives Link his mask so that he can
24?
hold on to. You know, there were a
Nice.
couple of dancers in Cloudcamp that were trying to figure out a cool dance routine for the carnival. Link heads back and he finds the 20 gals trying to work out their routine in West Cloudtown. He teaches them 6
Okay, 424.
solving their creative dilemma and making them very happy.
The fact that she added that at the end is actually super nice.
And then he realizes that he's completed it.
Because then you can give the mask, and then you can actually
What a joy, and he did so much this
finish
time.
my turtle's mask super easily.
He has all of day 3 to prepare for the move, so he fills up his quiver, gets potions and berries, collects every battle resource that he can find. He checks that he has all of his masks on hand, and when he's ready, he jumps ahead to the final night. At midnight, the clock tower opens up, and Link ascends the staircase one last time. Again, he stops the sculpture with the Oath of Order, summons the Guardians of Termina to hold the moon still. He follows the mask into the mouth of the moon, back to the sprawling green field teeming with life. Let's see what these moon children have to say. They'd asked
He's standing on it.
They'd asked him for gifts, so that they could be happy too, and they had refused. Because why would you want to make these children?
Oh, no, 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 no.
But not this time. He sets his pride
Oh my god, you saw that?
Nice weather, isn't it? Masks. You have a lot. You too. Will you be a mask salesman? Then I'll play with you. So masks. Give me some. All these memories and keepsakes, it's time to give them up, hero. Thanks. You're a nice person, aren't you? Hide and seek, let's play. Alright. I'll hide. The moon child with the mask of Adolwa takes one mask from Link and then pulls him into a new plane within the moon. Using the Deku mask, Link makes his way through the small obstacle course of jumps and flying. Should Link have lost his way through Termina or overlooked particular tasks, there are gossip stones all around that will direct him towards a person and item that he may need to progress. The option to rewind time
Look at
is still
these.
there.
These are bad.
On the other side of the gorge is a door that takes him to the child in
The different village are you craft an empty pathway.
You found me. Hey, I want more masks. Alright, well, time to say goodbye to more keepsakes. Thanks. You're nice. Can I ask you a question? Your friends. What kind of people are they? I wonder. Do those people think of you as a friend? Well, of course they do. Of course they do. Except not all of them remember him, and they do have their own lives to go live. So he can probably just hope that they feel the same way about him as how he feels about them.
Okay.
Adolwa is complete. The next masked child Link will confront will be cured. And just like the moon child before him, this one demands more masks from Link.
They share without the
And once done,
horse.
Link will into another realm to play a game of hide and seek. Link must travel through a series of tunnels filled with flowing water. Using the Zora mask, he has to find the correct path through the branching labyrinth of underwater paths. Take some luck, some guessing, some hacking,
Ash
and
of
find the moon
War?
child eventually waiting for him. In a room somewhere
Did this a couple of times already.
More masks from Lincoln. Another set of heat takes. And then another question.
The right thing. What is it? I wonder. If you do the right thing, does it really make everybody happy?
That's a hard question. He's certainly trying to always do the right thing. Trying to make people happy. But that's all he could ever do was just try. He's always done his best. Back to the field he goes, approaching the tree once again. 2 more children remain. Next will be Goat, who starts their encounter by taking 2 masks from Link. And then they take Link to a place made of long pathways, ramps, and tight turns that he will have to use the Gorowan mask to make it through. But here, if Link doesn't panic, if he lets the Force naturally guide him forward, and if he only stops when there's a clear branching path, then he can make the process more easier on himself. Fighting the turns and trying to memorize the layout of the track will just make things harder. And at the end of this practice of letting go is of course the next Moonchild, patiently awaiting his arrival, with a demand for 3 more of Link's masks, and then yet another question.
Thanks. You're next.
Nice.
Can I ask you a question? You. What makes you happy? I wonder, what makes you happy? Does it make others happy too?
What? Of course it makes others happy. Helping and saving people is a good thing. It should make people rejoice. At least it should make good people rejoice. And evildoers, they know that they're evil, right? They deserve to be unhappy when Link confronts them, because they're evil, right? Back to the field, 1 more Moonchild.
But who are you to say who's evil and not?
And he takes from Link 4 masks. His entire collection is almost wiped out at this point. Each mask he surrenders is a small punch to the gut. He's not going to have anything left by the end of this, is he? Another game of hide and seek is demanded. Hopefully this is the last time. But the Twin Moonchild pulls Link into the combat. 3 vicious enemies he must face, and hopefully he came well prepared with bomb tubes and fire arrows to get through each locked door as well. Because if he didn't, he'll be stuck. The final of the Moon Children awaits him at the end, demanding all of his remaining masks. That's the last of them.
Can I ask a question? Your twin face. What kind of face is it? I wonder. The face under the mask.
What? This is so much streaming.
What mask? What kind of question is that? Of course this is his true face.
This is why I kind of want to play some Binding of Isaac, because it's not the same, you know? The run versus something else. Is it map?
For customers like Jack,
Okay.
Galaxies are built to best guess. They're built with data.
But as he did with the other children, Link approaches them and speaks with them.
Everyone has gone away, haven't they? Will you play with me? You don't have any masks left, do you? Well, let's play something else. Let's play good guys against bad guys. Yes, let's play that.
Yeah, I remember this.
Child gives Link a mask. The Fierce Deity's mask. This feels wrong.
Are you ready? You're the bad guy. And when you're bad, you just run. That's fine, right? Well, shall we play?
So, Link is the bad guy now. What does he mean by that? This mask. Is this how Majora wants to play? Link is taken back into that psychedelic arena, where Majora rests on its seat of importance. But before engaging the foe, Link decides he'll play along. He dons the mask of the Fierce Deity.
And now this is the easiest battle ever.
Just as he has done time and time again with the other transformation masks. But a dark energy is within this one. It feels evil. But the power is so
No. It's not evil. It's the best.
The battle between the two begins, but this time, whatever Link has become dominates over the mask. He doesn't need extra equipment or fancy gear, potions, berries, arrows to make contact with Majora. He wields the sword so powerful that it can make contact from the ground. In no time at all, the 4 mountain masks enter the fight, coming to Majora's aid. But why does the Fierce Deity even care? What are they going to do? Shoot him in the back? Beating the life out of Majora is just far too easy, far too enjoyable to pay them any mind. He continues his assault against it, pushing Majora into the next phase, into Majora's incarnation.
Sorry guys, we're kind of overdosing on Elden Ring. But at the same time, it's almost done.
They're just irritating now. They're in the way, so they will be the next to die. One by one, he cuts them down with ease, ignoring Majora for a while. And when they're taken care of, he can turn his attention back to enjoy the process of ending this menace.
We'll do 14, 15 today. That's good. I'll be able to do 16, 17 tomorrow. And then 18, 19 is going to be the one. But then 18, 19 is going to be the hardest. Why? Well, because, how am I doing this?
But each hit from Majora is returned twofold. The powerful sword Link now wields does so much damage that it almost stuns the wrathful creature, allowing him to strike it multiple times before it regains.
31, 15.
Majora can only keep the deity away for so long. These flailing arms are simple for Link to dodge in this form. So simple that he completely destroys
There you go.
Majora.
So that's 12 and a half. I can do 16.
Happily danced to for 3 days. On the dawn of the 4th, the man-eater fell dead, and its power was confined by the traveler.
We saw these guys before.
Carved into this mask, cast into the darkness of an unborn world. And now finally, the two have met again.
I need you. 13,000, imagine.
Screaming, shaking.
Now, I remember this being a bit of a puzzle. There's 2 ways. One of them leads to the righteous way. One of them leads to rewards. One of them being a statue fragment.
Denizens of Termina and the four guardians watch it fade. They will not die this morning. They will greet the dawn of a new day. Link awakens in the field of Termina, the Skull Kid not far away, looking up at the four guardian giants of the land who stare back at him. In their way, the giants tell Skull Kid that they've never forgotten about him. They were still his friend. And oh, the Skull Kid cries and sobs at hearing this. He was so sad, so lonely when they left. He didn't understand why they had to protect the lands. They didn't mean to hurt him. But still, it happened. Now he has to come to terms with that sadness and find a new way forward. Though now, with Tattle and Tail at his side. The four cannot stay. Once again, they must return to their quarters of the land to serve their purpose. They hold no resentment, no animosity, or hostility. They go in peace, leaving the Skull Kid to find his own way. When he shakes off his sorrow, Skull Kid approaches Link, asking if he was the one that saved him. And if maybe Link wanted to be his friend too. He smells just like a
Good.
Peter taught him to solve him once. So why not do something together now as friends? But first, this guy. The Happy Mask Salesman was the man who originally found and carried Majora's Mask. Who knows the ventures that he's had? Sometimes instigator, sometimes guiding light, always a little creepy. It is time for him to depart these lands. However, then Majora's Mask is gone. He has no reason to remain here. There's always more business to see to. The true nature of this strange...
Now there's another one.
How he could have found something like this, carried something like this, not been in Realm Land. Oh, the secrets he must possess and the stories he can tell. Sadly, things that we may never get to know. So, safe trip to you, salesman. Thanks for helping stop your own apocalypse. The people of Termina have lives to put back together. With Majora's Mask defeated, things will return to normal eventually. Some damage has been done.
Good.
We have on the horizon for recovery. It's time for Tattle and Link to say goodbye as well. But Navi vanished. He was never given a chance at closure. But this time, it's different. Though Tattle is rough around the edges, the two still bid each other a fond farewell, parting ways as friends. Link will not be remaining within Termina to observe the carnival that's about to take place.
I don't think I'm gonna have something heavier, but if I was, we'll be able to wear it.
The Indigo Goats perform their set at the Milk Bar Latte. The Gorman Troop dancers get to put their skills on display. The inhabitants of Termina are getting back to the way things used to be within their homes. The postman wildly runs the fields around town, no longer completely tethered to his job. The great fairies of the land have been made whole once again. Romani Ranch is teeming with life and happiness as the two sisters and all of their cattle happily carry about their days with nothing in the world amiss. Vendors and shopkeepers around Clocktown continue on with their businesses. Those who worked so hard to be a part of and help make possible the carnival are able to sit back and enjoy the many shows and festivities that take place. At the Cherry on Top and Chicken Cafe are both completely back to normal and able to get married.
And these guys are gonna be tough.
To a once troubling tale. But for that Deku Butler, the path beneath Clocktown is open once again, and he finds his son. That spirit within the Deku Mask. No longer must he wonder what became of him. At least now he can perhaps carry his boy back home where he belongs. And for Link, he returns to his solitude within the forest, riding aimlessly in search of Navi, hope new scars that he will carry for the rest of his life. Though at least this time, behind a land that loved him, embraced him. He was fighting a true and great evil, yet he made so many personal connections in his time there. Though most of his deeds were lost to the rewind of time and forgotten, the hero experienced acceptance. He experienced gratitude and warmth.
It feels great.
He is leaving with joy in his heart.
Ah.
It's uncertain and lonely at this moment, but there is more life that he has yet to find. Termina was proof of that. This is the end of his career. He will go on to have descendants, tales not for us to know. The bloodline of the aspects of wisdom and courage will carry on. One day, the one who carries courage will return to the dark forests to slumber beyond death, to aid a future hero who will be burdened with twilight fate. But, well, what of the aspect of power? Of Ganondorf? He was to be executed in Link's absence. The vile Gerudo King was taken back out to the deserts, to execution grounds, where he would die alone, unnoticed, shamed, unremarkable. The sages were to oversee this grim task. But he was the holder of power. The execution failed. He murdered one of the sages. He was cast into a fourth realm as a final attempt just to contain him. But in doing this, another evil would be forced to contend with the power and influence of this evil one.
35.
Would be made victim of the failure of the sages. In a bar off
Five.
in a kingdom reshaped by his passage, the very same Ganondorf will return. And he will hold in his heart a hatred so deep that nothing will stop him from returning to Hyrule. Nothing would stop him
Hyrule.
from the descendants of wisdom and courage.
Yeah, but technically speaking, if you play Skyward Sword, I disagree with you, but technically speaking, this is not true. The Demise promised. Demise did a curse. The goddess of Hylia was to be reborn and reborn and reborn and reborn. Link was to be reborn and reborn and reborn. And then, once that happened, we'll fight once again, again. Check. Good.
We know the tales of Hyrule's birth, of the goddesses Din, Nehru, and Fomor, of the Triforce and Sacred Realm. We walked beside an old hero as he saved the lands of Hyrule and Termina. We met a princess, a powerful being who graced and guided the hero with her wisdom. Together, they succeeded through pain and loneliness, so that others might be spared the torment of an evil each of them an aspect of a legendary Triforce. When the hero
Super hard.
began in his adult years, the Princess Zelda sought to undo his pain. He had lost 7 years of his life to this journey, denied a significant portion of his life, so she sent the hero back, fracturing the possibilities of what Hyrule would become.
This is important.
Countless generations later, the world would be flooded, and the legend of the hero of time would be kept close in the hearts of this land's inhabitants. Perhaps stories that will walk together every day. But for the land of Hyrule, in the timeline that we remain in, where Link was returned to his childhood to walk the land of Termina, there's a far different tale to tell. The courageous hero and the wise princess went on to have families, descendants, bloodlines that carried on through the ages. But what of Ganondorf? When Link was returned to his childhood, after the evil king was defeated, the boy rushed to Hyrule Castle, where he told the young Princess Zelda all about what was to come. Zelda was finally able to convince her father of the Gerudo King's evil intentions, and Ganondorf was arrested. He was imprisoned before he could cause any harm, and there he stayed for many, many years. The promise of execution lingered nearby. These days remembered. Ganondorf was taken back to his homeland eventually, in the Gerudo Desert, to a terrible place called the Arbiter's Grounds. This bloody prison served as a holding place for Hyrule's most terrible criminals, and the execution grounds where their lives would be ended.
Good.
Ganondorf's time finally came. It was the sages themselves who would oversee the Gerudo King's sentence. Without mercy, because he was unworthy of it, he was bound to a massive stone, and his sword was driven through his body by the sage of the Water Temple. Ganondorf was supposed to die that day, but through divine intervention, his life was preserved. For destiny does not take sides. Ganondorf was spared a violent death. An aspect of the Triforce awoke within him, the aspect of power that was by all rights his to possess, and Ganondorf broke free from his chains. He killed the sage of the Water Temple with his bare hand, to the horror of the remaining 5. He pulled his execution weapon from his own wrist and turned his eyes upon them. In desperation, the 5 sages turned their eyes to an ancient artifact on the execution grounds, the Mirror of Twilight. To stop Ganondorf's fury, to save the land from this evil being, they activated the mirror and pulled Ganondorf into it, sending him away from this plane, to a dark but gentle place, where Ganondorf would be cut off from his source of power. They sent him to the Twilight Realm. Now we begin a new tale.
In Alpha Sense, there's just a single button which allows me to look at millions of documents and summarize key insights. That saves me tremendous amount of time.
Good.
Long, long ago, before Hyrule was embroiled in bitter civil wars and power struggles, there was a time of peace. After the goddesses created the world and sealed the Triforce away in the sacred realm.
Tough, dude. Tough. That's what you do when you know. At least we did some good today. We did a lot of good today.
Yes, we know this, but he was not alone in this desire. The evil king would eventually meet his demise, beginning the cursed cycle of conflict between power, wisdom, and courage. But others saw the sacred realm as well, some whose names and deeds did not make it into the annals of history. But one such clan we will know as the Interlopers. They were powerful wielders of magic, enigmatic people who heard tell of the sacred realm, and like so many others of the time, they were intent on finding it and taking it for themselves. These Interlopers were so dangerous, though, that the goddesses of Hyrule intervened to stop them. 3 Lightstones, Fair, Eldin, and the Neighbor, were ordered to seal away the magic of the Interlopers. They contained within a terrible object called the Fused Shadow. Anyone that touched the Fused Shadow would be changed by its dark power. The Mirror of Twilight was created by the Light Spirits and used to cast the Interlopers themselves into the realm of Twilight after the greatest power was stripped from them. In this boring place, they would hold no threat over Hyrule. The Interlopers changed. The Twilight realm was far different from their home. The place perpetually had a beautiful, gentle twilight. The Interlopers became things befitting the Twilight realm, the Twilight, or Twilight, or Twilight, whatever you wish to call them. Though their powers had mostly been taken from them, they were still capable of harnessing some magical abilities. The Twilight made this realm their home, and they adapted to it as the years passed on and on. Peaceful they were, quite different from the Interlopers of Hyrule that they descended from. The Twilight established a home kingdom and a system of rulership. Power structures were created around those who wielded the greatest magical abilities. While it might seem perhaps dangerous to let the most powerful rule, it was quite the opposite of the Twilight. Ages passed and peace was maintained in the Twilight realm. The Fused Shadow.
This is important.
Interlopers were split into 4 pieces. 3 went to the Light Spirits of Hyrule so that they might keep it safe from the world. Then the final piece went to the Twilight ruler, whoever that might be at any given time. The leaders of the Twilight passed their piece of the Fused Shadow down throughout the ages. War and rebellion were unfamiliar here, as though there was a blessing upon them.
Yeesh.
But as these things tend to go, eventually greed and pride did fester in the heart of one who sought power amongst the Twilight. One named Zant desired the right to rule over the throne left vacant. His ambition was to rule over the Twilight, to return to the Light Realm, to Hyrule, and to usurp the power his ancestors had lost. Zant believed that he was entitled to rule over both realms, to reunite them as one. While Zant was powerful and a candidate to take the throne, his dark ambition was seen as an unworthy trait of a ruler. Instead, Princess Midna was chosen to take the throne as the new leader of the Twilight, and Zant sniveled and raged at this. How could Midna be chosen over him? In a fit of hysterics, Zant fled the castle and threw himself upon the stone to curse his misfortune like a toddler having a tantrum. It was the perfect opportunity for a banished evil to make itself known. Ganondorf appeared before Zant as though he were a god, and he promised the weeping fool that his own power would be housed within him and that their desires would become one and the same. Zant need not be
Nice.
Their Ganondorf power would become his. Empowered and emboldened, Zant attacked the soon-to-be ruler of the Twilight. He turned her into a small, impish version of herself. Though he neglected to steal away what was by all rights hers, that fragment of the Fused Shadow. Midna was enraged by Zant's actions. She knew of the legend passed down by her people, that one day when the Twilight needed saved, it would be delivered by
Okay.
She was unable to stop Zant and Ganondorf, so in her new form, Midna fled to the world of light, where she could
4207.
He didn't search out the salvation of her people, but back in the land of Twilight, Xander had this scheme for greater
This, if I remember, is Nightmare Fuel. One of the worst.
General, but most under the control of Xant, an army at his disposal, and then he set his eyes upon Hyrule. It wasn't a slow conquest over the land. He descended upon Hyrule Castle.
However, this is where we need to go. This is the culmination of this. However, there's more. Not a lot more, but there's still some more. Thank you. Making sure that there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, this is gonna be a Nightmare Fuel. It's a lot tougher. There's a lot of imp with the cannon. Nice. We'll do this and this. And we can cheat. Yeah, I remember this. Nice. Good. Aha, that's huge. Grave? The item was too easy to get, so... I love this. You're wanting able to defeat me. Bored. Dude, I could have had 5 hours. Oh, that would have been amazing. Amazing. 46-25. Let's hope I don't die. Priorities. Yep. Priorities. True. Yeesh.
reclaim her throne, and she will do anything to achieve that. This was just the creature that she had
Nice, it works.
When Link awakens, he's in a new body and in a completely foreign place, the depths of some dungeon, and he can't get his arm out of the shackles. But she followed him here, Midna. She's been
Good.
and at first the creature seems rather menacing, but when she smiles and starts talking, she's menacing him.
There's gonna be a boss nearby. Okay, that's good. Nope, no Stick America. Good. And there was also no level forward. Like most of these, you're gonna have something in the background say, hey, use it twice. There's gonna be some enemies, because again, every single item should be hidden. See, with the shield healing me and the talisman healing my mana, this is very good. Priorities is lighting these dark tunnel. How? I don't know. Good. Boom. By the way, this is POD. Table of Death. And this song was in Little Nicky. So quite an old song. Sorry, my daughter. What you gonna do about it? Pay attention to the ground. Aha. I did that if I remember a little bit. We're looking for the lever. Because that darkness isn't good. This is how I'm gonna fall into the holes. We do have the talisman, but it's not enough. Yeesh. Good. Good. Good and good.
He's done what Midna ordered him to do, so it's time to leave order behind and venture deeper into the woods. But when bypassing that spring, a voice calls to Link, beckoning him back to the waters. But the voice wasn't frightening, nor was it threatening. Once in the pool, Twilight Beast descended on him, forcing Link into combat with his new body. It's a little awkward and uncomfortable, but it manages. And once the threat is eliminated, a most wondrous being makes his acquaintance. This is Redona, one of 4 total light spirits that now inhabit the land. The invasion of Xanth has been a terror upon all of them. Ordona's brethren have had this light stolen by the Twilight Beasts. This must be ended.
Boom. Boom. Again, I don't know where they are, so it's a bit harder. And these guys can almost kill me. We're missing some stuff from there. So this is an imp. And yes, it shoots fireball. Yeah. However, guess what? I know you are. I know how you work. And guess what? I beat this once before. I can beat it again. Damn, dude.
Back in the form, restored in all his glory. The forest once again shines, flooded and beautiful with sunlight. There takes his place as protector of these lands, and Link is returned in his true form. Clad in
How hard was that? I know what you're saying. Oh no, Ink, you died. Yes, my friend, we died. But in death life. AC America.
But to fight the darkness invading the land, Link must go into the forest temple and retrieve this part of his shadow. He can exist in both the light and the dark. He may safely hold his shadow. This is precisely what Midna wants as well. Link doesn't know this, and he doesn't know how far she's willing to go to get every piece of it. While Link walks the world of light, she will safely travel with him in his shadow. The two delve farther into the forest, finding it to be sickly and filled with monsters. That monkey that Tyler chased the other day greets them, taking Link's lantern and showing him how to use it to stave off the poison fog flooding parts of the fourth floor. It's thanks to her that they're even able to get close to the temple. She drops the lantern and bolts once he's reached safety. The forest temple itself is just up the path. Outside
Good.
is a form, but an unfamiliar being. A golden wolf awaits Link on the path.
53, 45.
When Link is within range, it pounces on him. This isn't done with malicious or wild intent. Link is taken to another space outside Hyrule, a decrepit warrior before him.
Off of the time, bro. But this is the guy that's supposed to repair my phone, so this is good news. You possibly fix my phone. I'm gonna have my third phone, guys. This is huge. Good.
Called the Diababa. It's been empowered and driven mad by the thief's shadow. At first, it's 2 miles above the water, but after a series of attacks to each face, it reveals an even greater form lurking beneath the pool. A monkey that was once hostile within the temple comes to Link's aid with the delivery of explosives for him to use. It was once held hostage by dark creatures that driven to violence, but now in a clear mind, it acts as a helper to Link, stopping what has been destroying its home. Together, they managed to take down this light on the forest. They killed the Diababa. Left behind within its husk is part of what Midna once so badly needs, the thief's shadow. Spread into the process has been easy thus far. All the common destroyed her. Midna teleports them back out of that pool, where the restored light spirit there is. Whilst the forest is slowly returning normal, the rest of Hyrule is tended to. Fair tells Link it's time to handle the forest of the legend of the must go to east.
The good news is.
There you will find the mountain he seeks, but there too, Twilight has followed. It will not be a simple task. The fields of Hyrule are covered in beasts that attack on sight, and the fall of Twilight is apparent even far to the south. Without a Epona, Link has to run the road and field on foot, so it's one heck of a run Link has to face before he even gets to the proper road leading to the east. Plenty of sword fighting practice to be had, though. The Twilight door blocking his way east is somehow more ominous than the one back in Faring. It Midna warns him that once you
There you go.
you may be trapped there for a while. You won't be able to just waltz back out. But there is work to be done. So
Great.
and once again, Link takes the form of the divine beast, and Midna takes her spot on his back, leaving behind the shadowy state that she had to take in the Light World. Just within the wall, they come across Talos' play sword. Link will be able to track the kid opposite Lethal. He can't be too much farther away. And with him will certainly be the other children. After teleporting
Nice.
on the bridge and fighting off Twilight beasts, they finally make it to a closed-off gate, and just beyond that is a place called Gargariko Village. There's sign of civilization, but the village has seen better days. There are monsters all about the small town. The Light Spirit Elden called to them early in their exploration and requested
Big Mouth in Ashes. Kind of like a cool place to have it.
Volunteers are scattered all about the Gurgling village and the surrounding hillsides.
However, oh, thank God.
The children of the village. They're clinging to a lamp that Link has never seen.
Thank God.
When it's flying out of the window, having a bit of a breakdown over the monsters. Then Ilia is nowhere to be seen with the other children. The man panicking near the window isn't of much help for calming the kids down. He's all but proclaiming that soon they'll all meet doom, but the man, the one sitting with the children, is far more soothing and stable, reassuring them that they'll be safe if they just stay indoors. Though the panicking man, he says something most interesting, most distressing. A woman in the village was attacked by a Twilight beast, and when they rushed in to help her, she was gone. Instead, there were 2 Twilight beasts. So it's not only the Twilight who are being changed to monsters, the Hylians are being changed as well, a fate that all will share in eventually. The calm man calls him Barnes, or rather yells at him to make him stop talking. Barnes calls the calm man Renato, and asks him if he doesn't have someplace safer that they can hide. Renato says that there is a cellar beneath them, but all the lights in the room have to be lit before it'll open, and there were dangerous insects down there before it got sealed off. It's far too dangerous for them to stay out here much longer, and there's nowhere else that they can flee to. Their best chance of survival is the restoration of Eldin.
Tough.
It's taking for them. Even higher into the mountains, where people call the Goron dwell, trouble seems to be brewing. They've shut down the path up the mountain to outsiders. There are small, constant eruptions, and monsters are coming from out here as well. Piece by piece, the Light Spirit Eldin is gathered up and restored, though, finally vanishing
Good.
and restoring Link to his proper human form.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the boss.
The land of the Goron.
Whew.
But something has happened there. Elden tasks Link with going up
Now
there
I don't remember what boss it is. That was a shit show of a dungeon. Sorry, Elder Inquisitor. Oh, I remember this guy. Funny thing is, we used his sphere to be the Elden Lord of the game. Because what I did before is I destroyed the. I started playing the DLC before. Boom, 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 boom. Once again, super simple. He's a spellcaster. The second you come at him with it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That was harder. I still have a lot to do. I still have a shit ton of to do. The okay, that was good. That was actually pretty good. 5909. 5909.
The children need to be taken back home eventually, but with the state
We still have Midra. We still have freaking the goddess of Wrath. We still have Mesmer. That's pretty much it. If I'm not wrong. Do 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 do.
of the mountain and the troubles with the Goron, Renata himself cannot do this, and Link doesn't have the means to
Boom.
safely transport Gaglen kids across the field of the kingdom. So for now, they need to stay put. But Link needs to find a solution to this problem.
Still got me once.
First, he needs to get to the top of the mountain to find the next piece of the shadow. The problem with that being that the Gorons will outright attack anyone who tries to climb the mountain. Stopping them is like stopping a wrecking ball. He just doesn't have the know-how to handle that. That forces him back down the mountain. But Renata catches him on the path, and he chimes in one more time, saying that he's good friends with the Orden Mayor, Mayor Bo, Ilia's father, and he knows that the old mayor was once able to best the Gorons in some sort of combat, which earned him their friendship and trust. So we should go back and talk to him.
This is.
See what the mayor has to say. Maybe he can help Link out.
I think he fixed my phone. I hope he fixed my phone because
It's going to be a long trek back on.
you were supposed to do this.
But just before departure, a familiar call echoes down the abandoned street. Horse in distress. Would you believe it? The Cohen finally resurfacing after teach Link a few little secrets about handling the Goron. The first is sumo wrestling. Sumo wrestling? Sumo wrestling. Bo teaches him
Good.
the ins and outs of grappling and throwing martial arts himself.
13.
But Mayor Bo also had an ace in the hole for handling the Goron, a pair of iron boots. Link is a little guy compared to the Goron. He'll need something extra to keep him planted. It helped Mayor Bo in his younger years, and now it will aid Link in his journey. Though Link doesn't yet know where Ilia is, Mayor Bo keeps faith that she is alright, and that Link will find her. Bo has nobody here to help Link along. The rest is up to him. It's time to return to that mountain. Razzles the Goron. Back in Kakariko, before Link manages to return, things seem pretty quiet. Children are in the streets, things are peaceful, nothing is really amiss. Beth and Talo are having a quiet conversation together in the sun, but something loud starts to approach. It's the King Volblin, and he's intent on taking a stroll through town and either collecting or trampling something he's lost, a child. Talo begins to run as soon as he sees the Volblins, but Beth, she freezes, and the King isn't slowing down. Oh, the one so often targeted by the other children runs in his favor, pushing her aside and facing down the King. So, before more victims can be taken and damage done, Link and Epona return to Kakariko. Seeing Colin in the grips spurs him into the chase, but the boldness of this attack by the King makes one wonder.
And we met those guys before in the very first area.
And the King is here to find him. Regardless, the reason just doesn't matter right now. They ride into the field of the kingdom, and the King calls in backup. But the focus here is the big guy. Link rides after him, taking shots and swings at him as often as possible at high speed. Each hit gets a piece of the King's armor off, making him just a little bit more vulnerable. Link's constant smacking drives the King Volblin off the field.
One his friend.
He knows that Link is his equal in combat and danger. So, jousting is the new game, just between them, atop a bridge, and neither in lead.
Nice.
Colin off the bridge. His goal is the King, not his mount. It takes two massive hits to throw him, sending him careening off into the darkness.
You still have a weapon that's gonna give is amazing. It's his fear would bleed.
Now himself a hero as well. Awakening back in the village, surrounded by those who care about him, Colin is acknowledged for his birthright. His fears finally acknowledged and appreciated, and all it took was him nearly dying, poor kid. But he's proven to himself as well that he does have courage and he does have strength. He need not be controlled by his own fears. He's capable of so much more than he gets himself credit for. While Colin goes to rest, Link must turn his attention back toward the mountain, the Goron.
Good.
He starts to roll. This time, though, Link is definitely ready for it. He catches him and tosses him off the back. Now,
You're gonna finish him first.
okay. The mountain is
You're using item right before.
Even Midna pops up to remark just how dangerous this place has become. Nearly every
Aye,
Goron
aye, aye.
tries to stop him, and when he reaches the entrance to the mountain itself, a large number of them intercept him.
Could have
along
killed
with
him.
their elders. The younger ones of the tribe are ready to charge him, but the elder calls him for some calm. His name is Goron, and he explains that the leader of their tribe, Darvis, is not present, and for some time
Nice.
he has been in charge, though he's hesitant to explain further. So he tells Link that if he can best him in contest of power, then he'll give him access to the mountain and explain more about the situation.
This is really tough.
Is far from a pushover. He is the most powerful Goron that Link has wrestled so far, in fact. It takes a few tries to do it. Admittedly, Link gets stomped a few times. But after he proves that he does have the power to face and defeat the Elder, message is conceded to him. And equally as important,
55.
the mountain has been erupting non-stop. The Gorons have a treasure that they protect, given to them by the Light Spirits, which can only mean the deep shadow that Mythic seeks. Their leader Darvis and the tribe elders went into the mountain to seek it out when Hyrule's trouble
Four?
Darvis touched the fused shadow and he turned into a hideous, violent beast. His rampage through the
Should be
mountain
okay.
eruptions even worse, so they take him up and swing him away. The other three elders are still someplace in the mountain, each holding a key to where Darvis
It's
is at.
4:15, not 3:55. My apologies.
Collect the key parts from each of the elders and stop whatever evil has taken hold of Darvis. Well, this place is a hot death trap, isn't it? The Vines are abstract and as confusing as possible. The outsider's way of making a pretty good job with it. Imagine trying to make your way through a trap-laying, monster-infested hellhole of a mining system, all sweating from every pore on your body. That's the sacred mountain of the Gorons.
We did use
You
a.
just track down each of the three elders and their keys, and of course they will connect. But each of the elders offers to Link words of support in what he's doing. One of them even advises him on finding a particular weapon stored within the mountain by a hero of old. It's not far ahead. But what he finds isn't a weapon. It's a large Goron wearing armor that attacks him. But this can't possibly be Darvis.
Oof.
Enemies have fangs, right? This Goron is here with good intentions. He wants to protect the mountain and prove its worth. When Link gives him good slapping, he backs down and gives Link that weapon that the elder mentioned. And what that turns out to be is a bow and some arrows. The final elder is just up the path, and with that Link has all the key pieces that he needs to unlock the door to the
Oof.
and within is a most tragic sight. The monster that the patriarch became is chained to the floor and the ceiling. It looks like it's sleeping, at least until Link approaches. And the crystal upon its head activates, a grand light pouring from it. And at first,
Nice.
it screams at Link and tries to move towards him. Once realization that it's chained sinks in, the creature ignites into flame, superheating his restraints, and he breaks free. Darvis is now a beast called Virus. It's so enraged, and emits such a powerful AoE that getting close to Link's sword hits is impossible. And it
One.
is grabbing onto Link. The only apparent weak spot on Virus is the crystal on his forehead. Link has to get enough space between them to be able to turn and free aim to strike it. Doing so
Tough.
hurts and
Boom.
Virus first of time.
Boom.
Still, he can't really harm the beast. The chains on his legs can be grabbed though. With the extra weight of the iron boots, he can anchor himself down to pull Virus' feet out from underneath him, so Link can rush into that gem atop its head and deal real damage. It's a process repeated several times over until finally, Virus is filled, and the fate of Darvis is beheld. This could kill the patriarch. It's possible that he's been dead this whole time. As the form of Virus
Good.
bright light has expelled from his body, coalescing into the second piece of the fused shadow. As the creature before them resumed a more natural form, Midna explained pieces of her story.
That was tough. Even with the broken rune, that was really tough.
She opens the way out of the mountain for them, just as Darvis regains control over himself. Now free from the effects of the fused shadow, Darvis is his old self again. He doesn't really remember how he got here or what happened. He's not terribly responsive to Link's approach.
And this is the essential wood.
Midna and Link to get moving. 2 pieces collected, 1 more to go. The restored light spirit element
It awaits inside.
needed aid in the location of the last fused shadow. They must go north. The land's guarded by the Nehru. They can offer no more insight or guidance on that, but really
Okay, so now the question is. Slack, 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 slack. 15. 16 is great. Shadow keep. Guys, I cannot believe it. We're super close to the end. Well, the problem is I don't know where it is. Are you the one? Yes.
What's going on inside the city? And the city is still alive, so to speak, with inhabitants of Hyrule going about their business in spirit form, unaware of what's happened to them. There's mention of a water shortage, something happening farther up north that is like the local castle was destined for the crowds, and a Zora child was found near the city, taken to a bar on the other side of it. Since there's not a whole lot else to do with the way things are.
See, how am I supposed to believe this account?
It's located down an alleyway, down some stairs, from the shady part of town, but inside it is a warm atmosphere, and would you believe it? Ilia is here. Though she can't see the specific planet, it's such a relief to know that she's alive and well.
Seen betrayal and sacrifice, but I've never been this worried about Jax. Tara's dead.
And the two are sharing a conversation about how this mission could have ended up here so far from home. The soldiers in the back of the river.
La 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 la.
The citizens of the city have lost contact with this
08 00.
Presumably they need the final light spirit, the Nehru. The Nehru will be able to tell them more about the new fused shadow and possibly why there's such a severe water shortage taking place. So that will be their next stop, turning southwest to Lake Hylia.
Good.
A lake that is practically dried out. This is a situation far more dire than those at Hyrule Castle
to the. Uh-huh. Okay.
They don't know what's causing the drying of the lake and are deeply concerned over why it's happening. Something must have happened upstream at the Zora's domain, but they can't get back there with no river to swim on.
Okay, so you have to do this, I guess.
To further complicate the problem, Midna can't reach the shrine of the
So this is what we did. However, this is what we need to do. I'm guessing. Nice. And this is the level up. If you were to go down, you would find the dancer, you would find the... find everything. Oh, fuck. If I remember correctly, there's a... It's right here. This is super important. Because there is a... you guys remember the Shadow Keep? The first bosses we found? There's a guy like that who's gonna give you a fragment. Shadow Tree fragment.
It just kind of free falls into it. It immediately shatters through. But that was just what they needed because the river starts flowing again. At least for now. There's still the chance that whatever grows the ice can do it again. But in this moment, the water is freely flowing and the spirit forms of the Zora are rising to the surface. There are survivors. They're in pain, choking through the experience, disoriented and feeling sick, but they're alive at least. In time, hopefully they'll be alright. With the water levels returning to normal, they can get back to Lake Hylia and into the shrine of the light spirit. Before the two wade away, something called to them from within the domain. A tall, graceful creature appeared to them, clearly a regal woman of authority. She is Ritella, and she was once the queen of the Zora. When twilight fell over her kingdom and beasts began to attack the domain, she sent her son Prince Wallace away to flee the coming onslaught. The prince was to escape to Hyrule Castle to warn Zelda of what was taking place. When eventually the Twilight creatures overran their home, the queen was publicly executed in front of her people. And now in death, she feels her son's
Boom.
away. The queen asks him to send them
Boom.
to save him, and in return she will aid them in their journey with something that will allow him to swim endlessly through these waters. A worthy request and a fair deal. They know just where that boy is too, at Thomas Bar in the city. First though, Link needs to get his human form back, which means putting Lanera back together. The clock is ticking, hero. Back to Lake Hylia.
What Green City is Texas?
Sophie just moved here from Boston.
Hi, girl.
Hi, new girl.
You have no idea what these
Okay.
people do.
Dryly seal. Dryly seal is one of those seal.
The light spirit Lanera is right to the point with Link
And it makes a dry leaf attack stronger.
Find all the tears scattered
Or
about
spell.
Twilight insects, fill the vessel, and reform Lanera. Then banish Twilight from this region. This tear collecting process is rather arduous and painful. It takes a great deal of time to find all the pieces they need. And the last one is in the custody of a bug that's way larger than the ones before. Dude, it's gross. It's so gross. A massive pulsating bug thing. All that trouble to squash the pest just for the last tear piece. Lanera is worth the time though. With it freed, the sun once again brightly shines over the lake and Link is returned to his true form. Lanera has a special gift for Link. A story. Lanera tells him the story of creation and of the interlopers that sought the sacred realm for themselves, and he uses the visit of Ilia to demonstrate the betrayal and harm the people of Hyrule inflicted on one another during those intense times of conflict. Even those trusted would turn on each other if it meant getting closer to the fatal power of the Triforce. Even people like Ilia, even people like Link. It was truly a dark time, and the interlopers were some of the most vile and dangerous. The command of the goddesses to seal it all away, and the actions of the light spirits to steal away the fused shadow from the interlopers saved Hyrule. And Lanera warns Link, those who do not know the danger of wielding power will, before long, be ruled by it. It was a hard thing to witness, to experience, and to come to terms with. That any can be corrupted by power, and Link is doubly at risk. He holds the power of the Triforce of Courage, and soon within his reach will be the completed fused shadow.
Ooh, let's go.
Omnipotence is within his reach. The next temple is within the lake, a site that he cannot reach yet. Queen Ritella said that she would assist them in traversing the depths, and now that the waters of light is restored and Twilight vanished,
She is good.
he can walk into the city and conduct a proper investigation.
Slack.
He knows where the boy is. It's time to visit Thomas Bar. Even though he arrives at night, the city is nice. It's peaceful now. Water freely flows through the fountain. There are no water rationing lines, and it's kind of nice to be around people again. In Thomas Bar, a direly unpleasant old man is inspecting the Zora boy, the doctor, apparently. But he huffs off after he explains that it's beyond his expertise. Like he didn't even try to help the boy. He just leaves like a broken hole. Ilia finally sees Link here, but she doesn't recognize him. His presence doesn't seem to mean anything to her. She goes back to sitting beside that Zora boy and talks with the bar owner. Talma mentions that she knows a certain shaman in Albertville Village, Renato, and that he might have the ability to help the boy. Those soldiers in the back of the room volunteered to heroically help them reach the village, but once Talma playfully lays out the dangers of Hyrule Field, they instead flee the bar. Link is clearly a fighter and a traveler, though, so maybe he can escort their cart to Kakariko. Talma is devilishly observant, though.
Okay, I'm not sure. This does seem to be the safest way.
But the girl can't remember anything, not even her own name. She found Prince Wallace on the road, and Talma took them both in. That's really all she knows. Right away, the four of them get loaded up and ready for the trip. There's not a lot of
There you go.
Maybe just a rematch. This time Link has a bow and arrow, and while he might be changing the rules here against
No.
the game, it's all right? Link lights him up, brutally landing long-distance shots against him, and once again sends the king flying off the bridge into the darkness below.
Shit.
There's still a long ways to go, and the path is littered with smaller goblins that have their own bows and arrows and fire. It's a long stretch of road, protecting the wagon, putting out fires, killing combatants along the way, and opening gates blocking their path. They reach the safety of Kakariko village deep into the night. The wagon made it through the trek. Everyone is safe and sound.
Safe and sound.
Renato is indeed able to take care of Prince Wallace, who constantly asks about his mother once he's settled in. The boy doesn't yet know that his mother was killed by creatures of Twilight, and Ilya's memory loss is
Shedinja.
both Wallace and Ilya will have a safe place to rest.
Shit time.
And tells him that she's working the high road. She was mostly interested in such adventure, but he told her that she saw Sai after a bar in the city. She just loved the heavenly the spirit of the
It's Cheetos jalapenos. My favorite. Mmm. Pretty.
It will aid him in reaching the depths where the next temple lies, at the bottom of Lake Hylia.
Mmm.
And passes one final message on to her beloved captain. Be brave, live on as the king of Azura, and remember that she loves him. It's a message that will have to wait until later, until the young prince has recovered. In the meantime, Link and Midna venture back to Lake Hylia and descend to the bed of the lake where Azura soldiers stand guarding the entrance to their holy temple.
We know where to go at least.
Contained a darkness that was looming within, monsters have overwhelmed. Link blasts his way in, probably to the absolute horror of the Azura guard standing there, and begins his delve into this real, god-awful place.
And take your time.
The goddesses of Hyrule have surely blessed me with a boundless rule of patience and understanding, because this temple, much like Death Mountain, is a pure test of both. The very foundation of this place rotates as a giant puzzle. The mechanisms hidden all throughout the many tiers of it require activation before he can backtrack and find more nooks and crannies that lead forward. For hours, days possibly, the two fight and struggle for a temple, backtracking, unbacktracking.
Oh, 400,000.
Making weird jumps. I mean, they do find a very cool tool eventually, the claw shot. It does help in speeding up the process of getting around and opening up pathways. But after hours of pain and confusion, finally, Link and Midna make it to the heart of the temple, and into the custody of Hyrule at the bottom of a very deep, water-filled pit. This is Morphea, and at first it looks like nothing but a giant mouth and party-time tentacles. It's very aggressive and nigh impossible to approach in melee range. Link needs to weigh himself down to use the claw shot to pull Morpheal's eye out of its body to inflict damage with the sword. But Morpheel will release mighty bonefish into the arena as defense against this creature attacking it. After several hits to the eyeball, Morpheel has quite enough of the game and pulls the rest of its body out and out and out of the sand, triggering a grossly eel-like figure that now swims up through the pit. Link's saving grace here is that it's slow and it's easy to target. It can be pursued through the water if he plans his course carefully. If he can grab on close,
That means what?
Over and over. Link chases it down and runs his sword into its skull. Eventually, the blinded and wounded creature has had enough. It swims haphazardly around until it runs its face into a wall and sinks to the floor. Morpheo is dead. Its demise means Link and Midna can finally take the final piece of the fused shadow. This time, though, Midna is apologetic for all the chase put Link through to get here. It was necessary to gain the power they'd need to defeat Zant, but it's time to go now. They have a kingdom to save. Outside the temple, Link has a moment to breathe. But then
2000.
right into Zant. He found them, because of course he would. Their movement across Hyrule had been profound and noisy, and as if Zant wouldn't notice Twilight leading the capital city. The neighbor tries to defend Link and Midna, but Zant easily crushes the creature, and with the fall of the Twilight returns. And Midna can't just hide in Link's shadow here. Zant confines her movement and takes from Midna the pieces of the fused shadow, tossing them aside like trash after Midna accuses him of using old magic to usurp the throne. But in actuality, Zant's power is very different from the Interlopers. He comes from an aspect of the Triforce, something that Midna cannot understand. Zant pulls from the Twilight a sphere, a conjuring of some sort that's directed towards Midna. In a moment of snap judgment, Link takes a lunge at it, only for Zant to catch him in the air and direct the attack right towards his face. What embeds into him is a shadow crystal, something that will prevent Link from leaving his Twilight form as a wolf. This is the perfect chance for Zant to play some little mind games with the Twilight Princess. How unfortunate that she's working with her people's oppressors. How sad that she'll never belong amidst the creatures of light. He needs her power to seal the fate of this harsh bright world. Her unwillingness to cooperate is unfortunate, so as punishment, Zant reaches towards Lanayru and bathes Midna in its light before the killing blow can be delivered. Lanayru takes both of them away from this place, out through the fields of Hyrule, away from Zant. So much damage was done to Midna, though, and she's stuck in the world of light now. Lanayru tells him he must go to the tower. He must return to Princess Zelda.
I'm dumb.
Only she can help him.
I'm dumb.
And Midna doesn't have all that.
Having overdose of Elden Ring. More can finish the game tomorrow.
When Zan had them in his grasp, it wasn't the sacred beast that he targeted. It was her. She's everything that he needs. As the rightful ruler of the Twilight Realm, she possesses power that he could never have. This was a cruel punishment for refusing to cooperate with him, and soon the men will die. Their only hope came from the light spirit Lenegre, who told them to seek out Zelda once again. The clock is ticking. Selma herself had told Link back in Kakariko Village that her bar had a secret passage into the castle. In his current form, Link will be feared and shunned by any humans he comes across. Understandably so. He looks like a wild animal. Under the cover of night, he sneaks into
That was delicious.
outside of Selma's bar, a cat catches his attention. It's a bar cat named Louise, and it recognizes Link, so it wants to help. Louise guides Link above the bar and to the old waterway that will get him back into Hyrule Castle. It's clearly been years and years since anyone came this way. The path is in a poorly state and it's covered in large spiders and rats, but it's their best way back to the castle. It turns out to be a very long trek, and with Midna in this desperately injured state, every minute counts. Link has to fight his way up the complex with Midna on his side, adding to the difficulty of it. He gets her to the top of the tower as fast as possible, back to the makeshift prison of Princess Zelda, but the princess, she isn't here, yet she appears behind them after a few moments. Midna asks the princess to instead heal Link of his curse, untrap him from this form, because he sees their world's need. Zelda, the aspect of wisdom, is able to feel the power that did this to Link. It's different now. It's something truly evil. And while she cannot undo his terrible magic, everything comes with balance. She tells them to go to the sacred grove deep within the Fairy Woods to find the sacred blade known as the Master Sword, an ancient weapon that evil cannot touch. It will cleave the darkness shrouding him and return him to his true form. As for Midna, her time is running out quickly. She cannot survive in this state. She cannot survive in the light. The dying princess asks Link if he can make it to the woods on his own. Can he find his own way now? And she asks Zelda to tell him where to find the Mirror of Twilight, the bridge between their worlds. Zelda had suspicions about Midna, proving what she really was, but Midna revealing that she knew of the Mirror of Twilight confirmed to Zelda the truth of Midna's identity. And Zelda knows exactly how important Midna will be in the journey to come. Midna's grace and humility is a comfort to Zelda, who sees the need of her ancestors as the cause of all this trouble. So, she will not allow Midna to die here. Instead, Zelda casts her power and soul into Midna, healing her of all harm done and strengthening her for what's ahead. Zelda is gone. No trace of her left behind, which begs the question, where is Zelda's body? When the two flee out of the castle, a wall of twilight envelops it behind them. This is one that Midna could never hope to make it through on her own. There will be no returning to the castle until their journeys continue.
I died.
Off to Barret with them, who search out the sacred grove and Master Sword. The way back is familiar and quick for the duo. They've walked this path a few times already. Before the forest temple, they find that same monkey again, the one that Fido thought was evil, and that later helped Link through the forest temple. In his full form, Link is able to talk to her now, and after saving her from a few baddies, she tells Link about a lovely wooded area on the other side of the lake, a whole different section of the forest to explore. Together they walk across, they conquer a simple series of obstacles, they meet a little school kid that needs a serious boot bonus new for being so mean and destructive, and then they find a soul-draining puzzle that somehow proves its worth in the they think the sacred grip. As will peacefully awaken rests the Master Sword. A blade wielded before to defy evil now evolves to this hero. Drawing close, it stirs the sword, as though the blade itself were alive. Light cascades all around him, and then within, the chosen hero has found his blade, and it will walk
delightful.
the darkness of Twilight's curse with him. Finally returns to his true form, never having to fear losing himself again. Link now holds the blade of evil's blade. The shadow of his body, but if he ever needs to return to his form as the Holy Beast, she can use this object.
Come on.
They do, and the critic and the fable both things solve problems. Now they can start to scheme ways to handle Sam. And Midna is finally comfortable.
I'm gonna tell Mara you got this.
Jolly cooperation. She even asks nicely. She asks them if they can go track down that Mirror of Twilight together. It's somewhere in Hyrule, but she's not entirely sure where, and she could use its help. Link knows almost nothing about this mirror, but he did make the acquaintance of a woman that leads a group dedicated to such studies, Zelda, back at Hyrule City. She did invite Link to drop by and join them, so why not take her up on the offer and see what they know about the mirror? The city is absolutely bustling when they arrive. The streets are filled with people. More people than Link has ever been around before. He sticks out like a sore thumb, but people really don't pay him any mind. Helps bar, pay the group a visit, and inside, Telma gives him a hearty welcome and tells him to go make the acquaintance of his new cohorts. In the back of the bar, he meets Chad, a book-smart seeker of knowledge who's always eager to tell a tale. Ashe, an explorer and the daughter of a battle-hardened knight who passed on his combat skills to her. And, well, that kind of looks like Russell, doesn't it? He doesn't say anything, but gives Link a coy little smile when he runs up to introduce himself. None of them have any knowledge of this mirror, though they are missing a member who's at Lake Hylia, studying the far-off desert, a man named Aru. He would be a great lead as a man who knows things about the world. They track this Aru character down high atop a lookout tower.
So I think...
Just like Selma said, he's studying the desert. He assumes that Link has come to inquire about the weird events taking place there, but, oh, he has no idea what this older man is talking about. Aru knows that the Gerudo Desert holds a prison that once housed the worst criminals of the land, and that a mirror exists there that banished them from this realm, though he calls their destination the underworld rather than the Twilight Realm. That place is one of curses and malice. Its history is cruel and it's violent, but Link must go there.
Good.
Investigate this prison and this mirror. Aru guides him to a man named Fire nearby, who runs the cannon run. He gives Link a note to give to Fire. It will secure passage to the desert.
My apologies.
Very unusual means. But if it works, well, it works. Can't be choosy here. Fire and Aru have a history. Aru saved Fire's life once, and now Fire will honor any request that Aru sends to him, even this. So he changes the settings on his cannon, lowers Link in, and aims for the Gerudo Desert. Thankfully, he's got really good aim with that thing. He shoots Link straight towards the desert, where he safely lands atop a mound of sand. Surprisingly unharmed. One of Link's hidden talents must be the ability
Perfect.
There's an underworld on the other side. The Twilight Realm is the antithesis of Hyrule, and Midna is part of it. By all rights, they should be enemies, but her people did not become violent, malicious thieves. They're quite gentle in the Twilight. It wasn't until Zan's lust for power began that things really went so terribly wrong. She doesn't know where he got this great power that he now wields, but it's clearly not the power of her tribe. She cannot return home without that mirror, and since Zan resides within the Twilight Realm still, they have to find it to reach him. Now Link understands a bit more about his friend and the importance of what they're pursuing. The Gerudo Desert
That's not it.
There are wild things here that are hostile towards him, and a tribe of Bobolin that attack on sight. They've set up camps and blockades in front of that prison Andre mentioned, but destroying their encampments isn't really difficult.
Dry leaf, just oh, robe. Nice, that's so nice. The dry leaf armor. Why is that so nice? Well, because we have the dry leaf weapon. And this is so cool.
The wild things aren't the only thing that won't be tall. The undead will rise out of the darkness to swarm them, and vengeful spirits creep about in the shadows, searching out opportunities to attack the living that enter this forbidden place. Some even use terror as a battle tactic, freezing Link in absolute horror with their shrill screams. There are all avenues and tracks around parts of the prison, formerly called the Arbiter's Grounds. It's not until they're deep into the dungeon that they find what they're actually used for. Just past the metal check, defeating a terrible enraged foe wielding a massive sword, Link comes to possess a special item called the Spinner. And it will act as a transport method, something that Link can use to get into those tracks he's been seeing around the grounds, as well as getting across moving sand pits that would otherwise pull him under. And it also acts
At least it works.
The old keepers of the Arbiter's Grounds used the Spinner to seal closed areas of the prison, locks that could not be taken, and a vital piece of equipment that solves the space beyond a massive once-locked door. They find a sprawling spiral room. The bones of the great beast rest in the middle, and Zant appears atop them. That Link lives is quite surprising to him, but he's not here to monologue. Zant restores life to the bones of the great beast, creating the Star-Lord. If Link tries to approach on foot, the flowing sand will swallow him up. The tracks around the area allow him to dodge the Star-Lord attacks and gain momentum so that he can push himself into the center of the room to attack the spine of the fossil beast. But as the fight carries on, the beast shows itself to be quite intelligent. It puts up obstacles at Link's approach and reanimates the bones of the dead to act as protectors. It takes several hits to the spine to stop the creature. For a few minutes, the room goes quiet. The skull doesn't move, though there's a strange energy about the room. Solid ground is revealed, with a spinner case left that Link can use to raise the pillar that he's on. The top of the Arbiter's Ground is
Next one.
but that suspicion of something being amiss is proving correct. The Star-Lord isn't done with Link, and it doesn't need the rest of
Possibly it's an easier way.
Starting at the bottom of the massive pillar, Link must ride the tracks back up, not to the top, but to where the Star-Lord patrols about. He's not leaving this thing alive. It's a delicate and awkward balance of speed and aim, requiring Link to travel around the pillar and the outside to catch up with the Star-Lord. Then he has to dodge attacks, maintain that speed to catch up, and time one perfect jump that will let him
This is Twilight Princess. I'm a bit less caring about this.
This is a cycle that must repeat several times, and each time it gets a bit more difficult to reach it, more attacks, more obstacles. He has to get higher, around and around they both go throughout the night, until
Good.
finally, the Star-Lord's defeated. Their final obstacle before the top of the Arbiter's Grounds is gone. Finally, they can ascend to where that mirror waits. Long, long ago, Ganondorf walked these halls as a prisoner en route to his execution. Then the unthinkable happened. The execution failed. The Water Sage was murdered, and Ganondorf was cast into the Mirror of Twilight as a desperate attempt to stop him. The spinner acts as a key to restore the old execution rounds, and Midna is horrified to discover that the Mirror of Twilight has been broken and the pieces are gone. While Midna laments this terrible turn of events, the sages of old appear to them. They together tell them what is taking place here, the tale of Ganondorf, what happened during his execution. They were afraid of his power. They are afraid of his power, afraid that it had passed on to Zant. A whole new evil will overtake Hyrule. Zant's vile magic has fragmented the mirror, but the only one who can truly destroy the mirror is the one who leads the Twilight, the one who holds part of the beast's shadow. Zant couldn't destroy it, but he was able to break it apart and scatter it.
I'm so dumb.
It means that there is hope. They just need to find all the pieces.
I'm so dumb. I had fucking
One in the snowy mountains,
runes.
and one in the heavens. It's all the sages found before they vanish into the night.
For my life. Fuck my life.
You are Shine 2, now in English. Experience it right back to 3D August 22nd.
2810.
Well, a couple of those will be pretty easy to find, but what they're supposed to do when they get there is a bit unclear. Their best bet is to stop by Telma's bar again and see if anyone can give them a lead. When they arrive, Ashe is gone. Instead, Aru is in her spot. Telma advises them to go find her. She just so happens to be in the mountains right now, investigating something. If anyone had a lead as to where this mirror piece could be, it would be her. Much of the journey has become retracing old steps, going back to places already traveled to search out new leads. Link and Midna traverse towards the Zora's domain, because there was a snow-covered path that led into the mountains there. And sure enough, Ashe is on that path, dressed in an odd garb resembling a Yeti beast. The Zoras recently told her a strange story. A solitary beast on the mountain had been trekking down into the Zora's domain to steal red fish. It looked just like the costumes that she put together, but much, much larger. Now, while Link can't track the creature prince in the snowstorm, he could probably track it via scent as a
I'll know it by heart, but that's point.
Just like a smell that he needs to learn
That bit of wood are gonna be freaking nightmarish.
It's been long enough that when Lincoln and roll by Copper the village to speak with the young prince, he's fully recovered and is found beside his father's gravesite. The two finally make each other's acquaintance, and the prince seems to be in good spirits. He knows his mother has passed, but he seems to be at peace here.
Nice.
He tells Link that he wants to help him with anything that he might need assistance with. When Link mentions the mountain creature and needing to catch a redfish, the prince happily gives him his coral lure. This should make it possible for Link to catch one of them, and it works. Once he has the scent of the redfish, Link is able to follow the odor all the way up the mountain. It is
Aha.
fish, positively disgusting. It takes him high into the mountains, past crazed creatures and twilight beasts. At the top of the hill is that large yeti creature, but it's quite friendly. It even bids him hello and curiously asks just what the heck Link is doing all the way up here. Regardless of his reasoning,
I didn't see that.
he'll make him a hot meal at least. It's a long ways down, so he shows Link how to slide down the mountain in style. It's a bit of a tough course, but it's a bit of fun.
I could have gotten the runes back.
Sitting precariously on the edge of a drop off. And the inside of the place is absolutely falling apart.
29:41.
Why is it so decrepit now? And they're rushing at power.
59.
A smaller yeti creature sits in front of a roaring fire. She's the wife of Yeto. Her name is Yetta, and she asks Link if he came here to see her mirror.
Do-do.
That's what they were looking for. Yeto found the mirror piece on the mountain and gave it to his beloved wife as a gift. But once the mirror arrived, she started to get sick, and monsters began to appear. Bad things just kept happening.
Ugh.
They locked into their bedroom on the third floor.
Annoyed with Elden Ring.
Out of the house and directions on where she thinks the key to their bedroom is. But because she's so sick of the fever, she keeps telling Link the wrong place, sending him all around the broken down manor on a wild goose chase. He finds a pretty neat weapon along the way, a ball and chain to beat down big foes and destroy walls in the way. After several ventures out, Link finally finds the key. The master bedroom is nearby, a quick run to it. Outside, the Yeti lady meets Link, insisting on showing him up to see the mirror. Once inside, Yetta begins to gaze into the mirror, admiring it as pretty, and she keeps gazing into it until darkness swarms about and her head twitches around and her eyes change. This is what the mirror of Twilight will do to those who cannot withstand its power. Yetta is encapsulated by ice and begins to spin around the room. The only way to break through the ice surrounding her is to hit it with the ball and chain when she's close enough. The first ice shell breaks after a few hits, but rather than try and face Link head on, Yetta takes on another form. Encased in ice, she tries to crush Link repeatedly with additions to her icy armor. She rebuilds the armor as much as she can, becomes more aggressive as the fight continues on, but eventually it's too much, and Yetta is beaten back. The ice around her melting away. Yetta herself is left unconscious on the floor. They take the piece of Twilight mirror away, saving this place from its terrible power. Yetta will be okay in time, and Yetta rushes to his wife's
Is
side.
that what I asked?
Yetta is clearly not well and in need of care, so he promises that she was just having a bad dream and he will take care of her. That's good, because Link and Midna need to get a move on again. Also, you. The sage
No, well, who?
the mirror with the ancient room. Easy enough, they were someplace similar not too long ago. It's where they got the Master Sword, Fair Woods. They venture back to that familiar place and look around. And who should they come across but that one guy from Talma's bar, the one that didn't speak, but he grinned at Link. He takes off his helmet, and sure enough, it's Russell. He's been part of Talma's group of connections for many years, and once upheaval came to Hyrule, he sprang into action. He doesn't know what is across the gorge in the other part of the forest, but he knows that it's not for him. It's a journey that Link needs to take. But he'll offer him aid in getting across. A golden cuckoo that will help him glide.
Okay,
Cuckoos
good.
are murderous and bloodthirsty beasts, but this one seems okay. No eye gouging takes place, so cool. New friend. After another tedious, mean-spirited game with this poor kid, Link gets back to the grove, but he can't seem to find what he's looking for. He didn't miss anything earlier, but there should be something else here. What could they have possibly been overlooking? After almost a whole day of looking deep into the night, in intense frustration, Link goes back to the pedestal that once held the Master Sword, and he puts the sword back. Surprisingly, this causes something to change. A stone sentinel that was once guarding a weird set of old dusty doors moves. So that's what he was missing. Whoops, there was probably a hint about that someplace, huh? Anyways, that door leads to another era within the grove, but a temple still stood on these grounds. This is the Temple of Time. Somehow, a piece of the mirror was cast into it.
Not sure.
Behind it, only a few know the legends of this temple, and the only one who could even gain entrance to it was Link himself. Once again, plunging the sword into its pedestal reveals another path, deeper into the temple. Oh, and a nibble chicken. Very motivated one, but focus. It's time to delve into a place of the past. This temple dungeon is beautiful, but dangerous as sin. The main door seems to be locked, but not by key. Those stone statues always come in pairs, and this one is missing its copy. Midna tells him to get it in gear and find a second statue for this door. Okay, princess. The two join forces with Nibble Chicken to fight off the many terrible threats in the Temple of Time. There's an array of odd enemies that Link has never seen before, relics of a time long past.
We'll go back to here, which is not where we're trying to go.
It culminates into a huge one-on-one fight against the night creature with a brutal swing. He has to slowly chip away at its armor to make its hits actually mean something. But
Okay, I
after
understand.
it is revealed that it was guarding something here, the rod of the minion. This is just what they need. It will allow Link to control the movement of certain statues within the temple. It's a bit of a task, but Link has also found the second statue that he needs to ignore. So now he has to slowly drag it back to the beginning, room after room. Every second feels like an eternity, but patience is a virtue, and patience gets that statue back to where it needs to be. Beyond the mystery door is a change of scenery, something that's a bit more prison or tomb like, and even more traps. Someone really didn't want outsiders poking around in here. And Link
I feel like this is good.
discovered why.
Always lounging the right. Oh, la 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 la.
Link's eye up to the ceiling.
If it's
Oh, no.
2425.
Outside the
You got my runes, which is good.
His name is actually Uku. Asks Link about that Dominion rod. She's been looking for a way to get back home to her city in the sky, but now the magic in the rod has been depleted, and she can't remember the spell to re-energize it. So she'll just keep looking for
So you have to do
The
this.
city in the sky is exactly where they need to be for the final piece of the mirror. Minna tells him that they need to get that thing restored. They need to find that city. The only person they can think of that might know a thing or two about ancient artifacts and magics would be Shad, that character from Talma's bar. The fellow in the glasses that likes to tell stories about history. But when they get back there, he's nowhere to be found. Talma advises Link to take a stroll onto Kakariko. This hero is just a real backtracking trailblazer, isn't he? So once again, back to Kakariko Village. There's a meeting taking place in that main building. Renato, Ilya, Agoron, Elder, and Darvis are all here. The Elder is trying to help Ilya with her memory. During their discussions, the girl mentioned something about the Rod of the Heavens. It was a conversation she overheard, but the details of it are long gone. Shad himself is under the building, studying a statue in the basement that might be related to the Rod. For now, they ask Link to help in piecing together what happened to Ilya. The first step will be going back.
I think this is too far.
Request for assistance to Telma. If Minna didn't have teleport, this backtracking business would be truly tiresome. But visiting Telma is always a villain, so off they go. Once again, back to Hyrule City and back to Telma's bar. And as she remembers, the first person to interact with Ilya and to bring her here was the doctor. That really unpleasant old man that refused to try and help the Zora boy. Well, he's just a bit up the road. And to get him to talk, Telma gives Link an invoice to deliver to him. He has a tab going at the bar. If he doesn't want to help, well, then he can pay up. The guy likes Street 2 because this is a big bill. Blackmail in hand.
Nice.
Comes to his place, and rather than give him the chance to Link promptly displays the invoice. No messing around anymore, old man. So, apparently the good doctor stole something from Ilya. A statue that he was going to pawn because it looked valuable. But he spilled medication on it that rigged, so he put it outside, but then someone stole it. Well, geez. That statue is a part of Ilya's past, so they need to track it down. Link is able to track the scent of the medication because, of course, the doctor didn't actually clean it up. And with that, he's able to run about the city as a wolf, terrorizing the citizens. But he does find who took that statue. It was the bar cat, Louise.
No way.
It was taken by some skeletal dog beasts just outside the city. Okay, one more step in the Aaron cave. Probably best to keep the skeletal dog to the city anyways. I think the guards would handle that, right? But anyways, Link gets the statue back. It's kind of a weird thing for Ilya to have, but if it helps, that's all that matters. Upon seeing it, Ilya does remember something. This isn't actually her statue figure. It belongs to someone that was in prison. That other person helped her get free and sent her away with the statue. She's sure that whoever it was is still in danger and in need of help. The Elder Goron recognizes the symbol on the statue as belonging to the once protectors of the royal family. Throughout the many wars
Sheikah.
the tribe of protectors dwindled and faded away. Now any that remain live in a forgotten place. Link must seek them out. That is where Ilya was before she was rescued. The Elder points him towards a path on the far side of the Bridge of Elden. A rock slide has long since made it impassable, but that will be a problem
The
for Darvis.
Sheikah.
Go and clear the path for them. Onwards, to the hidden village and the tribe that history has denied.
I'm dumb.
How managed to get here faster than Link is a bit of a mystery.
I understand what I did wrong.
Darvis is madly at work hunting some boulders into submission. When he's through,
I understand what I did wrong. Sorry guys, our brain is off right now.
Wishes to save the person that Ilya mentioned. Well, he's gonna need to clear them out. This forgotten town feels like a piece set in a different world. Perhaps a little reminiscent of Kakariko Village, but it feels like it really is out of place. Link slowly clears every building one by one, taking out each of the 20 enemies littered about the derelict settlement. They don't make it easy. Some are quite difficult to locate. It would have been easier if they just rushed him off. Playing hide and seek with swords and arrows. All the 20 he eventually kills, and only then does a door open. A tiny little woman steps out. She immediately greets him as the savior, which is red flag number 1 that you've stepped into cult territory. Her name is Impaz, the final resident here, named after the founder of the village. Impelled to decline with time and became infested with beasts. Now only she remains. She knows his name, though, and she knows Ilya. She was under Impaz's care for a short time, while the two of them were huddled up hiding from the monsters in the town. Ilya would say that she knew someone named her to save her. Impaz was able to sneak her out, but due to royal
good.
Impaz herself couldn't leave the village. So Impaz retreats the wilds on her own. After that, Impaz doesn't know what became of the girl, but she gives Link Ilya's charm to return to the girl. This is something Link recognizes. It will certainly help jog Ilya's memory. Impaz will remain here, but it's time to once again return to Kakariko Village. Wasting no time, beeline back and give Ilya her charm. This does kick up a memory. Back home.
This is where we found, okay, perfect.
And now she remembers Link as well. Once she has that thread into her past, it all begins to return to her. Ilya's without recovered mode. Ilya is now on the mend. She remembers that she'd originally made that charm as a gift to Link before he left on his journey. Or, well, she made it for him to use for Epona. It's a Morse call that plays Epona's favorite song. He can use it to call upon Epona from anywhere in the kingdom. She'll come running. Now, this entire time, Shad has been in the basement studying that statue. Ilya remembers a bit more, but not enough concrete information to be useful as a guide. Renato directs Link to go see Shad to see what they can uncover together. And Shad is surprised to see Link here, but he's not displeased. He actually could use his help. The statue here is one that he recognizes from his father's old manuscripts. There's skywriting on its tummy, and he thinks it says, "Awaken us with the word that breaks the seal." But what that means is mystery. Minna advises Link to go talk to that Impaz woman. People keep talking about that rod and the one who yields it. And the royal family needed to talk to the Uka nipple chickens that apparently live up there, yet no one seems to have the full, complete story. Maybe Impaz will know more about it. So, they take another trip back to go talk to her. And while she can't answer all of his questions, she does have in her possession the skybook meant to be passed down to the messenger of the heavens, the one who yields the dominion rod. Link might not be able to
So at least we got
but
this.
Shad sure as heck can. Okay, now, back across Hyrule to Kakariko Village. Gosh dang people. Shad is able to understand most of the book. This will solve the mystery of that statue and hopefully get them closer to that city in the sky, because all of this has been to
Nice.
Within is a word that Chad thinks might create a response within the statue, but after trying it out, well, nothing happened. It didn't work, which is fiercely disappointing. There are a number of other statues around Hyrule that he wants to go try it out on, and he marks each one on Link's map for him to visit as well, should he wish. Right as Chad leaves, though, the Divinity Block springs back to life. That word from the book, it didn't revive the statues, it restored power to the rod. One by one, Link goes to each of the statues that Chad marked on his map. Moving them reveals letter characters. All in all, Link collects 6 letters from around Hyrule. Once he has them all, he returns to Chad and Kakariko, who was distraught.
You got this?
The letters Link collected combine to create a new word, one that removes a lock over the center of this particular statue. Now, it can be moved, and a pathway to the heavens revealed. And what is this pathway to the heavens? Well, it's a broken cannon in an enclosed area. Okay, well, the gods work in mysterious ways, right?
Okay, good.
They
You don't know where to go.
know where a cannon operator is, and they highly
See, what they do is you gotta make it like a little maze, right?
Shad is extremely understanding when Link asks him to maybe step out, almost with a wink in his response. Minna drops the cannon at Link highly.
Ugh.
And the eccentric fellow seems pretty excited to see what Link has nearby. He's a bit of a fanatic when it comes to cannons, and offers to help Link get it all fixed up for the cheap price of 300 rupees. It takes him a couple days of hard work, but fire does it. He gets that old retro cannon up and working, even warns Link to be careful, because it'll shoot him extremely high. Link's fire, you're not so bad. Stay here, my dude. Time to load up. Link gets in, double checks the concept of the cannon, takes a few steps, and then they're off. This is the home of the Oka, and it's not really the
55.
Since the arrival of the mirror, it's really fallen apart. Monsters, beasts, the city's breaking down. There's a dragon here, and the Oka have been getting slaughtered. The city in the sky is hard to traverse. There are a few Oka along the path early on, but once Link gets farther into the city, they're all but gone, save a few terrifying survivors. Though the city seems small and contained, it's deceptively large. The buildings were designed to be traversable in a vertical manner, meaning Link has to find his way up or down through the buildings as well. It's not like any place in Hyrule, this strange city of
Good.
the heavens. It's difficult to tell now. This was once
My
a
apologies.
city freedom from old but advanced technology. Yet for as neat and decline as it is, it still floats. In its prime, this place must have been an absolute spectacle to behold. Deep within the city, under guard by a strange flying lizard with a serious aggression problem, is another tool for Link to add to his arsenal, an additional claw shot. And of course, this can only mean one thing: Spider-Link time, sort of. It's cool, but it's not that cool, because if Link breaks through the cross-universe barrier, then the fanfiction will be truly unbearable. Eventually, Link climbs
That's
away to
perfect.
a high-rise building, where from a great distance, he's seen a large creature flying around it. It's that dragon, one infused with twilight, called Argarok. This beast is one of the most unique creatures Link has had to contend with. The fiend requires of Link that he finds a way up, even higher.
I'm in private equity, trying to rescue a maternal health company that's in crisis. So I rely on Alex.
I am bored. I am bored. I am bored. I am bored.
Just to reach the beast, he has to be patient, wait for Argarok to get to a good spot, then claw shot his way onto its tail. The weight of the hero pulls the dragon down, but if Argarok
That was
can't
dumb.
control the hero and its clearly bulky armor, then it will shed the ladder to take to grander heights to fight against the Hylian invading its home. There was one piece of its armor that the dragon did not shed on its back, between its shoulders. The fight must go even higher now, making the consequences of a fall greater than before. As the creature sprays fire during their confrontation, Link has to spider his way around the creature to grapple onto its back, but he has to be quick as the dragon won't allow him long to claw shot around unchecked. If he's fast enough, he can get onto its back and deliver enough hits to drive it down into the field where a storm is on. Strong enough that Link can lose his balance and his footing if he's not careful. Once Argarok recovers from the point, it's back to the sky for the two to repeat the process all over again. When Argarok is defeated and the beast falls to the field one last time, the sky is clear, the storms fade away, and a sort of peace returns to the crumbling city. Link and Midna have finally found and claimed the final piece of the Mirror of Twilight. Their journey is far from over, of course, but they finally get to conclude partly, assuming at least that there is
What in the hell?
Midna reminds Link of something of
I didn't see that.
only the true leader of the Twilight can destroy the Mirror of Twilight. Zan couldn't destroy it for just that reason. He's not the true leader. The best he could do with all his power was break it, but now they can finally put it back together.
Eastern Nameless Mausoleum.
Fly back to the mirror chamber atop that
I have never found this.
three pieces of the broken mirror respond to the frame and the remaining piece. When the mirror is activated, it changes holding the great stone that
Madonna.
placed during his failed execution falls, and a way into the Twilight realm is open.
Rakasha.
Midna offers company word about what's ahead. The realm of Twilight is the home of vicious creatures and darkness, at least not before Zan's cruelty began. It's not an unpleasant place. There's a gentle beauty to it.
Damn.
There will be trouble ahead, yes, but her home is the final. The 5 sages step forward and offer Midna apologies for their underestimation of Ganondorf, their failure to carry out his execution, and for casting him into the Twilight realm. They
Rakesha.
the cost of the Twilight Princess.
He does have a nice armor.
With that awful hurt no longer hidden, Midna tells Link her story. She views herself so harshly, a ruler who fled from her own people. She couldn't stand against Zan and Ganondorf. When he attacked her, it was swift and cruel. She was filled with indignation and rage, but fleeing the Twilight realm to seek peace.
My
In her
apologies.
heart, she loves her home and her people. She'd do anything to save them. It brought out a sort of viciousness in her, a willingness to do anything she had to do to stop Zan. And when she found Link back in the forest, she saw him purely as a means to an end. But over time, the selflessness of Zelda and the bravery of Link changed her heart. She no longer sees them as tools or pawns. She's come to care for their well-being. She wants to defeat Zan not only for her home, but she wishes to free and revive Zelda. Midna wants to fight for both realms.
With extra Emily?
Cast themselves into the Twilight realm, where Zan
Okay.
resides.
recap.
The Twilight
Nice again.
suffered under Zane's rule. Those most docile and
44
still partially transformed.
35.
She stood too ashamed to show her face to those that trusted her. When Zan took over, he hid away the left of this place, objects called soul. There were 2 of them, and the absence of the soul had kept the Twilight in their forms. If they could find and restore the soul, then her people should be able to turn back to their natural forms. Machinations and servants of Zan roamed the inner halls of the Twilight Hall, acting as combatants to the Doom to stop their passage. George Rodman's hat has a difficult to traverse, and a fog made up of shadow crystals floods certain areas which force Link back into the full form. All these things combining make reaching each of the soul extremely difficult. And to make matters worse, when they do reach the
Good.
the image of Zan appears, and combat against beasts of Twilight begin. It's like a security system of sorts. And once that is taken care of, they find that Zan placed a guardian on the soul, a hand that pursues them all throughout the building so long as they're carrying the soul. But they have to get each of them back out onto their pedestals in the main gathering yard of the Twilight Castle. It's well worth it.
It's super cool because it's basically stunned. Will I get too close? This guy will be hard.
Zan can no longer hide. They must climb the tower to reach the throne room. One final challenge before reaching their goal, but at the end, he wins. Zan is totally unconcerned with their approach.
Okay, halfway there.
Joy and toy with others playing word games. The theme of this particular exchange is justification. Zan views those within the light world, people who are widely
It's nice. He has a lot of range. It's a cool boss. 46. Oh.
They will rise again and rule over all. But how is this possible? Well, Zan is all too happy to reveal just how he came to possess the power that he does. After his rejection as the next leader of the Twilight Realm, he found his path to power through a god, and their desires are now the same. With the powers he now holds, this supposed god, he rises to face Link with no hesitation. Zan might be completely unhinged and wildly unpredictable, but it just makes him all the more dangerous as a combatant. He transforms their arena into places that Link has fought great foes before. First up, the Forest Temple in the Fairy Woods, where he shoots projectiles and leaps around the water. His movements are weird and unsettling. After enough hits are landed, he changes the rules and the
36. Let's go.
to shoot, but he rocks the platform they're on, making it hard for Link to keep his footing. Zan jumps on the edge of it repeatedly, trying to force Link into the magma below. The Iron Boots keep him safely planted. Link can't rush at Zan when he has him on, but he leaves him thrown into certain depth below. Next, Zan takes Link into the horrors of that deep pit.
I got 50 of those bad boys.
And his weirdness escalates. The mechanics that he used against Morpheus apply here as well. Use the claw shot, pull Zan towards him so that he can land direct blows without having to approach whatever it is that's in the middle of the arena. But Zan escalates and modifies his tactics, making it more difficult to track where he's coming from. With patience, Link can find him and deal damage. Then, another change. Back to the Forest Temple, where Zan taking wild shots at Link. He forces the hero to chase him down, wait for him to be preoccupied with his attack source prancing, and then hit the totem that Zan is upon to knock him onto the ground. It's a frustrating practice of timing, dodging, and speed. But after the two land their hits, Zan once again changes the rules and the arena. Now to that
You have so much range.
Strategy is to stomp the hero out, but his poor little toes are quite vulnerable to the crushing weight of Link's ball and chain weapon.
We pushed him too hard.
Back down to normal, making him vulnerable to direct sword attacks. After a few rounds, he once again changes the scenery. Their final round will take place just outside of Hyrule Castle. They've both taken a beating, but neither is tiring. Zan
Nice. With a great fight.
he hurricanes on the floor, swinging his limbs as though they were weapons, approaching Link extremely fast. It can be saved off with a shield, but Link has to catch Zan's approach in time to avoid taking damage. But there's no more changes to be made to the arena. Zan has had enough. Link has won this drawn-out fight. The facade of where they appear to be fighting falls away, and they return to the Twilight Palace.
What is?
With Zan's fall, the fused shadow are returned to Midna. Yet, she does not return to her former self with his defeat. Why is Midna still stuck in this form if Zan is no longer holding power?
That's mod.
Zan takes his chance to sink in yet more taunting words towards Midna. The curse on her cannot be broken. For
Epic. If you have an extra,
like this. It is his supposed god that keeps her this way, and because of it, she will never be leader of the Twilight.
So this seems like freaking
so long as
gibberish.
Zan cannot be true with him, he will be reborn repaid. So they cannot win. And Midna no longer studies her danger or holds back. Midna herself
40.
is Zan, impaling him on the throne and ending his reign. If what he said is true, then this is just a temporary stop to Zan's madness. The force Midna used against him was only a fraction of the fused shadow's power. If they hurry, they can make it back to Hyrule Castle and use the fused shadow to break the Twilight barrier around it. Ganondorf is surely within. He's their newfound target. If they can find him, kill him, end this insanity, then the Light and Twilight realms can be separated completely. Zelda replied, and peace return to the lands. It's time for the final challenge. Together, Link and Midna march upon Hyrule Castle.
Step 1, frighten. Step 2, protect. With Garnier Vitamin C routine.
What a cool weapon.
The citizens of the city go about their business as usual, paying no mind to Link as he roams through the barrier, keeping the pulls from the power of the fused shadow. They respond immediately to her call. When combined into one, the artifact almost entirely covers Midna's body, and it thrashes her about the area.
You have a lot of range, huh?
The overwhelming strength of it, but after a few moments, she returns. Fully in control and able to beat down Ganondorf's barrier, Midna fuses it with a sphere of her own making and brings the entire thing down. By the display from a new user of the fused shadow, the castle is now open to their approach, and within they find disheveled and monster-infested grounds. The main castle doors are not open to them.
Look at that health. Look at that health. Yeah. I could have killed him. I could have killed him. But then I couldn't. Upgrade updates. I don't care, dude.
So once more the two race arms against one another. The king is amped up for this fight. His hits do massive damage and he can take even more. Link repeatedly stabbed at the king Boglin, but it's like giving him a paper cut.
Good.
The two brawl for what feels like an eternity before Link once again strikes.
Tougher.
The king's demeanor changes. He's been in the service of Xanthe and Ganondorf because they're strong. He follows whoever is stronger than himself. But now he recognizes Link as the strongest of them all. While he won't rush the castle with them, the king gives Link a key that he will need to progress, and he leaves him in peace. Finding their way into the castle takes time and searching for a particular key, but once within the castle walls, they find it to be dark, painfully quiet. A wave of enemies greet them within to try and stop them, but at this point they're really just an inconvenience. Dispatching them gets the lights back on. It's still so
50.
Two have another climb ahead of
58.
Surely this Ganondorf awaits them. It's exceedingly challenging. Not only is it hard to navigate their way up through the broken pathways and obtuse puzzles, but Ganondorf had put some of his
This is try number 4. This is how strong he is.
Everything packs a punch. It takes an immense amount of time to find their way up, and every second counts. As Ganondorf grows stronger, feeding on his immense power, when they finally reach the top, the throne room of Hyrule Castle, darkness surrounds it all. A foul wind hurries about them as they run to where Ganondorf is, not knowing what's in store for them. When they're finally able to see the throne room beyond all the darkness, they behold a terrible sight. Zelda's body is hanging above the throne within the symbol of the Triforce. Almost
good.
And below, Ganondorf himself sits. He proudly welcomes them to his castle. Midna has her choice words about the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but Ganondorf treats her with contempt, referring to her people as amusements and pathetic. Their suffering has fed him as he's grown in strength. It's made it possible for him to read his body. That old execution wound still pulsates on his abdomen, a remnant of his past, but he pays it no mind, as though its existence means nothing to him now.
This is really tough. I usually use range to counter the fact that I have no height. I think the weapon is gonna be Great Katana. And if it is, it's gonna be amazing.
He turns his eye up to the body of Zelda, and he casts himself into beams of twilight. When Midna was bathed in light and nearly killed her, the pain was consuming, so she tries to stop the twilight from reaching Zelda, but she can't. It passes right through her and immediately infects Zelda. And Midna doesn't have the heart to strike at Zelda's body before it awakens. She doesn't know what's going to happen, but she just can't bring herself to harm her friend. When Zelda's eyes open, it's clearly not her in control. And Ganondorf is using her as a puppet, a cruel blasphemy that will take up arms against them. She strikes at Midna, sending her out of the throne room, locking Link inside alone. In merciless wrath, Ganondorf forces Link into combat with the body of Princess Zelda. They commence with a game quite similar to the one Ganondorf played with another hero of the past. Back and forth, they hit orbs of light at one another, each of them taking their fair share of hits.
Nice.
Ganon launches Zelda's body towards him in an attempt to throw him off guard, but the focus of this exchange is the back and forth between these orbs. It's so hard to watch this be done. To Zelda, she showed such kindness and care to both Midna and Link. She did her best to save her people. She sacrificed all she had left to save Midna's life.
I'm dumb. I'm super dumb.
Now she's not but a horrid nightmare. Her former self gone, left to be a plaything of the evil king. Link is able to keep the upper hand and stop the attack of Ganondorf's puppet just long enough for Midna to collect herself and call upon the fused shadow. Midna does not harm her friend. Instead, she takes Zelda into her hands and forces the twilight out of her body. She still doesn't move. She still doesn't draw breath. For now, at least, she's relatively safe on the throne. The twilight that Midna cast away begins to reflow. Ganondorf begins to reform. Though this time he does not return in his Gerudo form. Instead, he meets them as Ganon, the Dark Beast. He seems almost invincible. Crashing around and charging through the arena makes him difficult to make sense of. But with Midna at his side, there are two sets of eyes gauging what the hell is going on here. Ganon is teleporting through and running about the area. But if Link can get distance between himself and Ganon, then he can line up a shot to strike and stun him with a gem on his forehead. Then once he's down, Link will have but a few swift moves
Nice.
to send the body and strike at the old execution mirror on his belly. The speed and aggression of Ganon makes this a difficult cycle to repeat. The hero takes several hits from the evil king, and as the fight carries on, Ganon becomes...
If I can finish Mira today, I'm gonna be very happy. Because the Shadow Keep is almost done. And then I'll only have to do one. Which is number 18. Why?
Then immediately she can toss him, and Link can rush towards that room to deal damage. This repeats a number of times before together, Link and Midna drive the beast back. They defeat Ganon. With what remains of Ganon burning in a strange yellow flame, the curse Zant put upon Midna begins to fade, just a bit. Midna so desperately wanted to return Zelda's gift, restore her spirit, revive her, and with Ganon defeated and her curse crumbling, she can do just that. Zelda's spirit returns to her body, no longer lifeless and hollow. The Princess of Hyrule is restored to her former self. Midna and Zelda share the same heart for a brief time. They were as one. And Zelda understands the immense sorrow Midna has suffered. Finally, someone understands her. And though this be a tender moment, this is of course not the end of the evil King Ganondorf. He is rising
Good.
again, and they don't
Boom.
have long before he descends upon them in full force. Midna intervenes. She sends both Link and Zelda away into the fields of Hyrule, away from what she intends to do. Perhaps she can't stop him, but she can at least
You blocked me.
When her companions are safely away, Midna dons the fused shadow one more time and evokes as much power as she can from it. In this empowered form, Midna violently throws herself at Ganondorf. Far off in the fields of Hyrule, Link and Zelda see the impact that Midna brings upon the Vile Man. It's so immense that it levels the castle. But to their absolute horror, he's already here.
Cannot
So
heal.
quickly, before the rubble even settles, Ganondorf finds them, and he holds in his hand Midna's helm. He killed her.
I had a bit more stamina. That was it.
Now only they remain. Ganondorf wastes no time monologuing.
Oh my god. You see that?
He charges upon them
Oh.
on the ground, and even if they could face him on a level playing field, Ganondorf would feed off of Xant and Twilight to reform himself over and over again. In a desperate plea to the Guardians of
Whew.
the Galaxy, he holds back this attack and beseeches them for aid. And true to their purpose, they respond. They're taken out of the chaos of the field for a brief moment, taken to a space between realms made safe by the light spirits. The four of them give to Zelda an ancient weapon, light arrows, that can cause truly grievous harm to that which is evil. These will aid them in casting Ganondorf down.
Shinshasa. Tree. Last one. This is the one. I know exactly your moveset.
Ganondorf resorts to shooting off orbs towards the ground to frighten the opponent and toss Link from the saddle. And it works a few times. This is far from a one-sided fight. Ganondorf himself is eventually dismounted after taking a royal beating from Zelda's arrows with his sword. And while he's lost his horse, the evil king is far from defeated. He wields the sword used in his own execution as a weapon. He wishes to use it to blot out the light of this realm forever, and to accomplish this, his first act will be killing me. The two now face off in one-on-one combat. Now outside interference will be permitted. The dark skies reflect just how dire this exchange is. The two cannot escape each other. It's destiny that they once again take up arms. Ganondorf is an immensely skilled swordsman. They must dance around one another to find openings for attack, though they don't often find dead air on the other side of their swings.
He'll be using his
But Ganon's caused much more.
potion.
Now the need is speed. He can move around their field faster than Ganondorf, and the battle between them is long. This is the greatest foe that he'll ever face, and Ganondorf fights like his life depends on it. After all, he's been waiting lifetimes for this, imprisoned within Twilight. He once swore that he would find the ancestors of the ones who ruined him so long ago, and they're right here before him. His rage has carried him to this, and he's earned this fight. The constant exchange of damage between the two is staggering, and Zelda cannot intervene to tip the scales. After what feels like hours of fighting, finally cuts Ganondorf down and pierces that old wound with the Master Sword. He swears that it's not over here.
That was tough.
The history of Link and
That's like
Shadow
Rakasa Great Katana. It's that Rakasa armor gauntlet. Look at that whole armor. Great Katana. Don't worry, what we'll do is we'll take a break from Elden Ring. And then after a month, we'll come back and see all of the armor. Why a month? I'll have time to watch the video about the lore. I bet you this is the end. That it was a... I have to do this though. I understand.
But this is not quite the end. Remember our Twilight Princess. Midna's life must be restored. Both the realms of Light and Twilight need her. So the four light spirits of Hyrule come together to see this tragedy undone. Ever so
There's another one. Oh, that was tough. That was really tough.
Link and Midna face almost insurmountable odds time and time again, yet they always
We'll have time to watch a lore video of Elden Ring. I'll be able to tell you exactly what this armor meant.
though she does not return as Link remembers her. With the curse of Xant and Ganondorf completely dispelled, she walks now in her proper form as Twilight, the powerful and beautiful lord of the Twilight Realm. Bit of a shock to see, even Link is taken aback. Something that she immediately notices, puts on blast. But now is a time of healing. Time for things to be made right. It will take some time, but things will get back to
And now we're gonna get 2 fragments of this. It's to retreat. Get another level up.
She sent the single tear toward the mirror, shattering it. The path between these two realms will forever be closed. Never again will something like this be allowed to happen. No foul usurpers will ever threaten the other realm again. So farewell. Thank you for everything. Now we really say goodbye. To the wise princess, the brave hero, the powerful vile king. We depart from the lands of Hyrule, of Termina, of the Twilight Realm. On to other adventures and stories, yet always in our hearts, remember the tales of the hero. And
Let's
the
do
words
this.
of his courage saved.
This is much easier than the bus. Why? Because the bus itself had well, first of all, it was bigger. Second of all, he was able to use Crucible. God, we suck at this. No wonder.
The cycle continues on, and on, and on, and on. The details change, but at its core, they remain the same. The three goddesses Din, Fervor, and Veigar descended from the heavens and created the beautiful land of Hyrule. Before departing, they blessed this new realm with relics of their grace, power, courage, and wisdom formed from the Triforce. And the one who would protect it would be the god.
Nice.
The Triforce was kept sacred.
That's number 1.
It was said that if one who was pure of heart touched it, their wish would be granted, and peace would flood across the lands. But if one of evil intent touched it, dark times would come to Hyrule. With time, the inhabitants that walked the land began to lust after the power of the Triforce, and war began for control over the sacred realm. Atrocities
And number 2.
access to the sacred realm. And in mercy, the goddess Hylia sent the innocents of the land high into the sky to be free from demonic intentions. While the flames of war were eventually quelled by heroes of legend, it was not without a price. The demon king Divine cast a curse upon the Triforce that the one with the blood of the goddess and the soul of the hero would never.
So now you mention
They would each form an aspect of the Triforce, and this
Skyward Sword.
war and strife would happen again and again. True peace would never come to Hyrule. War would come and go. The threat of the demon king return never truly faded from memory, and war returned throughout the ages. To further protect the sacred realm, a man called Rauger built the Temple of Time about the entrance to the sacred realm, and sealed away shut with 3 keys and the Master Sword. The only one who could pull the sword was the one blessed by courage. Inevitably, the great evil one would rise, born of the desert-dwelling Gerudo tribe, and the aspect of courage and wisdom would have to rise to end the aspect of power's terrible threat against all life on the lands. The cycle continues on and on and on.
Nice.
There's change, but at its core, it remains the same. That is until, at the finale of a particularly vicious war, which once again saw Ganon,
Ooh.
things changed. Sheikah technology brought to life a legion of guardians and 4 divine beasts that aided the hero of legend and the wise princess in stopping Ganon. When peace began to return, the king of Hyrule commanded that the Sheikah bury their guardians in monolithic divine beasts. If their technology was corrupted or turned against the kingdom, it would be apocalyptic. It was too dangerous to be allowed, and they could either bury their pasts or become exiled from the lands. And surprisingly, many of the Sheikah agreed. While no small percentage of them rebelled against this and left the tribe for more nefarious endeavors, they widely stood by the decision and dismantled or buried their technology. From then on, the Sheikah lived very modest and simple lives in service to the crown. Though, too, for the one called Ganon, things also changed. He grew weary of this cycle of rebirth. Every 100 years, he would be reincarnated as the sole male born to the Gerudo of the desert. He would rise to power as the king of the Gerudo. He would attempt to seize the power of the Triforce for himself, face off against power and wisdom, and ultimately be defeated, but no more. Ganon abandoned his cycle of rebirth. And for 10,000 years, Ganon festered in his prison. He grew in strength and became a being of pure malice, while the outside world changed. With the calamity gone and no signs of his return, the events of the past
we have to go to Ancestral Wood.
with each passing century turning into passing millennia, the tales of the Skyward
Nice.
Path, Adrift Time, and Seed of Twilight were stories passed down from generation to generation. For those 10,000 years, the sages told of forgotten tales, sacred beloved heroes whose names still rang out in honor. The Kokiri of the forest vanished. Old settlements fell to ruin and new ones arose. The Gerudo grew their own cities and outposts and became more engaged in the world than they were in the past. The Master Sword fell to slumber, but with the exodus of forbidden
The graphics are so good.
it remained ever a recognizable land within Hyrule.
I'm not a fan. Good. Oh, 4. Oh, 8. My apologies. So this is the Ancestral Wood, and these are amazing. Because it's one of the scariest places in in the world.
Prophecy emerged that warned of the calamity's return. It was the threat of Ganon, and it hung heavy over the royal family. The Queen of Hyrule, who carried the blood of the goddess remains, began to prepare for its custom. She had been trained from the age of 7 and on.
Nice.
As the aspect of wisdom, should the threat of Ganon ever arise. The Queen had strong friendships with leaders of neighboring cities and provinces throughout Hyrule. As such, all stood ready to aid in whatever was to come. It was expected that soon a hero would emerge to aid her in this task, but until then, she continued on her own. The command was issued for the ancient divine beasts from 10,000 years ago to be searched out and executed. Sheikah elders aided in this task, and one by one, they were eventually found. With great care, special teams undertook the task of digging up each of the divine beasts. Soon, ancient guardians too were dug up, and research
Do you see what happened here? Wait, I'll show you again.
He was blindsided by her past and struggled to overthrow her. He felt as though her absence was an enemy, and the Queen's daughter, her dearest child Zelda,
Jordan's afraid. You know why he's afraid? Because this is gonna be the place where there's a guy called Midra. Midra is the only one to survive the frenzied flame. So because he survived it, he was like, yo, I'm gonna be it. But his presence in the frenzied flame is so big, we still feel it. And you guys remember when we chose the frenzied flame ending last year? Torin was one that died. When we chose the frenzied ending. Didn't care about Melina dying. They want Torin to die. So here is tough. Because you're gonna get people that are enemy that are super tough. So these are the enemy. Look. 1. Don't let it see you. Once you are seen, there's no escape. It cannot even be touched. I'm guessing this is a... I'm guessing this is kind of like a... stealth. What is that? See, he's using Frenzied Flame. It's been so long since we see Frenzied Flame. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know it was there. Madding End. Such a scary place. And I much want to bet that they're right here next to the other ends that was given to us by the monk. Again. See? Hand to hand. Fist. The fist. Everything is corrupted around here. Everything is corrupted. Priori. Oh. Even them, they survive. Priori is the map. Look at afar from the giant rats. So fucking cool. And my friend, present to you the castle. Now, there's this I want to do. The test is to defeat Midra, and then to see if I can cure the rest of the abysmal wood. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this. Because my friend, soon, this will not be. I haven't met one of them, which I believe is a great sign. Map this. Look at here, dude. Look at here. What a freaking mess. Even the water. Bed and church, super corrupted. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. To be honest, I don't know where to go now. tries to see something in the. Do 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 do. It's a beautiful place, though.
Bloodline, and there was no one else who could teach her what she needed to know. So the child was left to learn on her own, but under extreme pressure from her father, King Rome. The queen had been dear friends with the Gerudo chief Urbosa, and about a year after the queen passed, Urbosa made a trip to Hyrule Castle under the guise of diplomacy, but in truth, she was deeply concerned about the princess. Urbosa had seen the sorrow of the little girl after her mother had died. She wanted to check in on how her training was going, and what she saw was heartbreaking. Zelda's father was forcing the 7-year-old girl into icy waters with prayer every day from sunup to sundown. The practices were so intense that Urbosa tried to command the child out of the water, but Zelda wouldn't comply. When she finally forced Zelda out, the little girl revealed a terror within her. Her powers weren't awakening, and her father was constantly pressuring her to pray. And that this process wasn't working made the girl panic. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. All Urbosa could do was hold the child and listen to her fears. After all, who could possibly question and defy the king of Hyrule? Over the coming years, each of the divine beasts was brought to the surface. It was a painstaking feat that took innumerable man-hours to accomplish. As the prophetic return of Ganon grew lower and lower, the young Zelda undertook scholarly pursuits to understand the ancient guardians and the divine beasts, which the king sorely disapproved of. He believed that she should be spending her days in prayer to the goddess Hylia, trying to awaken her power, not learning more about the past and technology. When finally they were all brought up to the surface, the process of choosing champions to pilot them began.
Petrol is fighting cannot be summoned. Petrol seed.
Entourage of guards, researchers, and assistants. One day, the chosen Goron champion the Rick was strolling about Glenmount and saw a little tiny valley being attacked. The Goron had already been accustomed to the presence of Hylians on the mountain, so he rushed down to help the little fellow out. But by the time he arrived, well, that little guy being attacked had already cleared out his attackers, and then he saved the Root's life by stopping a surprise attack. It was a bit embarrassing for the mighty Goron champion, but the two bonded over their extreme love of food, and they found out that they had quite a lot in common. The little guy's name was Link, and the two became fast friends. So, from the Gorons came Daruk, from the Rito came Rivali, from the Zora came Tifa, and from the Gerudo came Urbosa. Though they varied in aptitude, they each eventually came to master control of their respective divine beast. Zelda began working closely with Sheikah researchers to understand the many varieties of ancient tech being unearthed. Things like the Sheikah Sling, the Shrine of Resurrection, old armor and weaponry, all the while developing bonds with the champions that would pilot the divine beasts. Daruk's good buddy Link also found himself playing a larger part in the story. Seems that during a test with the ancient guardians, one of them went a little bit haywire and turned aggressive. Link took it out using only a pot lid, and that garnered him the king's attention. Link was appointed to be Zelda's knight, and also granted the Master Sword. Boy, was Zelda unhappy about it. Old legends told of the wise princess and courageous warrior standing against the powerful Ganon, and Link fit the courageous warrior trope to AD. He seamlessly fell into his role and was an unmatched swordsman, but he was also emotionless and mostly unspeaking. Zelda immediately disliked him, and resented that he was so effortlessly able to fulfill his role in prophecy. She had spent her entire lifetime struggling and suffering to play her part, and this ass just walks right in like it's no big deal. She hated him. Link was a reminder of her own apparent failures, and she wasn't shy about showing her contempt. All that truly knew Zelda could plainly see that she wanted nothing to do with him, and that Link, for the most part, remained stoic and unspeaking just added fuel to the problem. The princess went so far as
easy peasy,
or just ditching him outright. While en route to the Gerudo Desert, she used Gerudo law to get him away from her. See, males aren't allowed in their town, women only, and Zelda took a detour through their territory to use that law against him. Instead of a meeting with Urbosa to talk about the problem, she told him that he could dress like a Gerudo woman to get into the city, but by the time he was able to get his attire ready, she was long gone. And when he finally tracked Zelda down, Yiga assassins were about to lop her head off. The Yiga were once the Sheikah long ago. When the king commanded that they rid themselves of their technology, some of those Sheikah who rebelled went on to form the Yiga clan. And all these thousands of years later, they now live in service to Ganon. Link stepped in to save her from the assassins, and after that, she decided to give him a chance. She saw that he had gone above and beyond to track her down and to help her, and she also saw that she had been taking her anger out on her for a long time. It took a lot of effort for both of them to open up, but it was good that they were bonded over. They revealed a bit of humanity in Link, that he so enjoyed good food. Eventually, Zelda asked him why he was so reserved and unwilling to speak, and he told her that it was because he felt like that was what he was supposed to do. He was meant to shoulder everyone else's problems with a silent strength. All that was ever expected of him was combat and problem solving for other people, and that's how his entire life had been. Even training as a knight since he could walk, he was raised with silent obedience. Suddenly being expected to dramatically defy his own personality was difficult for him, but he was trying to be more open, because really, he did have opinions and thoughts to be shared. Once the two of them started getting along and understanding each other a bit better, Zelda's smile returned and things just seemed to run a bit smoother. Except she still couldn't harness the power of her bloodline. She went to the Spring of Power and the Spring of Courage to pray, the goddess Hylia to awaken her powers, but both of those great journeys ended in failure. She prayed until she couldn't anymore, and nothing.
Look at this.
Her last hope was the Spring of Wisdom, but she could begin that journey until her 17th birthday. The champions knew full well that should Ganon return, Zelda could not fulfill her role in stopping him. They and Link were prepared, but Zelda simply wasn't. And it wasn't for lack of trying. She'd spent almost her whole life trying to be what she needed to be. So, on her 17th birthday, she and Link departed for the Spring of Wisdom. The day before, Zelda and her father
you're missing batteries.
About her failures and how she was spending her time. It was deeply embarrassing for her, as the king had chastised and berated her in front of Link. In his own journal, the king expressed regret for doing that, and after Zelda had some time away from him, he would apologize and then things between them. Together, Link and Zelda climbed Mount Lanayru, and Zelda prayed to the shrine all day, but nothing happened. No response, no awakening. It was a failed venture. At the base of the mountain, Zelda had to
What is that? Quickly awake your chance. Hide yourself, make no sound. What is not an option? Crouch in the underground. I'm gonna try to do something else. I don't remember where it is though. It's a bit of a problem.
The only thing that can surpass the beauty of your eyes is the out of your eyes. Up to Rizzo, we see you like no other.
Conversation. Ganon struck. It was too late. The champions immediately went to their divine beasts, ready to pilot them and aid Link and Zelda.
Black Knight, the assassin that carried out the dead of the deed. Target remain, which notified the sound of footsteps.
Physical malice, Ganon manifested parts of himself into blight monstrosities and sent them to each of the 4 divine beasts. The blight took over each and every one, and when their champions appeared to take them back, the blights of Ganon killed them. They never stood a chance. He was far too strong. And almost simultaneously, Ganon used his malice to overtake and corrupt the ancient guardians that protected the castle, and then the killing really began. The king died in the castle, along with most of the Hyrule Royal Guard and anyone else on the grounds. The corrupted guardians and Ganon's malice spread out from that epicenter and started bringing down surrounding settlements and population centers. What few of the army did make it out fled for the Akala region. The farthest reaches of Hyrule were terrorized but left mostly intact, whereas the heart of Hylian territory was ripped apart by unholy Ganon. Link and Zelda barely made it out, but Zelda was
What a cool armor.
previously moving fighting off guardians, and the Master Sword itself was barely intact in the terrible battles. They ran all morning, but it was too much for them to handle. They were cornered with no place else to run, with no energy left to carry them. But at that very bare end, Link stood guard over the princess. They would face the end together. In that moment of finality,
You saw me.
Zelda's powers finally came up. She cast away the corruption from the guardians on the field and disabled them all in one fell swoop. It was so simple and devastating. And when the grand display finally faded, she was taken back at what had just happened. They were safe here now. With his task complete, Link couldn't remain. His injuries were too severe, and in the quiet of the field, he finally collapsed. He only lasted for a few moments.
Tough.
The two of them had become friends, and all of this was Zelda's worst fear come true. He had so much to mourn and regret that the immediate trauma before her was Link's death. But finally,
Really tough.
the sword could reach out to the princess. Whatever was within the ancient blade wished for its champion to survive. It wanted the princess to take Link's body to the shrine of resurrection. It would take years to accomplish, but he could be restored. Sheikah fighters found Zelda and Link on the empty field, and she commanded them to take his body to the shrine. There he would slumber for as long as was needed to bring him back to life. And Zelda herself went to the Lost Woods all on her own. Carrying with her the damaged Master Sword, she laid it upon its old resting place in the heart of the forest before the great bending tree. And for a while she prayed and spoke. She promised that the shrine would be Link's restored. It just needed some time. The old great bending tree came to her, asking her what her next move was. And while she didn't tell him exactly what she was going to do, she assured him that she knew what needed to be done. And she asked him to relay a message to him someday when he returned. But the great bending tree insisted that anything she needed to tell him was better done herself, because this was not the end, and he knew that she needed Link in the future. So, the Princess of Hyrule returned the Master Sword to its pedestal so that it too could rest and recover over the years to come. And then she returned to her home. Zelda stood before the destroyed castle, and she trapped Calamity Ganon in it with her. She couldn't banish him completely, she couldn't force back his malice or cleanse the corruption from the ancient guardians, but she could at least stalemate him, enough that life in Hyrule could return and flourish. And there she remained, locked in struggle against the ultimate evil for 100 years. The first thing Link understood was a voice calling to him, beckoning him to open his eyes, asking him to wake up.
Yeesh.
The sword of water from the shrine preceded him. Link lay calmly and with no memory of his life. He was able to lift himself out of the shrine. He was able to take his own steps. He was fully restored and in control of his limbs. All that had been done to him before his death was washed away alongside his memory. At a nearby console system technology, that's here waiting for him when he finally awoke. The same voice that asked him to wake up since again, telling him that this will guide him along after he lost silver. This is a Sheikah Slate, and it will allow him to access ancient Sheikah technology around the land, practice his map tracking, and store important information from along the way. Thankfully, just beyond the sleeping chambers are a set of clothing, so he doesn't have to track out into cities. And then, freedom. That voice once again tells him that he is the light of Hyrule that must shine once again. And then Link returns to the big, wide world that is waiting forward to him. Under the light of the rising sun, things seem to be peaceful here. It's quiet and lonely, but there is someone nearby. The old man camping on the nearby hill path. This is a face that Link knew once upon a time, but now he's completely unfamiliar. The older fellow doesn't push anything onto the stupid bike on him. He talks at him, tells him that he's just some old dude, and he asks Link what brings him here. Except Link doesn't even know where here feels. The old man doesn't interest him.
I'm pretty sure.
Because what would the point be in stressing Link out? He's certainly not the type to lie, so it's better to just gently begin guiding him. The old man does not reveal who he is, but he instead tells the hero that he is on the Great Plateau, the birthplace of the kingdom, and nearby is a sacred site that has been in decay since the decline of the kingdom began some 100 years ago. It's the Temple of Time. It's a ghost of a former self, but he doesn't push past that. It's an introduction to the area and himself, and that's enough for now. Link can go about his business and make his own choice. Now, Link has been asleep for a while. He might not be thinking things through, because he immediately starts torching the hillside. I guess it's definitely a way to scare off his own foes, but he does eventually stop the mayhem once the
Fuck you.
From the ground, towers spring high into the sky all around the kingdom, as far as the eye can see. The spectacle of it is beautiful and terrifying. The very ground shakes from the force.
They do shit.
Towers are vats where local information is distilled into the sheet of slates. It feels like a map of the area, so it will benefit him greatly to find these when entering the region. As this land called Hyrule is sprawling and sometimes difficult to navigate. But with the resurrection of the towers, something else begins. That fair voice once again returns, and it begs Link to return, to just try. Whoever she is, tells Link that he's been asleep for 100 years. From a great castle in the heart of the kingdom that he does not recognize, something begins to awaken as well. She calls it the Beast, and when it regains its power, the world will end. With Link's return and the awakening of the ancient towers, the Calamity too is resurrected. Link had no way of knowing that this would happen. Worse, he still doesn't quite understand what it all means. At the base of the tower, that old man shows up like he was waiting for this to happen. He immediately intercepts Link and asks, "Hey buddy, what's up?" All of the towers reactivated and something is rampaging around the castle. Link tells him that he heard a voice, but he doesn't know who it was. Well, for now, that's all right. The old man tells him what is happening around the castle. It's Calamity Gate. 100 years ago, it brought ruin and slaughter to the kingdom. What remains now are just scraps of that long-lost time. Something within Hyrule Castle has been containing the Calamity, but just barely. It will regain its strength and one day break down the barrier holding it back. So the old man asks Link if he intends to go to that castle, which Link readily answers yes to. He doesn't need his memories to know what good and evil are. He doesn't need his memories to know that he has to do something about this Calamity. Well, Link can't just leap off the plateau. It's way too high up. The old man knows that he won't last a second in that castle the way that he is now. So he tells Link that if he can clear the nearby shrine and bring him the treasures from within, then he will give him his paraglider. It's easy. The old man even shows him exactly where the first one is, and there is there, so Link gets on his way. This shrine serves Link's journey twofold. Placing the Sheikah Slate in the outside console will allow him to travel between each shrine seamlessly. He'll be able to port between them instantly. Given how huge Hyrule is, that is a vital key to succeeding. And at the end of each shrine is a reward. Some will be more difficult than others, but each shrine is created by a master to protect whoever may enter them. The old masters will bless
I have no clue.
the goddess Hylia, wishing to aid those who are strong enough to stand against Ganon. Succeeding in their trials will garner Link their spirit orbs, which he can use during prayers to the goddess to further his health and stamina. Back on the surface, the old man greets Link on his way out. He knew exactly what Link would find down there, and is pleased at his success. Though he doesn't yet understand all that the old man is talking about, the elder Hylia tells him a bit more about the Sheikah, specifically about their tech, and how in the past it was used to save these lands from Ganon over and over again. He doesn't tell him everything, it's just enough to plant seeds into his mind. Maybe some information.
They're looking at me and they inflicting madness. My apologies. This is so crazy because there's next to no music.
Line over that broken down ruin, the once Temple of Time. The ancient guardians that Calamity Ganon overtook 100 years ago and turned against Hyrule and made it all the way out here before he activated. They tore the walls of the once grand temple down and laid waste to whatever was within. Now amongst the rubble are the remains of an altar to the goddess Hylia, where Link can take a moment to pray. Zelda struggled so fiercely to hear the words of the goddess, but Link didn't have to face that particular problem. He immediately hears the words of Hylia. Using his 4 spirit orbs, he's able to obtain his hand of choice. This is something he'll do over and over and over again as he journeys, something good to know before he leaves the plateau. But that old man still needs to uphold his end of their bargain.
This is tougher.
Getting up there is a little bit dangerous, but at this point, Link should be able to scale ability to make it across the plateau without breaking his own kneecaps. The old man finally tells Link what is going on here. He is the spirit of Hyrule's last leader. In life, he was King.
Okay, so combat is another option. Likely await your chance. Excuse me.
100 years ago, when the threat of Ganon's return became undeniable, the divine beasts of Ultra excavated and armies of guardians were studied. A princess, a skilled knight, and 4 champions were to stand against Ganon, sealed in the way.
How do you self-make another sound?
The Calamity sprang forth before they were ready, and it devastated Hyrule. The champions and the knight were all lost. Countless innocents inhabiting the land were killed, and the princess vanished after confronting Ganon herself. Whatever she had done had held Ganon within the castle, thus bringing a stalemate to the land that wouldn't last forever. King Rom tells Link that princess was his own daughter, and that he was the knight from the story. His life was returned through the Shrine of Resurrection, a process that took 100 years to complete. The voice he's been hearing is Zelda herself, calling to him from the castle. She will soon be exhausted from her eternal fight, and Link must gather forces to come to her aid. Otherwise, Ganon will break free, regenerate, and demolish the rest of Hyrule. King Rom directs him towards the divine beasts. With their aid, Ganon can be weakened and defeated. Without them, the fight will be extreme. It's too great a risk for Link to try to defeat Ganon alone. To gain greater knowledge on how to wrest them from Ganon's control, he tells Link to go east, out into the wilderness to Kakariko Village, where the elder Impa lives. Impa knew Zelda 100 years ago, and though very aged, she can help Link on his quest better than he can.
I don't know if I'm hidden in the grass.
Finally leave the plateau. King bids him farewell, and Link is left to his own.
I know I'm not making sounds.
There's a plethora of friends and foe alike to be met across Hyrule. Calamity Ganon did bring destruction and ruin, but life continued on after Zelda confined him to the castle. Outposts, small towns, and stables litter the countryside.
Listen, I wouldn't take a whole game of this, but an area is actually nice.
If Link is willing to spend the time, there are even tasks and problems that he can offer the common man assistance in. There's never a lack of things to do,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. The good biscuit worked.
Now that he knows what happened 10,000 years ago to stop Ganon, and understands what must be done to end the calamity now, Impa tells him that the message Zelda had left was free the 4 divine beasts. Impa recommends that Link further expand his Sheikah Slate by seeking out the research lab in Hateno Village, and gives him a mark on his map to help him along the way. Hateno Village is a pretty long trip. It comes with tons of exploration and drama along the way, like meeting his first Yiga clan representative, who probably tried to murder Link when he refuses the offer to join them. It's not the last time that he'll meet up with the Yiga. They tend to pop up at really inconvenient times on the road, under the guise of regular Hylian folk. Weird obsession with bananas, they're very strange. Hateno Village itself is pretty idyllic. It escaped the carnage of the calamity 100 years ago and is still standing strong against threats from the outside world. Shops and homes are all around the roads. There are children running around playing, adults lounging and gossiping, and livestock safely grazing on the hillsides. High atop said hills is the lab that Impa told him to find. There, Link meets Simon and Pyrrha. The man Simon spots that his Sheikah Slate is missing rooms, but he knows who precisely he is. Impa's words are known in
She okay?
that he has to help Link in every way that he can. The other Sheikah in the lab, Pyrrha, is the director of the facility, and though she looks like a child, that's just because of an experiment that de-aged her. She's actually Impa's sister, and she's very, very old. Pyrrha was one of the Sheikah that took Link to the Shrine of Resurrection after he had fallen in battle. But all pleasantries aside, Pyrrha is all too happy to help Link restore his Sheikah Slate. All he needs to do is first bring up some blue flame from the ancient furnace in town, so that the lab can use it. It's not a hard task, it just takes a whole lot of run up that hill. But it powers the console inside the lab, and with it lit, they can proceed. They add back in the camera, Lydia, and Alma. With its restoration comes old files from 100 years ago. This used to belong to Zelda herself, and she left photographs on it for Link.
Damn, dude.
Since the two of them went everywhere together, there's a strong chance that he was present when she took these pictures, and Pyrrha is willing to bet that if he visits the site of each 12 pictures, then maybe it will jog that old memory of his. But that was something he would need better discussing with Impa instead of her. But yeah, okay, but what about adventure? Link doesn't need his handheld.
There's a possibility that it cannot jump.
For now, there are discoveries to be
Can I jump or good?
marvelous creatures still call Hyrule home, like the Great Fairies, and
Oh, I got lucky.
for a price, they'll render various services and provide upgrades to Link. But advice, don't work horses. Link passes through what feels like countless shrines and reactivates great powers all across the land. And from time to time, big old brawlers rear their ugly heads and engage Link in fights out in the wild. After about a week, though, something really concerning happens. Under the light of a full moon, a deep scarlet shade covers the land. Ganon's power grows with each day, and at the hour of the moon's apex, he reaches the height of his strength. So vicious does the enemy become that the blood memory reflecting his power revives the enemies that Link has felled in that cycle.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
All creatures killed in the name of the life will be returned to life within a week like Ganon. All the progress that Link made in clearing the fields is undone with their resurrections, and the fights will begin anew. The Blood Moon serves as a terrible reminder of Ganon's power, and is truly an event to be dreaded. A strange forest comes into view, and drawing closer seems to bring the sky lower. The fog becomes a wall that's impossible to see through. Rangers mark the way forward, but eventually seeing them becomes difficult too.
This is gorgeous.
Helps Link navigate his way through, but once the pursuers are gone, he has to use a torch to find his way. These are the Lost Woods, and following them around
Very
the
creepy.
disasters. But his patience is rewarded by what lay at the heart of the maze, the Korok Forest. Link has met a few of the Korok on his journey. They've always been friendly and helpful, if not a bit too mischievous. But they make their home here, under the protection of the Great Deku Tree, who also oversees an old friend from his former life, the Master Sword. When all hope seems gone, after Link has been taken away to the Shrine of Resurrection to be revived.
Good, 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 good.
In the century that's past, we become old and strong once again, waiting for the hero to return to the planet.
I was greedy.
He has brief flashes, memories from his past life, only moments at a time that don't quite yet fit together. The disturbance makes up the great old tree, who's really surprised that Link has finally come back. He didn't think he would, it's been so long that he could have hope. But Link's is that he has no idea of what he is. So the tree gives him a tutorial. The tree has been
509.
Hyrule since time immemorial. What now he protects is the sword of the Chosen One, created by Hylia herself, the weapon meant to be used against Calamity Ganon. Link wielded it
I tried to talk to him.
doing so. If he lacks the endurance, the Master Sword will drain all life from him. If Link wants to draw the sword, he's free to make that choice, but he'd best do it knowing that he is strong enough to do so. One heartbeat at a time, he puts everything.
Tried to remind him.
Est-ce que quelqu'un sait où est-ce qu'il habite?
Life so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart.
30-32.
Fortified this place,
No, we have a bunch of redo.
Alright, first up. Well, Link completely forgets to go see Info, but he doesn't need to because while exploring the region nearby Kakariko, he sees a new face, that of Azora. This fellow named Groove is trying to reach his prince, but they're too high up in this tower for the prince to hear his yelling. So he asks Link to find a way down to him and introduce himself because they were very specifically looking for a Hylian for some reason. Another Zora soldier greets Link farther down and lets him know that they're looking for a Hylian warrior, and he seems to fit the bill. No pressure, not weird. It's just that their entire kingdom is in peril and they need Link to save them. Prince Sidon is waiting for Link. He's been watching him, actually. At the bridge crossing into their lane, he greets the hero. After brief introductions, a very jazz up Prince tells Link that he can tell he's no ordinary person, and that he really needs his help. The Zora's domain is experiencing massive rainfall because of the divine beast, Garuda. It's constantly pumping out water, and now flooding is imminent. Of course, Link agrees to help. This is precisely where he needs to be. Because of the intense rain, the cliffs are unclimbable, and since Link can't swim up rivers, he's on his own trekking up the mountain.
I'm not sure what to do here.
Being honest, it is a right big pain in the Easter. Prince Sidon shows up from time to time to encourage his ascent, to remind him of how much they need his help, not to, keep pressuring him or anything. This complete stranger that he's fully dependent on to save the lives of all his people, it's an entire city that's dependent on him, no pressure. Link, also, be careful, you don't want to slip and break your kneecaps. Well, he eventually completes the climb and reaches the lovely Zora's domain. He's been here before, some 100 years ago. Quite a lot, actually. He would come here as a child. But he has no memory of any of it. A statue to the long-dead champion Mipha is at the heart of the establishment, but he doesn't ring any bells either. Prince Sidon greets him as soon as his head pops up over the horizon and ushers him on towards the king. Along the pathways, there are a few Zora that still remember him from their youth. And though they're thrilled to see him return, he just can't quite
Look here, this is.
The eldest of the Zora remember him with much more clarity and are not really happy to see him. The loss of their champion
Wasn't for the Black Knight armor?
sorrow upon them. Some can't move on from the past.
Fucked.
There are even outright threats made against Link when they recognize him. King Thorfinn is far more kind and receptive to Link, though. It takes the king a beat to recognize him, but 100 years later, it's still Mipha's father that's really the Zora. This guy is a complete unit too, a massive Zora that lumbers over everyone else. But he's genuinely kind and understanding towards Link's situation. The king tells Link that he and Mipha were close 100 years ago, but the prince backs him down from it, telling the king that pushing that topic won't help anything. Rather than dwell on the past, they move on to the present danger, the divine beast. The thought of asking Link for help kicks up the anger of those most elder in the king's court, mainly the one called Mizu. To some here, Link was seen as a failure and the reason that Mipha was killed. But this flooding issue isn't just a Zora problem. If the dam holding back the water breaks, the entire world will flood and all caught downstream can be taken out with it. The king tells Link that to stop the flow of water, he needs to apply electricity to the orbs on each of Garuda's shoulders. The Zora are quite vulnerable to electricity, and his assistance in shutting down the divine beast's water production would be great.
That was good, that was good.
The only issue is actually finding shock arrows to use. Before they conclude, Link reveals to King Thorfinn that Zelda 2 is still alive. She's in Hyrule Castle fighting to contain Calamity Ganon. So the Zora will do whatever they can to aid her in this. If Link can do as Zelda asked and restore the divine beast, then it will be at his disposal when his confrontation with Ganon begins. To help Link reach the divine beast, the king gives to Link a special Zora armor that will allow them to swim up rivers and waterfalls. It was handcrafted by Mipha and intended for the one that she would marry, or that she wanted to marry. But well, that's certainly not in the books now, regardless of what happened 100 years ago. Once the king has finished his request, the prince tries to explain to a particular elder court member that Mipha did in fact have quite a few feelings for Link, and therefore that armor in particular was meant for him. Hearing this and getting a good look at the statue of the late princess does kick up a few memories for Link. While it's unclear how he felt about Mipha, the two of them were friends and comrades. She promised Link that no matter what happened, if someone did harm him, she would be there to heal it. But it was something that she couldn't see through 100 years ago, because tragedy came too quickly to the land. This recollection of Mipha and the fact that the Zora armor fits him perfectly is enough that the court elder
This is insane, you know why?
go get any shock arrows. While the Zora elders may disapprove of Link's presence, this
Because I don't know where to go.
now it's time to finally get to work.
So I'm possibly going in a circle.
Shock arrows at Shadowback Point atop Floyd's Mountain, and something else about a terrifying creature or whatever. All that turns out to be a Lionel, and it's one rough and tumble fight. But around the Lionel's field
So
are
good.
a of shock arrows. So in this case, Link takes the risk in killing the Lionel so that he can have full run of the field. With plenty of shock arrows equipped, Link descends down into the reservoir to meet Prince Sidon, and ever the optimist, he's damn ready to help Link get things under control. Sidon can travel through water extremely fast, so Link will hold on while he does the driving, and when the time is right, Link will fly into the air and shoot the divine beast's shoulder with shock arrows. Garuda isn't some helpless construct though. It actively tries to impede their approach and harm them. With each orb that Link deactivates, it gets more aggressive against them. But one by one, the two work together and deactivate the water production cycle the divine beast was stuck in. Water stops falling.
Me not having Turin.
Prince Sidon safely drops Link at the entrance to the beast, bids him luck and safety, and promises to lead him back to Zora's domain. And within, Link discovers that the spirit of Princess Mipha is trapped here. She bids him a sad hello, but holds hope that if Link can find the source of the divine beast's corruption, then it can be freed from Ganon's control. Familiar Sheikah technology is within the temple, and with a few hints from Mipha to get him started, Link takes out each puzzle and obstacle one by one. Once he's reached the map downward, he's able to use the Sheikah slate to move the trunk of the elephant-shaped construct to pour water.
Okay.
There aren't a huge number of those in the beast. It's more a trial of figuring out how to navigate it. He needs to activate all the terminals within to reboot it and purge Ganon's
Elder.
What happens to that malice once the divine beast ejects it? Well, that's the heart of why Link is supposed to be the one to track the machines. 100 years ago, Ganon sent himself for from creation to each of the divine beast still is champion and corrupted. This is the being that water blood.
This is Elder Oval.
Brightly glowing master sword. He helps through most of its health bar. In shifting cycles, Link pushes the light into escalated states. In an attempt to control Link's movements, the light floods the arena and forces it on the platform. By
Okay, so what I'm gonna do?
From the terrible corruption
Ancestral
of centuries.
wood.
The Zora champion is
Okay.
stand by Link's side of fighters.
Image.
In life, Eva was a powerful healer, but with death, she has no use for that ability.
Oh my god, no.
She gives to Link her healing ability. Should she
Ancestral wood DLC.
all the spots that he mentioned. But though that power is not unlimited, he must still choose his fights carefully as the ability takes time to recharge. Eva has been trapped here for so
So what is it? It is abysmal wood.
She promises Link that when he needs her aid, she will be there to help. And when the time comes to face off against Genis, she will rise to pilot Boggle Bath. Zora's domain is now safe. The waters will eventually subside and friends of light will
Abyssal wood.
The divine beast will await its call on the top of nearby mountain, standing ever ready to strike out against Ganon when the time is right. Rico lost everything 100 years ago, and she knows she cannot replace it. Her family is lost to her, and she is duty bound to remain the divine beast. She can't
Okay.
see her father or her brother, but she now gets to
Now they show me this.
her father worry how she wishes she could see him again, even if it was just once more. Link is safely sent back to the Zora's domain, where his return has been eagerly awaited. Seeing his safe arrival alongside the
Okay, so you see this?
Zora, and when he tells him all of his
They tell me that this is here.
even the elder council member is relieved and welcoming the outcast.
Yep.
Prince Sidon too gets some much deserved recognition for his bravery and tact, because without him this would have been far, far more difficult of a task. One day he will sit as the king of the Zora, a worthy heir to a great empire. But Link cannot remain here forever. The state of Zora's domain was eye-opening. He must hurry to get to the next divine beast, lest some tragedy befall the people who once oversaw them. But before finding the next one, he does stop by to see his buddy Carver Village. She gets some advice on where to go next. A fateful guide through Rick, but she hones in on Vegetatively at his hip and confirms that the images
Sweet.
on Zelda herself, picked up 100 years ago. But encourages Link to seek out every single spot they were taken at, so that he might reclaim his memories. For the most part, he's on his own now, well equipped with knowledge and gear that will
I only saw this. I only saw the save points.
a century ago, and perhaps better understand the fight to come with Ganon.
We were going somewhere.
Cannot happen again. This time, they cannot fail.
Do 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 do. Crouch in the undergrowth.
For customers like Jack, great experiences aren't built with best guess. They're built with data you can trust.
The college recovered parts of his past couldn't be ignored. There were provinces that needed his aid, but Link decided to take a detour to see if he could remember something before the calamity. The first picture in the camera is clearly before Hyrule Castle, so he tracks down its precise location. It's the closest he's been to the epicenter since making it. The ancient guardians that still patrol around the castle are highly destructive and make it nigh impossible for anyone to get too close. But he finds the spot in what looks like an abandoned site where ceremonies.
So it's alarm.
It only takes a few moments before a piece of his path returns to him, and what he remembers is difficult. It's the day
They're hidden in the undergrowth, which is amazing.
Zelda and himself, but this isn't a warm affair. Something is very wrong. Eva had been so kind and welcoming to him, but something about Zelda is off-putting, and the face of Raposa reflects the strange nature of her words. Daruk is the first to point out the elephant in the room. Zelda speaks like they've already been defeated. While the Reno champion Rivali doesn't care much for the new swordsman, Raposa actually says why Zelda is so averse to him. He is a reminder of her own failures. Link is precisely what he needs to be, and Zelda is a far cry from what she's been told to be about. From the very beginning, things were tense.
You get this is over here, right?
How things ended 100 years ago with their failure to stop Ganon, and seeing how his part started puts an even more depressing light on the past. So for now, he's going to hold off on finding more of these memories. There's a lot that still needs to go through the sadness of the past.
Oh.
For now, he will return to his pursuit when things are maybe a bit more hopeful in the land. Now, Input had mentioned that Death Mountain was having a hard time of things, but first he will go towards a massive flying thing. It takes him to the northwest, nestled in the traversal region of the Hebra Mountains. The Rito reside here. Farther north is a viciously cold and inhospitable landscape, but the Rito have established their homeland southwards enough that the land is lush, and for the most part, they're left alone by the outside world, save a few hardy travelers. This was the homeland of the champion Rivali, the most humble, hardworking, and sensitive of all Hyrule's inhabitants. He wouldn't have known how to describe graciousness because it was so ingrained in him that he died as just a part of being alive, which is absolute sarcasm. Rivali was insufferable in ego. His unwillingness to concede anything was obnoxious, but he did call a spade, and he was a damn good archer. Whatever killed Rivali must have been vicious, and it would be within the divine beast, which is clearly the massive flying thing around the region, but how does Link get up there? He can't fly, so instead he'll go to the village and see what the Rito. Rivali was a rough character, but he wasn't a good reflection of what the Rito people are like. One of the first guards that Link meets rarely tells him about the thing in the sky. That's their divine beast, Palmetto. But it only recently reappeared, and when warriors went up to check it out, he started shooting things down. Now they're all landlocked and have no idea how to handle the situation. Being forced to take over the ground has been demoralizing for them. Those that reside amongst the ramps and parts of the village are welcoming enough. And plenty
I'm gonna play this fucking play.
the chief of the Rito is a fellow named Kinali.
I'm gonna play this fucking play. What am I gonna do about it? So it's either here.
He was such an ass, so
Lazy Lord, baby.
His best bet is still Kiva, so he begins the ascent to find him at the flight range. Oh boy, is it a chilly climb. Good clothes or some hot food is needed to keep the prince warm. But at the flight range, he does find a lone figure sitting peacefully working on his bow. He's not very welcoming to Link, nor is he unkind like Revali would have been. The hero offers Kiva his aid, telling him that he too wishes to stop the divine beast. It's a hard sell to Kiva, who sees him as just some random highland. Kiva will not stop trying to reach the divine beast, regardless of injury and regardless of the chieftain's requests. He makes it very clear to him what his intentions are. His obligation as a warrior will not permit him to stop. He will only return to the village once the divine beast threat is over. Though he thinks it a foolish idea and has serious doubts as to Link's abilities, Kiva offers to let Link aid him if he passes the test. Use the updrafts around the flight range to move around and use his bow to shoot down targets. It's not really a walk in the park. This is a ceiling challenge to Link. He has to be mobile and capable of combat without the promise of solid Link.
Boom.
And there's no Prince Sidon here to pick him up and drive him around. He has to be completely independent. But he does it. It takes a few tries, but Link is able to shoot his target and retain altitude. So Kiva agrees to his aid. The two will work together in stopping Vonetta. So what is the plan?
So this was the way forward, right? This is where we kill the wizard.
He will draw cannon fire on himself, giving Link the chance to shoot and destroy them. It's a seriously risky plan that requires them both to be in Rom's way. But unless Link brings balance defenses, there's no way to even reach the divine beast's body. There are 4 in total that need to be destroyed, but just because Kiva is flying interference doesn't mean that the cannons will automatically
Sounds like shit.
Link has to get close enough to double tap the cannons, but not too close because that would lead to a big old ouch. While the Zora divine beast upgrades tactics in each pass, Bomb Meadow stays pretty much the same, and each
But
cannon is destroyed.
pretty sure this not it.
After the last one explodes, the shield around the divine
Oh, there's a reason for this place to exist.
He has to retreat back to the flight range. He knows his limits, and he'll get no help aboard the divine beast. He wishes Link left and takes his Link to his own wings. Link lands, unlocks the travel gate aboard the beast, and then is greeted by Revali, or rather his spirit, as condescending as ever. He directs Link towards obtaining the map of the beast, much like Kiva had done. And much like the other divine beast, Vahruda, Vonetta is practiced in problem solving. Once Link has a map of the beast, he needs to turn his wings up. Then he can use gravity to get past obstacles. This place was meant to be traversed by anyone without wings, though there are a few bypasses that he can use to
Okay.
without a paraglider and training on how to use the wing that drops around the beast, though he would still on this one. Much the same as before, he uses his Sheena Slink to activate terminals around Vonetta. The corruption from the unit is still deeply threaded into it, and it needs a good restart to force it out. With time and patience, it reaches every single one of them. And in the courtyard of the beast under the bright shining sun, the terrible foe that killed Revali 100 years ago makes itself known. This is the wind light cannon. It's up to Link to dodge through remarkably accurate shots. The blaster on its arm is one hell of a weapon. It keeps him on the defensive, having to choose the time that he can shoot at the wind light. Should he land a gun hit, it will stun the beast long enough for some melee hits, so Link has the quickness to approach.
Nice.
It's far more drawn out fight than the previous light. It's a tempered test of Link's fortitude. At the halfway point, the light ups the ante, and Link is out of arrows. If stationary for too long, the wind light will send little things.
At least we got a safe point.
But the monsters won't also attack from above should Link be able to glide
So if
over.
anything,
You can have a back and forth of projectiles and aerial attacks, but the wind light
we're good.
is great for staying teleport next to Link and quickly leaving himself open to a barrage of melee hits. This costs him everything. Link destroys the wind light, freeing Vonetta from its control, and avenging the death of the champion, Revali. Speaking of which, he finally gets to step foot into Hyrule again, so to speak. He's been dead for a century, but at least now he's no longer trapped by the blood of King. And he's a bit more approachable now, but just
Boom.
Revali is just he's Revali. He gives to Link a special ability though, his Gale. This will allow Link to throw himself high into the sky to reach new heights and glide much, much farther than before. But my Kiva's grace.
Wrong different for rats.
Revali will now begin preparations for an attack on the cannon. When the time is right, he and Vonetta will be ready to aid Link against the evil within the castle. In his own weird way, Revali encourages Link to keep going. He has a long way to go, and the princess will wait for him an awful long time. After Link's departure, Revali brings Vonetta down to the sky and perches on top. The freedom to return to the sky with no fear of the grand divine.
Nice.
Vonetta locks onto the castle, locks onto where the enemy is. When the time comes, it will join the fight against the beast, and Revali will have his ultimate revenge. In the peace that has come with freedom and victory, Revali admits to himself that he was able to accomplish what he thought was impossible. The hero reached the divine beast without his own means. He killed the wind light, and he freed both Meadow and himself. He didn't realize just how lucky Link would be. And despite his own ego, Revali wishes for Link and love holds out. For everyone's sake.
Good.
Link's departure from the Rito homeland is a quiet one. He decides that next he will journey south to warmer lands, where the Gerudo have established themselves. Flying down from surrounding mountain peaks, Link gets a broad picture of what's happening down in the Gerudo Valley. There's clearly a divine beast running the desert, kicking up one hell of a sandstorm, and it's very close to Gerudo landmarks. The lower he gets, the hotter it becomes. Nice change of pace until it gets way too hot for his mountain tire. So hot, and it actually kind of hurts. As soon as he lands outside of the Zara, the cries
What the heck?
pierce through everything. This is
Why are they so light?
The strikes of intense lightning upon the surrounding desert, just approaching madness. What's before Link is the Karakara Bazaar, a good resting point for those heading into the Gerudo city up ahead. But one of the guards of the Bazaar warns Link that the city is only welcoming to women.
Weird.
He will not be granted entry no matter his business there. She does disclose to him that the Gerudo are very concerned that the divine beast will change directions to go towards one of their settlements. The size of it and the storms they bring would devastate anywhere that it goes. But all they can really do is watch from a distance. Well, not being able to get into the city is a bit of a problem. Link needs to speak with whoever the current leader of the Gerudo is. Or maybe their military captain. Someone has to know more about Gondomoris and he needs to get in. 12 men are not allowed in the city. That doesn't mean that the Gerudo object to their presence. Women of all races are welcome in their cities, and men are just fine within their territory. Outside the walls of the city, they can come across a man that's sort of lurking about. He wants to get in, but of course he's had no luck. But he does know the tale of a man that did
Yeesh. Because at least we know something.
Delia is clearly not a Gerudo, but wears their attire. That in itself is entirely odd, though. It's light and breathable. It makes for the perfect desert attire. She isn't
This is pretty good.
and then that girl in the city, but it's more approachable once Link tells her how wonderful she looks. And Delia's elf-behind young man is on set of Gerudo Guard. She's all too happy to help her look as fabulous as she does. It really is a normal outfit. And in this guise, Link can enter the city. Delia welcomes him back and he wants more Link and has company at lunch. Many centuries past, the Gerudo were far more cloistered and confrontational. Trespassers on their land were taken prisoner, if not outright killed. And they were forced to observe the rigorous cycle of their king.
Please do something good. Whew, that was tough. That was tough. It would last like an hour to do
And outside their gates, trade flourishes with the workings of Hyrule. It's not all that uncommon for the Gerudo to leave the valley too. They go to different regions for trade, adventure, and spouse, discovering life, all sorts of things. They've evolved and thrived, and now are ruled by a chief that is truly one of their own. 100 years ago, it was the champion Urbosa that led them. She was a spectacle of a woman, a great fighter, respected amongst her people, and a wise ruler. She was easily warned by the Gerudo how the and killed her. Who leads the Gerudo now is a descendant of Urbosa, a very young lady named Riju. And ever at Riju's side is Liliara, the spearman.
What is that? That are those trees or this is a house?
Liliara tells him of champions that could have done something about their divine beast, died 100 years ago in the calamity. Riju brings up old stories her mother used to tell about the swords of Tali who fell into deep sleep after that destruction. This traveler before her had said that they're deep sleep as well, and they have a sheep sleep at their hip. And Liliara is immediately angered.
This is such a... Another one of those bad boys. So weird. Looks like a roof. Okay.
The preferred mode of transportation in the desert are sand seals. Not only are they great and responsive, but gosh dang, they are cute. The dangers of the desert are also quite unique. For example, within the old Arbiter's realm is a platypus alligator dune-worm from a monster thing called a Molduga. Turns out there are more of the catastrophes around the valley, and a Moldu king is Link is feeling particularly spicy. But for now, he is staying on track. The Giga base is on the northern side of the valley of the canyon. The closer he gets, the more of them pop out of the shadows to try and stop him. A lot of killing takes place in that canyon.
This is so scary. I guess.
He doesn't have to stay quiet as he goes, but he does need to keep out of sight, making it through the base and a hidden passage leads to an open yard of sorts, but that's a hole in the middle. This is the hiding, or rather napping spot.
Not sure where to go.
He absolutely immediately recognizes Lynch. He was like, I know exactly.
See, there's no people there.
Master Koga is certainly one of the greatest fighters in all the land. He's athletic, really fast, unparalleled in technique, and unbelievably aggressive. He's a spectacle to behold, the likes of which haven't been seen since Majora itself. It requires all of us time and dare to make through the trials of Master Koga. He barely manages to defeat Great One. When the Master begins to channel one final attack that would rupture the very earth they stood upon itself in the middle, that grace of God's fire ever something to spare the carnage. The Giga Clan Master beats a graphic end at the bottom of a pit, and with his demise, Link is able to reclaim the Thunder Helm. There's absolutely no reason to remain here, so Link rushes away with the Giga hideout, thankful to still have his life.
I want to go, guys. Whew. The only place we didn't go is here.
She is very, very young to be in a leadership position, and she knows that many more people doubt her ability to do the job. She knows that she has big shoes to fill and takes responsibility very serious. One day she hopes to prove herself to her people. That obligation is upon her, that she knows that she cannot force people to respect her. The theft of the Thunder Helm was highly distressing, but in return felt like a gift from Urbosa herself. Seeing the Thunder Helm on Riju brings up an old memory for Link from 100 years ago. He remembers a night when Urbosa and Zelda were having a quiet time together on the Divine Beast. Urbosa was very close to Zelda's mother, and after the Queen had passed, Urbosa grew deeply concerned over the princess's well-being. Around all throughout Zelda's life, after that walking in Confidant, Link wasn't.
Look at the water.
By the time he tracked the princess down, it was late at night.
Maybe the water is the guide.
She knows that he's just trying to do his job. No kind. Urbosa was also very no-nonsense.
Maybe the water is the guide. This water is coming from the castle where there's the Omi. So we've been here. So I'm thinking here. Dum dum.
Zelda really did not appreciate his presence, a truth that doesn't feel very good. But still, he doesn't blame her. Riju now has back the Thunder Helm, and the Divine Beast Bonaboris has only grown more dangerous in recent days. There's no more time to be wasted. It's time to journey back out into the desert.
Follow the water, I guess?
Chief and the hero will need to work together to get him there. She'll draw Vonneguar's lightning strikes to the helm, so he will need to stay close to her, and once they get to the beast, he'll need to shoot its feet to disable its movement. That's how it draws up power.
My god, I do YOLO.
Easy peasy. Just
This is them bluffing, I guess?
and off they go. Regent has been dreading sand seals all her life and does not require assistance in steering towards the divine beast. This is not treated like a big race into the storm, because control has to be maintained in their
Again, we're trying to go here.
Once they get closer to its feet, things do get a little bit chaotic. Redo veers around.
The only bit that I haven't seen.
Are a little rough to hit far away. But so long as Link is within the protective sphere of the
It would be a castle now.
they'll be okay. Once they find their groove and
No.
get close, the two of them succeed in halting the great construct. With its feet disabled, at least for now,
You scared me.
Vonneguar's stops and plays and falls to the desert floor. This is a very temporary halt, though.
You scared me.
To climb aboard it, Vonneguar's is already getting back on its feet. There's no time to be wasted for this one.
I'm actually pretty good with scary games, but this one? Ooh.
Obtaining a map of the area, let's Link rotate parts of the beast into 3 interior rings. And like before, he
Okay.
needs to reach and activate all the terminals within the beast to reboot it and prove whatever blight is within it. It's a time-consuming process full of trial and error, at least it is for those of us who have issues with visual awareness. Champion Urbosa had full control and mastery over this thing, which is impressive given how complex it is. Vonneguar's is a far greater test of patience than the previous divine beasts, but eventually he does conquer it. With all the control units active, he can find the main control unit and purge the system. But what on earth could have killed the mighty Urbosa? What would have that sort of malice? Well, this part of Ganon is the Thunder Point. Urbosa very plainly warns Link that this thing delivered a warrior's death to her 100 years ago, and it is not to be taken lightly. She's not exaggerating either. It's extremely fast and holds its guard with a shield. Link has to try and watch his movements, anticipate whenever strike, and perfectly dodge or break through a shield with brute force. The saving grace here is that once Link is able to break through the shield and deliver some hits, the Thunderbolt melts
Okay.
it only takes a few successful rounds against it to push it into its second phase, which is no joke. And it takes
Water.
a while to figure out just how the hell to even hit the damn thing. It throws metal rods around them and launches chains of lightning throughout them.
Water. Does this seem to like a it's like a house to me. Maybe a second church. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it tonight, guys. Such a complex thing. Boom. That's like a house. If you follow the water, should be fine. That's not a church. Wait a second. Wait a second. That just has a gate. If you see here, there's a gate, right? What? What are those? They're people with a crystal. It's like Midra. Dude, we found it. We found it. Oh, that's Midra. Well, I think it wouldn't make sense. I remember the... Wait a second. Look at this place. Damn. Swelling Grave, you guys remember this?
Jump into the epic battles of War Thunder. The massive multiplayer vehicle combat action game has just received a heap of new and interesting content. Aircraft, tanks, or ships, you don't have to choose because War Thunder has it all. Jump into the
hype could be something similar to what we gave to... What's her name?
Hungarian vehicles. You can control both tanks and aircraft on the same battlefield.
Mario Jewels, extremely rare to find. Marked with fingerprint burns, proof of having been touched directly by the three-finger embrace. Damn.
Who would have thought that Death Mountain would be haunted? There are technically roads leading up the mountain, but pretty rogue if you're the hero of legend. Link eventually lands himself at a mining outpost where a gaggle of Goron are hard at work. Seems that a particular lizard creature has halted their work further up the mountain, so they're forced to work down here to obtain ore. It's not the best of situations for them. One of them encourages Link to go and see their boss in the city to find out more about it. And the trip is pretty arduous. There are enemies along the road, it's hard as hell, and the cherry on top are that rocks are falling from the sky. Death Mountain hasn't acted on exactly.
Go to the solitude.
As he gets closer, the divine beast Valradania is active and extremely hostile.
And that's a dream of solitude. It's weird because the armor doesn't look that heavy, but it is. Now. Which I meant, he's directly telling us Midra Mance is directly telling us not to come here. Unless it's a game that I have to play it, so sorry, old man. I know the lore behind it. He was touched by the 3 fingers. I know that he's a boss, and he's supposed to represent like us if we gave up on the 3 fingers, but I don't know much about him. Wait, is that Midra himself? Oh, welcome you uninvited guests. Thus must I warn you, as you venture to heed the word of our great master Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Lest ye succumb. That is so cool. You can see how it was before. I wonder what happened if... Can I open from that side? I wonder what happened if you're wearing the armor of fingerprints. Or I wonder what happened if you're touched by Frenzy yourself. That's a good place. There's a lot of guards. Look at this beautiful mansion. Thornday Page. Thornday. This is like a horror movie, swear to God. I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his hand in my face, brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him. The aging untouchable. We're hearing rats. Remember when I used to fear you? That was a while ago. Now you are nothing. You're nothing, but you still kill me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Such a good game. Yeah, so right now, it's still very early. It's still August, but I'm gonna have to try and find games for October. As a Halloween special. And I think I have a couple of games that are scary. I have the Outlast series, however, the Outlast series just lasts a couple of hours. The Resident Evil, I could do Resident Evil marathon. Yeah, I could do marathon of Resident Evil. I would be really happy to do that. Okay, we made ourselves a little bit of a drink. A little bit of drinky poo. 0001, 6 o'clock. 5:39, so we can play at least an hour more.
Well, seem pretty chill. We're only chaos on the mountain. They seem pretty zen about it. They're open for business, welcoming to outsiders, and willing to answer any questions that they have. He takes his time with trading services and goes to see their leader at the start of the next day. The one called Ludo now leads the Goron. He is a spicy meatball. The Divine Gate's activities on the mountains are stopping them from functioning as a society, and it's downright enraging. And if Aurora is bad back, then he'd storm the mountain himself and put that lizard in its place, or at least shoot cannons at it. A young Goron named Yunobo helps him drive the beast off with cannon fire, but he had gone to an abandoned mine to the north to fetch some painkillers for Ludo, and he never came back. Ludo would like for Link to let Yunobo know that he was looking for him, and he has to see the Goron. Well, there's no sense in waiting around. Link will search out Yunobo. Maybe he can find him dead back Bogdania. Why the North Mine was abandoned gets more apparent as he goes. There are rock octopus creatures on the road, things are in a poor state, and the Zalpas have taken up roots nearby. A Goron miner directs Link toward where Yunobo would have gone to, and holy moly, no wonder that he didn't make it back. This area is a death trap. He gets the chance to learn how to use their cool cannons, though. Chucking bombs at blockades and cannons is a good way to spend the afternoon. When he gets closer to where Yunobo should be, he claims that the poor Goron's way out of the cave has been collapsed, and there's someone screaming inside. That's a big old mystery solved. Link breaks for Yunobo. The sudden noise combines with the stranger appearing sends him into a bit of a panic, but he's fine.
It broke me. Yeah.
Well, Link certainly isn't going to turn that on. Ready to go. Let's go see old Ludo.
Yeah. I mean, right now what I'm looking at is Dead Island 02, which is a good game that we never tried. And of course, we draw the pen. Give me a sec, guys. Fuck that. Oh, 238. Let's get my rune flash. Good. The fact that there's a invisible wall is amazing. By now, he's made these jumps 100 times over in different scenarios, and with all his abilities and tools, there's not a lot that can stand in his way. The hero breezes through Babadonia and finally faces off against the final of Ganon's terrible blights. This is the Fire Blight. 100 years ago, it murdered the Root, and now it will fight the Knight. The Fire Blight tries to stay out of reach, just high enough that they can't strike it with the Master Sword, but it has become down to hit lane, and when it does, it telegraphs what it's doing as though it were moving through molasses, leaving rims to shreds. After he takes out almost half its health pool in one cycle, the Fire Blight changes its tactics. Good.
Now it will flame as well. It launches what looks like mini meteors at Link, but like before, it does it so slowly that really Link just needs to sidestep it or get behind a pillar to avoid it. The Fire Blight will draw in
My
energy from a
apologies.
little meteor rock, but rather than wasting their arrow on it, Link lobs a bomb instead, and boom, down it goes to be shredded once again on the ground. This takes a few rounds, but the Fire Blight isn't blasted at this point. With his death, the beautiful Babadonia is safe. Death Mountain is quieted.
I love this. You can see who did it. You think it's Dimension that is completely fucked up, but no, it isn't. Oh. Okay, I don't care. What is absolutely phenomenal is you fought one with one arm, and now you fight one with two arms. However, I remember you from.
CFO at last. It's a dream job, if you don't mind being an artist. But with SAP, AI agents use all the right
One Warrior Sword.
help you take whatever he
Amazing.
throws your way.
A little bit of a split attack, which is good.
Did she always meet him? Throughout his journey, he'd taken note of each picture and where they would be. He'd planned his route for each one and he knew where to go. It was just a matter of doing it now, facing the reality of his past. He already saw the first memory of his knighting ceremony. It was unpleasantly tense. Next, at Lake Kalama, he sees the second memory. He and Zelda are on foot. He walks silently, and she talks about needing to go make adjustments and routes with money. They're still she marvels that such things were built by people, but if they were made by people, then they can't understand them. And then she stops, and sadly turns to Link, and asks how proficient he is in his blade, if he can hear the voice inside of it. She sees others as their best friend. She's already counted him on her own failure. The next memory is near Rito territory of the Heber Mountains. Traveling south, he finds the ruins of the picture portrays next to a shrine. He remembers Zelda being here alone. She'd slipped away from him to come study the exterior of the shrine herself. She can't get it open, and based on the outside markings, she believes that only the one who wields the Master Sword can open these shrines, but she hopes she can avoid including Link, and maybe just find a workaround herself. But of course, he was always able to track her down, and at least this time around, she became extremely hostile when he did. She offhandedly accuses him of being unable to think for himself, and is putting him into a difficult situation.
I beg you to stop. Have you taken enough? Are we both not brethren common in your line? Yet you offer only cruelty. Ask what crime did Jimmy that commits?
The next picture is easy.
Yeah, I feel like Midra is suffering for everybody. I know so little about him, but to be honest, fuck, dude. The phone fell when I was getting fights. Good. See? Most of them are freaking ambush. And this is the guy who
is down the mountains, the other side of Hyrule Castle, in the Arid Plains. And this is a far more pleasant.
This is the entry. Surging Frenzied Flame. So that's what he's showing. He's showing rocks, and they're throwing this.
Then she spots a very rare frog. It's used in food to enhance certain abilities, and she asks Link to just raw dog eat the thing. But frogs are friends, not food. Also, now, entering south, near Lake Hylian. Here, 100 years ago, the two of them sat to get out of the rain. Link practiced his swordplay, and Zelda sat contemplating everything going on. Link told her about his father, how he's walking the same path, and of his dedication to that life. She admired his commitment to the training and fully realized why he was the chosen knight. But she asked him a what if. What if one day he realized that he wasn't meant to be a fighter? Even if it's all that was ever expected. If that's all he was told that he would ever be, would he have chosen another path instead? The next image in the slate is vaguely familiar. Give it a bit of pause, it's a tough one. The architecture looks like Hyrule Castle, but he hasn't really tried to track there yet. Link's discovered in ancient guardians and centuries is a death trap, but it looks like he might be facing out towards the west just below the main castle structure. He could get to it from behind the castle rather than going up through the front gates. That would just be so why the hell not? Link uses Revali's Gale to help cover the moat and the cliffs around the main castle structure. He keeps his distance from the heart of the castle. He's not yet ready for that, but gets a high enough vantage point to scout out where this photo could have been taken. It takes a beat, but he finds a broken down walkway that leads towards what turns out to be Zelda's old
map, craft, and cookbook. Should be good.
It's her initial study process just before Link arrived on scene. She met Imba, Kira, learned about the ancient technology and the divine beasts, traveled far and wide to further her research. She believed so strongly that it was the right path for her and did everything she could to assist and understand it. And she was fascinated by the functionality of the Genius Link.
We defeated everybody there, so the way back, pretty simple.
On the walkway outside, Link finds his photo location, and he remembers well what happened here 100 years ago. He and the princess had stood here, looking over the ancient guardians being worked on by researchers. She was positive that they were on the right track, that they would figure this out and be ready for Ganon, but the arrival of her father ruined that positivity. His constant pressure upon her to awaken her powers was suffocating. He chastised her, he tore her down, demanded that she stop acting like a child and return to her prayers. That's all that she should have been doing. And he treated her like this in front of Link. The shame that she must have felt.
My apologies.
Placate him and explain her efforts were just tossed aside. She and Link departed from the castle after this, and her father later expressed regret for this encounter, but he would never get to make amends for it. The next photograph takes him to the Akala Valley, to the Shrine of Halon, to a memory of a time farther back when Zelda came here to pray. There was no answer from Hylian, no voice or power, nothing happened. Her grandmother heard the voices of the spirit realm. Her mother said that she too would inherit that power, and yet she heard and felt nothing. For all her efforts and trials, she had nothing to show for it. And here she expresses her immense frustration with it all and curses Hylian for her silence. All she wants to know is what the rock is. Well, she's seeing the statue of
Mercy.
territory. Venturing back to that area, he easily finds what looks like a decrepit sightseeing spot or maybe a park. This time in the meadow, they're on horseback and the sun is going down. Zelda's thanking him for tips on horse riding. She hadn't been able to connect with her horse, but now they're both far more comfortable with one another. At the park, she points out Mount Lanayru to Link and says that that's the next stage of their journey. Under the goddess Lanayru's decree, no one under the age of 17 is allowed at her shrine, for only the wise are permitted a place.
Nyag.
She created a street for
You missed the stream of Agony. Ah. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, the move forward. See, now I'm doubting that I even came here. Nope. Let's take care of everything I can. The beautiful thing. People have been warned of my presence. You wanna know something? You wanna know something? This is Midra. And this, my friend, is the Lonely Tree. I can already tell you where it is. This is the door to entry. Yeah, this is the door. And this, the painting, which is the loading screen of the DLC, is the way forward. If I finish the game tomorrow, holy. However, I need to find there's a ladder.
Courage and of power. The spring of wisdom upon Mount Ladaric is her final hope, but she has no reason to believe that this will be the answer.
Good.
After her life will be a failure, why think this will be any different? The next day would be her 17th birthday, so she could go alone. The next memory takes them to the path they walked on ago at Mount Ladaric. On her 17th birthday, Zelda ascended the mountain to pray at the spring of wisdom, and again, nothing happened. The goddess was silent for her. When they came down from the mountain, the 4 champions were awaiting them, and Zelda bore her sorrow openly. The champions were all clearly concerned. They all stood ready to do what they needed to do. Zelda was the only one who wasn't, and she'd spent almost her entire life trying to be. It was a cruelty she had to continually endure in front of others. It was Urbosa that was the most pragmatic about it, shaking off the tense situation as just a single step in a much larger journey. But it was still difficult for the princess to accept. She was so wrapped up in her own shortcomings.
I don't know what pragmatic means, to be honest.
It was during this immense disappointment, when things seemed at their worst, that the calamity struck her. The princess was horrified. She knew what this meant. She knew what she was supposed to do, that her role was pivotal, and she wasn't ready. The champion had called for immediate action. They would go to their divine beast and assist Link. We would waste no time in attacking Ganon. Zelda, meanwhile, would be ushered away to safety. She could do nothing to aid them any further, despite her protests. But none of them knew what would be awaiting them at their feasts. They were all walking into a trap, but those were not deaths that Link witnessed. The next and final photograph of the Sheikah's Life is of a forest path. It takes them close to Hyrule Castle. It was the path that he and Zelda took while fleeing the calamity, and everything had gone to hell after all the champions were murdered, after he failed to defeat Ganon. He sees them running in the rain, covered in filth, wildly trying to escape what's stampeding out of the castle. In a moment of complete despair, Zelda collapses and asks how they came to this. The divine beast turned against them, all the champions were dead, her father was gone, the castle destroyed, and her people slaughtered. And she felt it was all her own fault for failing to be what she needed to be. Everything she did amounted to nothing in the end, and she was leaving them all behind while she fled with Link.
Yeah, we're gonna be finishing the game tomorrow, which is insane.
But Zelda wanted Link to remember, and what Impa had sent them out to do.
But I have to leave in like
Hardship was plenty, so with this task complete, it's time to go back and see
40 minutes.
Impa is pleased at his progress and tells him that he is ready to face Ganon. She regrets that 100 years ago, she too was unable to save him. She never would have expected Ganon to sabotage that Minecraft, and she's mourned the loss of them all for 100 years. But there's one more. Impa tells him that Zelda left one more image for him to find, but it's outside of the Sheikah's Lake. He needed to see what happened before the calamity to understand what ended it. She shows him a picture on the wall and tells him that that spot is within a half day's walk from here. It looks to be an old battlefield where derelict guardians resting. It's there that he will find what Zelda left behind. The final image takes him to the Ashes Swamp, touching the spot where it was created, takes him back once more, right back into before he died. He was gravely wounded and they were surrounded, nowhere left to run. Though Zelda pleaded with him to just leave her there and flee, he refused. He couldn't anyways, it was too late for both of them. As soon as they were spotted by a guardian.
Oh, this is it.
But this is what awakened Zelda.
Look.
She stood in defense of another. A grand power flow from the princess and everything around them was purified. It was so simple, almost effortless, and she'd done it all on her own.
Yeesh.
But it was too late for Link. It collapsed on the field and he died before the princess. He seems more beyond his life though. The Master Sword was finally able to reach out to the princess and tell her to deliver Link's body to the Shrine of Resurrection. Sheikah warriors arrived to lend aid, and under her order, he was taken away to the shrine to be restored to life slowly over the coming years. And he knows what happened after this. He's seen Zelda return the Master Sword to its pedestal.
Reverse her ash, holy shit.
She went to the castle to seal Ganon away. Now the story is complete. He's ready to return to the castle to stop Ganon and help his long-lost friend. He knows well what to expect. The castle is covered in dangers and peril. Every road, pathway, and building has an obstacle. There's malice all over the place, and the number of guardians and sentries has made these grounds completely untraversable for a whole century. Life has fled the castle, but for as terrible as it has become, there is still hope in it. Hyrule Castle still stands, bits of its past remain. Its halls could be walked once
Imagine.
Bows to the apex of the hall that he comes to. When he reaches the inner sanctum, it's clear what lies within. Inside the cocoon, Zelda has embodied the calamity. For 100 years, they've struggled against one another. For 100 years, they've been unscaling. And with like the turn, that scaling ends. Zelda has grown tired, competing in it, and drained her of her strength. And to combat the hero of legend, the enemy of evil surges against her to break out of its prison. She warns Link that she can no longer hold it back, and after a terrible display, Calamity Ganon falls free and breaks through the floor of the sanctum. The beast and the hero fall into the depths below the castle, what was once the Astral Observatory. The Gerudo Ganondorf is a being of the past. This is the being Ganon in all of his rage and power. It has been over 10 millennia, and now he finally gets to really stretch his legs. Had Link ignored the call of the champions and not saved
You know what?
this would have been a fight against the Calamity and his legs. But with each champion's salvation came a side of revenge.
You know what's insane? Now this is the end. Because someone signed it to be the proof that there's something. And the question is, what happened to Midra? This scene.
Depths of your foolishness!
A freaking horror movie. Look at him. Look how weak he is. Mitra, what happened to you? We killed him. Look at his body. He's so frail. Like a skeleton. First cutscene bosses. Like Melania, like Orath Lux, like Morgoth.
I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Anaya.
So fucking cool. Oh my god. The Lord of Frenzy Flame. Wow. And you see his weapon how nice it is? We try Lord of Frenzy Flame. Every time I'm in his presence, I get maddening. Holy, I'm not ready for him. Insane. Very low voice. Somewhat similar to the Scarlet Bloom of Melania. Damn. Complete mastery over the Frenzy Flame. However, you're still weak. If he didn't resist for so long, he was more able-bodied, they would be invincible. Whoa, look at... Madness. I died here. What an amazing boss fight. I cannot wait to do the lore behind it. I got a text. Wow. I'm in love with this boss fight. So freaking cool. Even my writing is fucked up. We skip a couple of lines. I was just so excited. The death of your foolishness. Kind of insane, because all you have to do is pick up your runes and then start the same phase. Such a badass boss. I love that most of the boss will give you the time to summon. I got lucky, I evaded a couple of attacks. It's nice because thanks to the position that we did of the Francis Flame, which was last playthrough, we know exactly the range of the attack. Amazing. And I love that he says, "You fool, I'm not getting closer." Technically speaking, most of the people that he could injured are already injured. There's nobody else in the mansion except for him. He does mention a person, but I think that's his wife. Did a little bit of Flim evade him. Damn, dude. Again, the madness is insane. Because not only is he gonna inflict you damage, but he stuns you in place. He's almost done with my mimic, which is insane. He's gonna kill him. My mimic's gonna kill him. That's tough. It's a tough bug fight. It's a fun bug fight.
Rivali, Mika, Zuru, and Urbosa all even managed to strike out against Ganon. With each hit they land, Ganon's health depletes, and with no blight to aid him, with severe damage done, Ganon is brought to a more level playing field. Initially, it's difficult to parse out what Ganon's weaknesses are. He's mobile, aggressive, hardly hits on, and carries an arsenal of weapons and abilities to use against Link. The knight cannot match the physical prowess of the beast, so it's a back and forth between them for some time, with Link taking more hits than Ganon. But he remembers starts giving you Ganon's once, but he starts using Ganon's own abilities against him, with counterattacks and the protection. Deflecting Ganon's powers back at him stalls him long enough for the Master Sword to work, but it takes several rounds between them to cause significant harm to one another. They attack each other methodically from a distance and then frenzy at melee. With the Command Maker's current of their chest game, he changes his moveset and becomes even harder to hit, while Ganon's aggression remains the same, making his force to play more defensively, as he can't just beat the hell out of Ganon. He has to reflect his powers back at him to land those hits now. Farouk and Urbosa's lessons are truly salvation to aid him in this. With great care and time, he's able to draw the calamity into nothing. This creature of malice and hatred is far from done. When it is clear that the hero will defeat him in this form, Calamity Ganon casts
We should do a
out into the fields of Hyrule. He was not alone here, though. Zelda is close, and she takes him to the surface, under the free and open sky, face down Ganon properly. This fight is not over.
We should do a poison break potion.
Hatred and malice incarnate. To aid the hero in this fight, the princess gives the Link the Bow of Life, a powerful artifact that has time and time again been used to solve the academic power. They two fight around one another until some sense it turns to rain and shuts out the rest of the world. Striking weak points on Ganon's body with light arrows is the only way to cause it harm. Over and over again.
Same attack.
Looking for breaks in its defenses and harm it until it's so shot full of holes that malice begins to break.
Easily avoid.
And then Link is able to shoot the source of Ganon's power and strike the beast down. In its weakening state, the Princess Zelda breaks free from Ganon's body and fulfills her role as the aspect of wisdom. Zelda's bloodline has endowed her with the sacred power to seal away the great evil. She cleanses the malice that makes up Ganon's body, all but disintegrating his physical form. And when the fetid spirit of evil shrinks its eyes upon her, Zelda seals his blade from her skin. And finally, silence.
wasn't careful enough.
With his banishment, the blood moon sky turns clear once again. The princess is returned to her home, no longer locked in conflict with that terrible evil. She too considers him and physically walked the land of Hyrule. She tells him that she knew he would find a way, that she always had faith in him, and though reserved, he boldly asks.
I lied. You do feel bad for him. I don't know a lot of his story, but it does feel like he shouldered a lot of the madness. But the plan. There's a video 10 hours long. The DLC Elden Ring lore. And you're watching this. Learning his move pattern.
The flow of time is always equal. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. The thing that doesn't change with time is a memory of younger days. While in the midst of Pandaria, looking back on days on may bring regret. But what do these lands have to look back on? When the goddesses descended and created.
He's very, weirdly speaking, he is very gracious in his movement. Very gracious.
And for those who played central roles, the fond memories of youth were as beacons, reminders that things could be better, they had to be better. We have new stories to learn about the foundations of Hyrule, but before we can fully experience them, we have to walk beside familiar faces in the world. It's been perhaps 4 or 5 years since the calamity.
Look at this, look at this. It's what he does. The first one is Bloom. Second one is Attack. Third one is Ray. Fourth one, Jump, and implement Spine everywhere.
There are signs of what Zelda calls Bloom about the exchanges. It's evil. Fight against the malice that the calamity brought forth so 100 years ago. Such a poor omen cannot be ignored. So Zelda and her trusted researchers have been studying it. It's led us to this point, with Link once again possessing the Master Sword.
Don't worry, we healed just before you did it.
They find very intentional tunnels beneath the castle, a massive system that no one.
What are you doing, Mitch?
King Roy, Zelda's father, was worried that there was something under the castle, but knowledge of precisely what was there had been long lost to time. It had been considered to be taboo.
Good.
And it was never to be discussed, let alone explored. So Zelda was never given a proper
Dude,
why?
that is insane.
A response to something evil nearby. But so too nearby is ancient architecture and writing about people called the Zonai. Zelda says that she's seen these designs during her studies.
This is so freaking cool.
The earliest touches of the land. They hail from a civilization in the sky and possess godlike powers. But due to lack of technique, very little is actually known about them. When Zelda spots a nearby statue connected to the Zonai, she's taken back to the beach land. Deeper yet underground, they come across a treasure trove of history, an ancient mural depicting a war from long ago between tribes on the land and a demon king. Another that shows the Zonai son descended from the heavens. Then one that shows the union between the Zonai and the Hylian, marriage that united the two races. Zelda knew of old stories within her family that her blood was the union of God who descended from the heavens. So this is what that meant. And if that's true, then it gives a face to these supposed gods, these Zonai from ancient history. This is how the kingdom of Hyrule was founded, not merely from Hylian effort, but of the union between the Zonai and the Hylians. Together they created the kingdom of Hyrule, and these two who were blood acted as the first king and queen of the kingdom. But whether they knew it or not, these lands were already cursed. One arose who sought to steal away the power of the Sun Kingdom. He was called a demon, and raged against them. Though she only knows tiny bits from her studies, Zelda determines that this was the imprisoning force that waged upon the dawn of the kingdom.
That's it, we're changing.
After, the details of it were long lost to time. But finding these murals was like winning the information lottery. Excavations will need to be carried out to uncover the rest of it. But for now, they decide to follow the path further down into the depths. Each step feels more ominous than the last, yet still they proceed on through the darkness. While at first the gloom was
Which one is it?
It becomes more tangible as they go. What gloom has reached the surface has proven dangerous to the health of Hyrule. This is a place they must be very careful in, because they are not immune to effects. At the bottom of a great lake of stairs,
That's what it is.
and what lies at the center of it is confusing. Gloom emanates from unseen sources intertwined with strange blue and green.
I completely forgot what it is from which one it is.
It's a corpse, a husk, adorned with golden jewelry befitting someone's power. Gloom is pumping out of its chest, but a glowing hand is holding the corpse in place. There's a story to be told here, but
Which one is it?
Gem tunnels recommencing. Once it is in Zelda's hand, it begins to glow with a lovely golden light. And then all hell breaks loose.
All
It begins to
damage.
shake and rise, and though it doesn't make it to his feet, its eyes ignite.
Not these Texas people. You have no idea what these people are capable of. Trick is gonna come out.
Dodge roll boost. What are we looking for? We're looking for something that will destroy the poise.
The familiar shade of maliciousness. Embedded within the golden headdress is another of these gems. Before any words are delivered, an explosive force of gloom launches at them. It wraps around
Reduce, dodge roll, HP. Oh my god.
behind the first, and hitting it with the master sword,
We can find it because I already have it.
which is amusing. The being speaks to mock the blade and its wielder. He knows them both by name. He recognizes them, but how? He mentions Rauru, a familiar name to those who have studied the history of Hyrule. They would know Rauru as the founder of the Temple of Time, the one who sealed it away with the master sword, who ended the interlude war. But
Nice.
there was no mention of a Rauru directly contending with a being such as this. While he can only contend with the fusion of his creature's apparent resurrection, the terrible man does not waste a moment. He sends forth his gloom into the castle above, with such power that the castle is torn up from its roots. While it rises into the sky, he falls into the abyss. Then the ground beneath the princess and the knight begins to crumble away as well. Link tries to plunge into the darkness to grab Zelda to somehow lend her aid as he is sworn to do. This is the last time that they will see each other for weeks, months, or thousands of years. Zelda is quickly engulfed by light. She's gone. The knight, however, is taken hold of by that creepy glowing arm that was holding back the evil being. It takes him by the hand and pulls him upwards. Then consciousness leaves him. In their absence, an event called the Upheaval commences. Huge land masses in the sky
Good.
parts of them crumble away and impact the ground below. Anyone
Could be
caught in
tough.
is crushed. Huge chasms open up with terrible gloom rushing out from them, touching it with the innocent dead. And the gloom's miasma caused the weapons of Hyrule's defenders to decay, leaving inhabitants defenseless. But what happened here? How do we make sense of this? Well, we need to follow the steps of the Prince of Judea. The knight will slumber, recover, and face his adventures soon. But for now, we will walk beside Zelda. Though she fell into the darkness of Olympus, where the princess lands, it's not so horrific. It's a lovely field under the bright warm sun, and with her is a strange little gem she picked up in the underground. This place is almost the complete opposite from where she just was. Two figures approach the sleeping princess. Apparently her landing here wasn't really coincidental. One looks Hylian, the other looks like a goat man, but their faces are kind. They seem pleased when Zelda's eyes begin to open, and are reassuring through her shock and confusion. The female introduces herself as Sonia, and the male asks the princess for her name. She stoically gives her name and her title as the
Who died?
King of Hyrule. Funny, since these two only just founded the Kingdom of Hyrule. The male introduces himself as King Rauru of Hyrule, and Sonia is his queen. Zelda has gone back in time to an age of legend, and oh, don't we love time travel here. Zelda is her homeland, it's not the world that she knows. The two parties spend a bit of time explaining themselves and certain things behind Zelda's very sudden actions. The little gem that Zelda picked up around is a secret stone. It amplifies the abilities of the wielder. Just so happens that Zelda shares with Sonia the ability to control the flow of time. That's how she was thrown back to this era. While Zelda and Robert get caught up
Oh my gosh.
Sonia brings the call practicality. Zelda shares her time control ability, and Sonia senses that Zelda, Robert's life powers. So this princess from the future is family to them, a long concept, and they treat her as such.
Whew.
Queen Sonia and grandfather Robert. Zelda's mother died when she was very, very young. As a result, she never received training on how to tap into the powers of the bloodline. And her relationship with her father was strained at best. Not only are Sonia and Robert calming factors in this frightening experience, but they're also champions and extremely powerful. This is a chance for Zelda to learn more about herself and her abilities, training that she was denied as a child. They know that Zelda wishes to return to her own era as soon as possible.
This is my 100% is good.
While Robert wishes to pursue the man of war, Sonia will just stop to it. For now, these troubles will cascade into the fixation Dib left unchecked, and Sonia pulls back on the reins just a bit. Zelda need not solve all her problems at once. The young woman needs to slow down, one thing at a time. She needs some place to rest, and get cleaned up and some fresh clothes. That will be their first task. They'll go back to the castle, tell everyone that Zelda is disappointed.
Schlack,
and
schlack,
it takes time. Sonia's
schlack.
approach is precisely the balance that Zelda needs to see the forest for the trees. Apparently, and it's what Robert needed too. Just slow down. Think about the evening. He offers that they can go back to the castle and speak with Minora, his older sister. She too has a secret stone, and she's more knowledgeable than anyone else about their people and the stones themselves. But first, the king is Sonia was born of the land, a Hylian priestess who was quick of wit and unceasing in her kindness. The one who would be her husband, Robert, was of the Zelda, the people who descended from the sky, who in the future were seen as godlike. When Robert met the priestess Sonia, she spoke to him as she would any other, with honesty without fear. And Robert always bent his head to hear her words. He cherished her honesty. They wed and began to create the kingdom of Hyrule. So close was their bond and so deep was their love that they counted each other as equals and trusted advisors.
It's weird because I thought for sure it's gonna grab me. I got lucky here. His weapon is so fucking cool. It's like you can open and close like that is insane good. This is so annoying, dude. Too popular.
They were the only two left, perhaps by choice, to sell the kingdom. The rest of their people had left these lands, and Minera was the forerunner of knowledge when it came to the Zonai. Despite the Rauru and Monero lived fully amongst the Highlands as beloved figures. Monero herself was immediately receptive to Zelda's story and interested in her Sheikah slave. The two of them quickly bonded over their tech intrigues and love of knowledge. So quick was their trust that once the two met, Zelda entrusted her tablet to Monero so that she could clearly tinker with it. While Rauru controlled life and Zoe controlled time, Monero controlled spirit. She could walk beyond her own body, and because of this, she viewed her body as a new vessel. She studied Zonai technology to create constructs, with a plan that one day would die, but her soul could be guided into something artificial. She wanted to be well prepared for that day, for no one truly lives forever, not even the Zonai. Monero knows that Zelda's secret stone is what gives her their time, but that the princess can't control her powers means she has no chance of returning to her own era. The stones don't give one mastery over their abilities, they just amplify them. It will take time and testing.
I won't die.
Then she drops a bit of wild information. The process of draconification. Consume the secret stone, get turned into a dragon. The process, the consumer will lose themselves, lose what makes them them, but in return they'll gain immortality. The cost of it is so great that one arguably sees it to be therefore it is a perfect act. No one else like a shut off the fact that nothing because that's particularly random information. Just drop the whole conversation like that. Robert encourages Zelda to
Oh my gosh.
learn more about her own powers alongside Monero, Sonia, and himself.
This is tough, dude. So what was that super important thing?
For some time, she is happy. She learns, she makes bonds,
Netflix.
and the evils of the world are
Did Anna answer or no? Miss Anna.
Every century, a male
I miss Anna.
There are some tribes that exist in the reign of this king who live free in the deserts, but those that he rules over make for a terrifying foe. And the Gerudo King Ganondorf does not have love in his heart for the king and queen of his fledgling high rule. From the desert, he leads attacks on random settlements. One particular night, a swarm of Molduga are released to the
What? Let's see.
outright aggression from the Gerudo forces. But as a display of power and dominance, Sonia and Rauru ready to attack against the fledgling monsters. And young Zelda, who's already grown mighty, joins her powers to theirs at Sonia's encouragement. And the beam they launch is like a goddamn WMD. They absolutely
She, her.
and send a very clear message to the would-be.
She did more than one.
Yet his interpretations perhaps not what one might expect. The Gerudo King takes
Shoot. Okay, so now this is one. Instagram. Okay. Obviously someone where the enemy die of old age before the mission.
Regardless of his aggression in the past, he is welcome to the castle as a guest in an effort to make peace. But speaking with Ganondorf is just harrowing. His words are like sidewinders in the sand, seamless and gliding. Yet there is no mistaking the truth of his nature. He claims that his people desire to join the kingdom as faithful servants.
Damn.
His eyes fall upon the secret services court bearers as
Okay, let's go. Again. 4007.
And then the word gains commence. How conveniently wonderful for the blessed Zonai that he has claim, power, and a highly anointed. While those born of the land carve out their own paths, most impressive, yet also unfortunate that the Zonai are gone now to save Rauru and his sister. It's a venomous question that he's asking without actually saying the words. Who will stop you? You are gone. The exchange between the two kings is tense at best. The queen sits in steady observation, and Zelda's fear intensifies when she realizes the gravity of the she had first-hand experience from Calamity Ganon, and that course that she had been found, the similarities here are too much to be ignored. After the evil king's departure, Zelda tries to extend counsel to Rauru of this man's intentions, but the king of Hyrule is well aware. He accepted Ganondorf's presence in order to keep him close and under a watchful eye. Zelda spent a great deal of time with King, and she learned much under Sonia's tutelage, who was ever patient and diligent with the princess's education. Zelda told them bits about her life, about her era, and about Link, talking about a knight seemed to make her happy, and his exploits made for amazing stories.
Nice.
While Zelda clearly longed to return home, Sonia sensed that the troubles of this era also weighed heavily.
What I'll do is I'll finish this boss and I'll have to go.
They can take care of things. Zelda need not carry the weight of the world. But strange things began to happen around the castle grounds. A ghost-like, lifeless-eyed Zelda would be spotted walking around at night, and then come the morning time, the princess would have no recollection of it. It happened often enough that servants made note of it. It was just creepy and strange. While this carried on, Monero and Zelda began making plans to help the future, specifically Link. They decided to raise a temple in the sky, which would come to his aid immediately following Zelda's disappearance from that era. It would contain Zonai tech and constructs from this era, protected with wards to keep evil away, and it would be outfitted to help him medically and provisionally. Remember, the last she saw of Link, his entire arm had been infected with glue. He would be in dire need of medical attention. But readying the temple and building the mechanics to get it up into the sky would take a great deal of time. And unfortunately, it was not something
I have to cure from the madness. I was wrong, by the way. His normal attack did not inflict madness upon me.
So she gathered the true princess and made her aware of the ploy. While the real Princess Zelda hid herself away, Queen Sonia greeted the false princess. It was a puppet of Ganondorf, lacking any true life. When the puppet attacked the queen, the bitter knight was turned away by the true princess. The plot was foiled and the assassination failed. Yet, neither of them anticipated that Ganondorf himself would appear on that terrace. The Gerudo King delivers a strike to the back of Queen Sonia so vicious and powerful that it is fatal. She chokes briefly before falling to the ground. Ganondorf takes from her the secret stone. Within him is the curse of the Demon King of old, which holds power, wisdom, and courage in a cycle of reincarnation and conflict. This secret stone will amplify what's already within him. As his strength ignites and his power grows, the moon turns blood red and minions of evil flood the land. He much resembles his predecessor, the old Demon King of
Nice.
King Robert finally makes his appearance, but for all his strength as a Zone 9, not even he himself was already halfway here. Ganondorf sends an attack at the king, and all Robert can do is stave it off. Zelda uses her upgraded slate to transport them away. They have no way to defeat this new king. He will bring hellfire over the land with his forces. He doesn't take the house.
On my fly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. This is a tough boss.
They would try to stand against the rampaging Demon King, who first set out to conquer all of the Gerudo tribes of the desert. One by one, all the 3 villages fell. When the final one was conquered, it became apparent that they would all eventually fall. It was only a question of who was next. Rara believed that he was the one who had to stop the Demon King, but his elder sister Mineru gently chastised him for this. Ganondorf could not be stopped by any one person. It would take all of them working together to defeat the chance. So, Robert decided to equip them all for what lies ahead. Even within the Forgotten Temple, beyond the sealed door, are 4 horned secret stones, one for each of these leaders. The Zora, the Rito, the Goron, and the Gerudo will each one get. They will be the sages of this era.
Very nice.
Ganondorf makes servants to Robert and the King of Light. The sages train to use their secret stones. Ganondorf power grows stronger, ever closer, and the day of their confrontation is near. The day before the sages decide to intercept Ganondorf, Zelda meets with Robert at Sonia's gravesite. She tells him of the wicked corpse that she and Link found beneath Hyrule Castle in her era. There is no doubt that it is the same Ganondorf that now haunts the kingdom, which means that Ganondorf will survive the next day, which means Robert will not. She recognizes Robert's arm. It's the same one that she saw upon the Demon King's tusk, fully hidden in place. They will fail in stopping the evil. But the Zone 9 tells Zelda that he is honor-bound to stand against Ganondorf. As the king of this land, it falls upon him to see this through, and he is needing to join his judgment with the Gerudo King. If defeating him is impossible, then they will rely upon the future, on the swordsman Link. They will do everything in their power to aid and ready him in the far-off future, no matter what it takes. Robert knows that Zelda's presence here and now will make a difference.
I'm kind of disappointed by how little.
That is for her to do so, and he will not waver against the dangers of tomorrow. That fateful day, when the sages moved against Ganondorf, things further fell apart. The Demon King had so grown in power that not even all 7 of them together stood a chance. He defeated them all. When it was nearly all said and done, there were injuries abound, and Mineru was fatally infected with gloom. But Robert knew what was demanded of him as the king, and he committed himself to one final act. The sages threw their weapons at the Demon King to distract him for just a moment. It was all Robert needed to close the gap between himself and the Gerudo. Once he had his hand upon the vile man's chest, their fates were sealed. Robert bound Ganondorf's heart and sealed his fate. There would be
You see, he has a knife and he has also a sword.
Robert will hold Ganondorf no matter how long it takes, no matter how many thousands and thousands,
Leave him alone.
thousands of years into it. Years which would pass them up in the blink of an eye. But Robert would gladly pay this price if it meant safeguarding this kingdom and its future. He issued Ganondorf a warning. One day the night
Now, before, they couldn't grab your summon, but now they can.
Ganondorf commits that name to him and expresses that he looks forward to meeting him. And then they're both gone. Alone now, in the temple back in the sky, Zelda reflects over it all and speaks as though Link is there. Without Robert and Sonia's leadership, without their guidance, what is she supposed to do now? But something ushers her outside and gets her attention. A golden light appears at the end of her path.
If you grabbed me, I would have died.
At Wayfair, ordering in delivers all the style.
What do we crave?
I got 2 lifts.
Little guy.
Shit.
Italian will pair great with this whole bread. What are you in the mood for tonight?
Get something light.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh.
It's here. Oh, that was fast.
I killed him.
And delivery was
I cannot believe I killed him. I cannot believe it. Holy, that was tough. That was tough, dude. That was really tough. As the golden barbs inflict eternal gun upon him, Midra elves faster than endure. The word was a curse. Okay, so now past time until nightfall. This is insane. What a good battle, though. Can't wait to discover his lore. I'm the most excited about him. Well, him and Mesmer, but Mesmer I know the lore, the story, so a bit less. So now, look what I have left. I have Mesmer left. I got these woods, and I got this one.
sword broke against the Demon King's attack, but a small piece of it was able to cut him. This is good news.
So now, next on the list is what?
Back to that era, so that Knight can use it to stop Ganondorf, but how? Monero recognizes that something like that.
We didn't do this.
And the whole plan falls apart when considering the logistics.
And we didn't do this at all.
Well, she will pursue the forbidden path to see this through. Zelda has decided that she will consume her stone, lose her heart and her mind. She will become an immortal being, because truly, what does the life of one woman matter in the scheme against the Demon King? Robert was the king of Hyrule, and he gave his life to hold Hyrule in place. As a ruler, it is her duty to do the same.
With Rampart.
And though initially she dissents, Monero comes to see that this is the truth, and there is no other way. So she too will devote herself to the soul. Her body too will die from injuries, but Monero will be with them in spirit. Monero leaves her body behind and enters Zelda's Sheikah Slate. It had been customized and worked on in her era by the Sheikah researcher Fura, so Monero will have full empty to explore when she's active in Spirit Walk. As this temple will one day be raised into the sky, then she sees her own final task. She saves
48, 31.
Reaffirming her commitment to this unknown ritual that she's about to carry out. It has to be this way. The weapon must be restored. There's no way for her to return home anyways. She was brought back to this time for this exact reason.
Where's Rampart? I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it.
And the overwhelming process begins almost immediately. The Princess of Hyrule is able to reach the sword to hold it close before her form changes, before her mind and heart are cast away. Her final words
I'm not able to open the door.
And then she is gone. In her place, an immortal dragon flies into the sky with the Master Sword embedded in its skull to absorb the sacred power of this dragon for the countless coming centuries.
I bet you what you want that he is in that in that storehouse. I can't believe we defeated Midra. Weirdly speaking, it wasn't that hard. It's just that he had a lot of. It was hard though. It was really hard. If I wasn't that over leveled, it would be harder.
To carry out cycles of war and salvation. And as their adventures and stories played out, ever beneath their feet and high in the sky were the dead king, the pacified demon, and the princess, waiting for their times to come that they might return to this land and see through their cycle of the great evil's return.
Ooh.
Now we return to our proper time, where our journey may begin. The last we saw, Deathland was being taken away from the
nice.
and lost the princess and suffered a grievous wound upon his arm. He's been resting for some time in a safe place, and when finally he stirs, well, his arm is in place, and a voice calls out to him. Though he's initially on his guard, when the voice mentions Zelda, his defensiveness calms down a bit. The voice informs him that his arm was beyond saving, that it had to be replaced. No mention of what happened was being said. Nearby is the deeply damaged Master Sword, having not made its journey back in time yet. It will be with him for a time, until destiny calls it away. Making his way through this unknown cavern, Genslick breathed into his limbs. He's lost all but a small bit of his vitality, like he's having to start all the way back at basic training. When he does emerge back into the sunlight, he's really high up. Like, how did he get up here? Furthermore, where the hell did these sky islands come from? Link didn't witness the upheaval. He was deep underground when it began, and then he was unconscious for unknown length of time. So, it's time to start exploring. About this great sky island are old Zonai constructs still carrying out their functions, waiting for Link to arrive. One in particular, the tablet containing the narrative, entrusted to it by Zelda herself thousands of years ago. Like his Sheikah Slate some years prior, it will help him navigate and catalog the lands, but where is Zelda herself? The construct says that the princess is at the spot marked on the town's map, so he immediately starts off in his purpose and direction. His progress through the great sky island gets it back into proper form. Reed teaches him how to take a swing and a hit, how to dive, swim, hunt, cook, how to manage varying temperatures and climb slopes. His map leads him to a great temple, the original Temple of Time, far different from the one on Hyrule's Great Plateau, and unfortunately it's sealed closed. His weird new hand has gotten him past a few of these strange gates, but this one will not allow him to pass. Finally, Robert himself appears as a spirit. He's the one who exposed him. The voice that explained his arm had to be removed due to wound infection.
51-20.
She remains in this world with his forms to see through his automation.
Okay.
It seems that this handy-dandy new arm was Robert's when he was alive. It's the hand that held back Ganondorf all these eras. It looks like it's lost a bit of its luster and it needs to be restored to full power. Link can do that by visiting the shrines around the Sky Island. They're places filled with sacred light that Robert himself saw too long ago.
Now I think this is the way forward.
And aid him in his ventures after. At the first shrine, Link gains the Ultra Hand, grab and freely move items, attach them to other things. Sounds simple, but the possibilities are nigh endless with the right imagination. At the end of this shrine and all shrines that he completes in the future,
good.
blessing. These will be usable at highly statues to increase his life organ stamina. A very
Boom.
mechanic from adventures years prior. At the next shrine, across the
Boom.
island, Robert grants him the fuse ability. Now weapons and shields can be added to or modified to make them extra spicy. Shields especially get fun when Zonai gets applied to it. Then, on the other side of the island, and up the hellscape of a cold mountain, Link gets one of the neatest additions to his arsenal yet, the Ascend ability. Simply put, move up through solid material and then come on the top. This will alleviate some climbs and time-consuming obstacles if Link can find a place to ascend through the mass. As Link travels around the island, he gets the field view for vehicle creation as well, attaching Zonai fans and rockets and gliders and wind slabs to make boats or basic cars, or learning to build mining carts up on tracks with resources available. It's a lot of fun, and it really rewards out-of-the-box thinking, though it does require
require patience, especially in the beginning. But now that he has cleared the 3 shrines that Robert pointed out, it's time to get back to that sealed temple of time. Within, ancient machinery is still running. On an altar is a massive glowing kidney bean looking thing. It doesn't really do anything when he gets close, so he reaches out and he touches it. The light within it becomes blinding, and Link is taken to a strange place. In this realm between places, Zelda is looking for an altar. Her eyes are closed and she seems peaceful. This is an echo of the princess, kept here waiting from the past out of sheer will. She simply reaches out a hand
to keep that gate. I bet you what you want that is here. However, how do I get here? There's a question.
She can only exist here for a brief time, as Zelda herself has been lost within another world.
Okay. So what we'll do, I think I'm gonna stop here, guys, because I have to go. I have to go. There you go.
Robert guides him to one more of the shrines on the island. Using Zelda's tablet, they can fast travel to old gates that he's visited before. So at least a trip back to the other side of the island won't be as long this time. After tracking down the shrine, he has to make use of his recall ability to get through it. If he can't make it past the trials of this shrine, then he's going to have trouble in the future. It really puts into practice how powerful this and his other abilities are, the potential that they can contain. He makes it through this final shrine, and he claims the last light of blessing that he will need to get through the temple. He teleports back, gets another vitality heart,
I know where to go.
and gets that door open. Robert meets him before he goes too far. He's glad to see that the knight is
Is there
Robert brought here, who's almost beyond saving. The old king is the lantern finally got him his Link. After all, Zelda has told him so much about their adventures, and Link is to be the hope of his kingdom. But, well, those are fond memories of the past. Robert has done all that he can for Zelda.
I know where to go.
It's time for the ancient Zonai King to pass from this world. After all, his queen is waiting for him. At the end of the broken path before him, the same one that Zelda walked before her grand transformation, is a small altar with a golden ring floating above it. The sigil that Zelda placed upon his hand reacts to it, followed by the Master Sword.
I don't know what to do, guys.
He can't possibly know what this is, but he goes along with it on faith. He takes out the decayed blade and puts it into the light. The weapon is wrapped in sacred power and taken far, far back in time. Back to after Robert's failed to
I don't know where to go.
It's now safely in possession.
Yeah, this is tough.
Once it's gone, a grand dragon ascends into the sky, bellowing out over the land below. It's not the only one that graces the sky. 3 others can be seen in front, but their stories are not yet ones for us to know, because this is definitely the second story of the trilogy.
I don't know where to go, guys.
Revealing the familiar land of Hyrule below. Thankfully, this isn't like the calamity when Link and Zelda disappeared for 100 years. It's all quite familiar to them. A voice calls to him and to Zelda, urging him on.
I don't know where to go.
After all, he doesn't need to be told twice. The knight plunges from the sky island far, far down to the landmass below, and the entire
And I could kill him tonight, which would be great. I could, you know, it would be nice. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave, and we'll be back. 132 hours, that's not bad. Ouch. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom up too.
But all good reason. Tell him that he needs to tend to his own agenda right now. He needs to go speak with Burra for an update and make a plan. When Link first met Burra, she was in the body of a child, the result of an experiment. In actuality, she's very, very old. And now, these few years later, she's brought back to the present.
Okay, let's go.
Hearing that Link is back brings her radiating out of the labs, demanding to know where he has been. Her language still created teaching with old, curious women and strange child prodigy, but they're just her mannerisms. She immediately owns in on his weird arm. Deciding to turn interrogation, she says
I have to go see his show.
Every bit of his story and starts putting together the bigger picture. Except there's still so much data missing that all she can do is take this step by step. First, Burra wants Link to go see the captain and try to search for Zelda to the castle. It's a fill in cost. Find out what has been going on over there and how Link can aid him in the search. They're acting on faith that the princess is still under the castle until proven otherwise. So off he goes, back to the castle. Seems like those shrines that you first saw up in Sky Island are making their way down to the surface as well. When time allows, he'll drop by to clear them up and get this handy dandy lights and blessings that will make it a more certain part. While approaching the castle grounds, one can't help but sigh vividly because there are no ancient guardians found. The old chicken tank that ran amok here during the calamity is long gone. Link greets all the guards as he kicks up the ramparts. They all give him a hearty hello and point him up the path towards the captain. And House himself is thrilled to see the Link as well. They've been trying to search for the two of them, but the sheer amount of gloom here makes it nigh impossible to progress any further. Then, across the canyon where the castle was built, one of the soldiers responds to Zelda, watches them and goes waiting for them to clear the story. And she goes in her and vanishes into a golden light. Super weird and not at all funny. I wish I had thought of her if she was moving quickly, or she'd be standoffish to guard them. The guards actually appear to be off now. They don't think we search for anymore. And this is true for us because we almost appear to have it. The elvish researcher is of course shocking to see them here. The translation people prefer to research the elvish right of the perspective. They'll then propose that we princess were about to ask them out. For now, there are a few things that get into. As he goes, simply to activate Skyler's house that has been built into the center. They function much the same as the old chicken house that has the pop-up plan. So these are a bit more things. Roll for it and however, these take us to, games. Don't go back without them. Shelter, buying, selling, shopping codes, gossip, during
shows the plan to track the Evermont to the Burrito. Her encouragement, they found out the report of the entrance to the village. They then investigated the princess's disappearance. They see if an ally to help the search. And there's many floors of old town rooms. They pass the Enoch, twice the Enoch, police will have next battle house, the shrine, the sign, then the luggage, unlocked package house, socialites, the tables, accidentally the bus box, okay, plus 4 hours, epic, and the complete motion breakdown after what the hell, this is much better. Action for the box, okay, it's not Sky Island, it's Sky Island, it's just adventure after adventure. But the closer you get to Evermont, the more trouble you see on the horizon. Something is happening in the sky. It's a massive event. Furthermore, introduce tools to the character. The people established their village in a very mild zone away from the main peaks of the mountain. The whole of Cassius is completely covered now. He manages to find that reporter at the Lucky Clover Gazette. The reporter in his pen, and he'll be around Hyrule investigating what's going on with the princess. Word has got back to him that there have been sightings around the kingdom in very strange circumstances. So as he ventures about, things get touch bases with men around the many stables in Hyrule to get side quests and insight into these mysteries. The Gazette's editor, Tracy, lets Link know that Fura herself asked for them to carry out this investigation, and they will assist Link in any way they can with information. There's even a cool set of froggy armor in it for him if he helps men out in the field. But Pen and Tracy can't help with the immediate issues on the mountain. The bridge to the village has been taken out, and supply shipments haven't been able to reach the Rito. They were already having a food crisis, so this is highly concerning. The Rito have been cut off from the world. They can't grow their own food. The extreme cold and snowstorms have kept them grounded. Link can float his way over, but without supplies and aid reaching them, the Rito are on a very strict time limit. Once he's past the bridge, there's really no one on the path up to the village. It's so quiet, save the howling wind in the distance. The first signs of life that he smells are 3 young Rito girls practicing a song together. They look relatively healthy and in high spirits, so maybe things aren't dire yet. The inn is still open to guests. Businesses are trying to operate, but they're mostly run by young Rito. The adults have had to break the storm to search for food and supplies around the mountain, while the children remain behind to see to the village. The elder of the Rito is now the warrior Tiba. Years ago, Tiba and Link worked together to disable the defense system of the divine beast, Bonetto. Now he's running the joint, and his son, Tolan, is just as stubborn as he is. Poor Sid, he must really have our hands full with the two of them. Tolan is arguing with his dad about something, but when the younger guy sees Link, he's overjoyed at his presence. He has grown quite a lot since the time of the calamity, but clearly has a lot of maturing with him. He is not an adult, but hates that his father treats him like a child. He's trying to put on his britches before he's big enough to fill them. Tolan believes that he can take on the world, that he doesn't need help, that he can solve the mysteries of the wizard by himself. When his father tries to argue with his point of view, Tolan becomes defensive and argumentative, and he takes off from the village in a bit of a tantrum. His father Tiba learned his lesson some years ago about ego and hard-headedness, and now his son is following in his footsteps. He has lessons to learn as well. Siggy tells Link about the story of the Rito, when long ago they faced a different sort of upheaval. Back then, a great flagship appeared to save the village. There's been a lot of talk about that old story, if it couldn't happen again. Some Rito have reported seeing a massive ship in the sky. With the sudden blizzards and those reported sightings, it's hard to dissociate the two things. The skies are so turbulent that no one can see what's going on inside of the storm, or even get close enough to try. With the broken down roads and wild storms ravaging the mountain, the Rito cannot contribute to helping Link find Zelda. Tiba tells him to find Park, that he would be the most likely to have information about the princess. But that's as much as Tiba can do for Link right now. He has other priorities to see. Park is across the valley at a cavern, helping with scavenging and resource collection. He says that he doesn't know anything about the princess, and that he really can't take time to help Link out in this situation. So Link's best bet would actually be Tolan. The young fellow has developed flying techniques that help him with blizzards, which has made him an invaluable scout for the landlocked adults. It's also the source of Tolan's ego. He knows that his technique makes him the cut above the rest and sort of lords it over others. He's on track to becoming the next Revali from the sounds of it. Well, the search for this kid takes Link high into the mountains where conditions are extreme and foes are powerful. He finds a few other Rito as he goes within the caves, trying to gather up resources, figuring out the logistics of moving them. They will lead him in the direction he needs to go to find Tolan, and admittedly, it's a rough climb for the night, but he tracks him down atop a peak. The kid has lost his bow to some monsters that he was careless around, and he's beating himself up over it. It's good that he didn't try to fix the situation himself, though. It could have taken things from very unfortunate to just tragic. Tolan instead asks Link to help him get it back. The young Rito has immense respect for the thing, so it makes sense to him. His wind gun ability will help propel Link forward as he flies, so they can travel long distances across the mountain peaks. So long as Link is flying with a paraglider, Tolan can help him go forward. They work together, distributing Tolan's prize about and take care of Gaggle and Feet as part of the experience. He's getting a first-hand education on the importance of teamwork and communication. He did not stand a chance on his own, and with the help of someone stronger, the playing field was completely level.
Okay.
When the fight is over, Park appears at the
Okay.
everything that he had done, and
10 minutes.
he had ignored his elder
42, that's not bad.
how he could handle the search and losing his bow with the wrong end of that ego. And Park very
Okay, so now I'm gonna end this here, and we'll be right back. 8 hours shit.